Cup Series racing at Darlington, a NASCAR Labor Day weekend tradition. The Southern 500 is NASCAR's oldest and toughest race. And tonight, one of NASCAR's crown jewel events marks the start of the 2023 Cup Series playoffs. The road to Phoenix starts right now.
500-mile slugathon at the Darlington Raceway.
NASCAR Cup Series playoffs from Darlington. Harvick's still going to win. Harvick wins the Southern 500.
What a fight! Way to fight!
Denny Hamlin's going to win it.
Excellent job, everybody. Hell yeah! Oh, baby! Hell yeah!
Playoff racing at the Darlington Raceway in Darlington, South Carolina.
Welcome everyone to Countdown to Green, presented by Sonic. Somehow an egg-shaped racetrack designed for cars to go no faster than 80 miles an hour is the perfect setting to kick off the postseason for NASCAR's Cup Series. A sold-out crowd here at Darlington tonight. The Peacock Pit Box located right in the middle of pit road, directly across from the start and finish line. Along with the Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett, I am Marty Snyder. Kyle Petty joining us as well. You know, DJ, is there a more perfect test of team and driver to kick off the playoffs than the Southern 500?
No, this is perfect spot. Southern 500, Labor Day weekend. It's going to be a hard, hot night for these drivers, but it takes everybody doing their job almost to perfection if you plan to come out of here and feel good about your playoff chances moving forward.
Agree. There's no better place. This has tested the mettle of the drivers and the teams from the very beginning of this sport. This is the first super speedway. If you can get it done at Darlington, chances are you can get it done anywhere.
Well, Kyle, the first 4 races of the playoffs last year were won by non-playoffs drivers.
Yes.
Could that happen this year?
No. Emphatically no. And here is why. Last year, our top 5 going into the playoffs had won only 12 races. 12 races in the regular season. Our top 5 this year has won 16. Now, I know that's only 4 more, but that's almost half the regular season. The cream has risen to the top. If those guys were going to win, they would have won before now.
Exactly right. I couldn't agree more. And you're not going to come here very seldom. We see upsets happen here, but it's just not going to happen. This is the cream of the crop this year. These drivers are willing and ready. And I will say this, any of these 16 can win, and we might be surprised at who does here tonight, but it's not going to be somebody from outside of that.
Well, the playoffs will be the talk of the town tonight, but this week, all the talk surrounded Ryan Preece, who incredibly will race this evening after one of the most frightening wrecks in NASCAR history last Saturday night in Daytona.
It looks good today.
41 took a hell of a tumble.
It's been a long time since we've seen a car get up in the air like that.
He's got to be sore.
Preece upside down. He's barrel rolling.
That's a lot of flips.
End over end, side over side.
Wow. Did he get out? It's too tough to do anything but.
I just knew when he went airborne it wasn't going to be very good. It was a lot worse than what I thought it was going to be.
By far, the most violent I've seen a car flip in a long time.
Ryan, it's great to see you here this weekend, obviously, and I think I and all the fans want to know, when you were experiencing that flip, what did that feel like?
I mean, everything's happening really quick. I don't think I've heard a lot of drivers say it, that everything gets really quiet, and that's the best way to put it. As soon as the car takes off, it just gets really quiet, and you're along for the ride from there. So just obviously really, really blessed to be here and be okay.
Yeah, thinking about that, I mean, that's something that a lot of people do not get to experience. I don't even think Jeff's flipped the car before in NASCAR in his whole career, but when you do come to a rest and you get a chance to sort of understand exactly what you have been through, what are your first thoughts, and then climbing out of the car and seeing the destruction?
Well, I can say that I had been talking to my crew chief about dirt midgets and maybe running some, but that morning I had talked about not wanting to race them because of flipping like that. So I guess maybe I'll try driving a dirt midget sometime, but to be honest with you, it really takes a couple days for it all to set in, and probably watching it 10 or 20 times to really realize what you went through. But yeah, it's just a car. Like, it held up, it kept me safe, and here racing today.
We're glad you're here, buddy. Go out there and have a good time at Darlington, and we know you like this place.
Yeah, it's crazy to see Ryan Preece racing here this weekend. So, Jeff and Junior, hang there real quick. Help me understand the driver mentality here. Why would you want to hop in the car, Junior, after an accident like that immediately the next weekend?
Well, for Ryan Preece, we know his story. He worked hard to get this opportunity, so he certainly doesn't want to give it up to somebody else, and they maybe get in his car and shine. So he wants to continue to maintain the opportunity that he has in that car. They're working towards something together, and, you know, you got to bounce right back. You got a whole week. If everything's okay, doctors clear you, you definitely want to go back out there and prove to yourself that you can keep doing it.
Yeah, driving a race car, Marty, is not a logical decision. It's an emotional decision. You know, you love it. It's a passion. It's enthusiasm. These drivers expose themselves to things that most people wouldn't do. And they do it because they love to compete. They love the feeling that gives you when you're racing for a win or you're racing as hard as you have to run 15th. It's so difficult to do. That's why it's enjoyable. It is rewarding, and it is challenging. And so all those things create passion. And ultimately, that's why you ultimately sit in a race car.
Yeah, some really good perspective, Jeff and Junior. Thanks for that. Let's bring in our crew chief, Steve Letarte. Steve, you watched the crash multiple times. You've met with NASCAR. You saw the car this week in person. In your opinion, how did the car hold up?
Well, you heard Ryan say, seeing him in the race here today, I think, is the absolute A grade that we're all looking for to see a driver return. But if we go back and we look at the wreck, there's a few times in this wreck that I call it kind of like fails the eye test, because it was by far the most vicious wreck we've seen. So just a quick reminder, heading at you down the backstretch, tumbles end over end over end over 10 flips. It seems like it can't be real. It looks like a model, but if we take a closer look to the car itself during the accident, there's a few things that we want to point out. The first is right here. So we take a look. There's this big opening in the top of the roof right there. The roof hatch basically comes off the car right away. I talked to NASCAR about that. They said, listen, we don't love that, but the way the car hit, it really actually, the roof itself broke up, so it was going to come off the vehicle. The other thing that stands out is the window net. It's very easy to see that it's kind of hanging out. I looked at it myself. The front of the window net was actually still latched when the safety workers got there. It actually just bent so much that it pulled out of the back mount, and the bottom of the net had a little bit of failure around the webbing, which has instituted a rule change this week at Darlington. But if the crash continues, the other thing, and I think the most important thing when we talk about next gen, is the driver compartment. So I'm going to draw, right? So here's the top of the roof. Here's the top of the door. And in that box, that is the driver opening. And looking at that car afterwards, that roof did not come down at all, maybe fractions of an inch. In previous generation cars, I'm very comfortable saying that roof comes down. How much, we don't know. But in Preece's situation, the driver compartment was intact. And then one small thing that we didn't really talk a lot about, but NASCAR pointed it out to me, and I think this is actually a big situation, is when this car comes to rest, there's a big fire underneath the hood. And when we watch closer, an automatic fire extinguisher, basically there's a sensor under the hood, it feels the flame, it puts the fire extinguisher, it kind of ignites it, puts the fire out. Why does that matter? I don't think that had any risk for Preece, but the safety workers, when they get to the wreck, they can go right to the driver. They don't have to worry about the fires. So, Marty, the last thing a disoriented driver wants is a bunch of fire extinguishers having to put that fire out. So just one more small step. I give the car a solid A. We'd love to see him stay on the ground, but when they leave the ground, this one held up great.
Boy, terrific information, Steve. We'll see you for the call of the race. When we come back, we'll dive into the playoff talk. Who are some playoff sleeper picks, plus who might be eliminated in round one. We'll also hear from Bubba Wallace and Martin Truex Jr. as we kick things off from Darlington, South Carolina. NASCAR Drive is your live race day companion. Follow your favorite drivers with access to their in-car cameras. Choose from alternate camera angles. You can customize your entire streaming experience. Just visit NASCAR.com/drive to watch all the action. Well, here's what's on the menu, presented by Sonic. Truck Series playoff driver Carson Hocevar is the driver of the week in the 42 car. Hocevar was impressive in his debut at Gateway. We'll see what he can do tonight. Christopher Bell is on the pole today. Also a new pit crew for the 20 team starting this evening. A lot of talk about that later. And Darlington marks the start of the playoffs, 10 races to decide a champion. You know, Michael Jordan owns 6 NBA titles, but this will be the first year his NASCAR team, 2311, will vie for a Cup Series championship with 2 drivers in the playoffs, including for the first time ever, driver number 23, Bubba Wallace.
With Chris Buescher picking up his 3rd win of the year, that means Bubba Wallace is going to the playoffs.
Did what we needed to do. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Way to go, bro.
You know, I think that was for sure the most stressful I've been leading up to a race, during a race.
Check up, down, 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 down. Hit the flat here. Watch your mirror, watch your mirror. All good. Good job.
After the race, I was great. I was mentally drained. I went back and watched the interviews, and I had no emotion.
That was the most stress, but also the most locked in that I've ever been.
I mean, our goal was to get 2 cars in to start the season.
Tyler Reddick, the dominant player here today.
We've met those goals. Now it's time for them to exceed those goals.
I mean, honestly, I think both of us have the speed capability to make it to the round of 8.
Tyler Reddick has been the fastest man all day.
It's just going to be a matter of executing these races and not having the mistakes.
Tires off. He's lost a wheel.
He had just pitted, guys. Just came off pit road for Tyler Reddick.
We've said that, you know, investing in our pit crew department is a long-term play that's not going to reap rewards right now.
Right rear tire going down.
Are we good? Finish the pit stop.
Oh, no. Slow right side. The jack comes down.
At times, we've had our mistakes. We kind of dwell on that mistake. But I think for us is to adjust and still come back swinging.
Well, let's assume that adjustments have been made by the team. What is your mentality going into your first playoffs, Bubba?
Well, you know, I'm just here fulfilling my media obligations before the race. So, yeah, I got a word count, though. So I start speaking too many words, I start to get really anxious and mentally fragile. So now on to the shit that matters. Yeah, we made some good adjustments, I believe. Just really excited to be a part of the playoffs. Proud of the team, really. We've grinded hard. We've had a lot of great races and had a lot of bad ones and a lot of growing pains. And to get both cars in the playoffs for our team is very important and a huge goal for us. So now we just need to go out and execute. Didn't do that in qualifying, but I know our McDonald's Toyota Camry is really, really good. Ran good here in the spring. A little bit different feel what we had, but we know what we can do to get our McDonald's Toyota Camry up front and have some fun.
Solid finish last week, got him in. That continues. He can go forward in the playoffs.
Thank you, Dave. So, Kyle, here's how these standings shape up after the playoff reset.
Yes, and we look at it. There's only 21 points from 5th place Chris Buescher or 4th place Chris Buescher to the back. Yesterday, this is how close they are. Yesterday, we saw a 21-point swing in the Xfinity race from the 12th position to the 13th. Darlington is the place that can shake up these playoffs.
So, DJ, break down this round for me. Kind of walk me through the biggest keys of the first 3 races of the playoffs.
Well, we're going to look at the drivers. They're the stars, but the tracks are the stars also, and they're 3 completely different racetracks. But what this round comes down to are the teams and the drivers not making mistakes. That's ultimately what takes these 4 out, whether it's parts failures or problems on pit road or on the racetrack. You minimize and limit mistakes, then you're probably going to make it through.
Okay, Kyle, give me one surprise driver who you think might make it through this round and one surprise driver who might not make it through this round.
My surprise driver is Ricky Stenhouse right here. 13th at Darlington the first race this year, 12th at Kansas. He's been a runner-up at Bristol twice. This is his section. All right, don't hate. Kyle Busch is my surprise out. Three of the last 4 races, he's finished 30th or worse. RCR has not had a team in the championship chase past this round since 17.
Wow. Yep. I'm going with Michael McDowell. Could be your surprise. What a great year they've had. He finished 6th here last year in the Southern 500. Look for him to perform well here tonight and the other 2 then after that. I'm saying Ross Chastain might be the person. I know what he did last year, but that was last year. This is this year. They haven't had the speed. I think they still have last year's speed. Everybody else just got better.
There you go. Many of the experts have Martin Truex Jr. penciled in as a champion. It's easy to see why when you look back at his 2023 season to this point.
Martin Truex Jr.
Martin Truex Jr. all downhill from here for Martin Truex Jr.
Man, this is feeling really, really good.
Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, man.
He goes to victory lane on the Monster Mile.
Burn that down, man.
Martin Truex Jr. is going to win in dominating fashion.
Damn right, boys. Finally got that damn lobster. Hell yeah, boys.
The regular season championship for Martin Truex Jr.
We're optimistic, we're hungry, we're excited, and fired up, ready to get going.
Martin Truex Jr. has great stats on the 2023 season and great stats when it comes to Darlington, a 2-time winner here and led over 900 laps. I know the last few races here haven't gone your way, but why does this track tend to favor veterans?
I think you just get a feel for what you need, and you know, obviously these are always really long, tough races, and you know, I've been a victim of not racing the racetrack a few times, and that's kind of what bites guys. So we're going to have our work cut out for us tonight, but our best pro Toyota was really good in practice, and just going to have to be patient and work our way to the front.
Martin mentioned the work cut out for them. They start from the 31st position here this evening.
Yeah, well, Kim, a lot can happen in 10 weeks, but it's hard to bet against the 19 team as of right now. Well, it all started 73 years ago tomorrow. The tradition of the Southern 500, NASCAR's first super speedway, has been challenging drivers ever since. Names like Jarrett, both Ned and Dale, Elliott, Earnhardt, and Burton have all won this race. No wonder it's long been known as one of NASCAR's crown jewels. Melty grilled cheese meet bacony burger with creamy peppercorn ranch. Sonic bacon peppercorn ranch grilled cheeseburger with small fries or tots for $3.99 for a limited time only at Sonic.
This racetrack has meant so much to the history of NASCAR.
Fighting for the lead.
Chase Elliott has hit the wall in turn number 1.
Sorry, man.
William Byron.
Yeah, I'm just, terrible. I got wrecked, so it's what you get when you run like.
Hit the wall. Hit the wall my left rear. My rocker panel's on fire.
My goodness, look at this fire. The 18 is blowing up. Kevin Harvick trying to hold up Austin Dillon.
Fight a fight. Back down.
Larson up against the wall. It's a drag race.
Southern 500 winner, Denny Hamlin.
Denny Hamlin up to the back bumper.
Eric Jones takes Richard Petty back to victory lane.
The agony and elation of the playoffs starting at Darlington. Let's bring back in Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Jeff Burton. Jeff, you won here 6 times. What kind of pressure does starting the playoffs off with one of the toughest races of the year add to these drivers?
It's a lot, and I love it. I think that's how it should be. It's hot, it's slick, it's Southern 500 weekend, and that's what you expect. And I think for me, what's difficult about being this is the first race, Junior, is they all talk about I need to survive. If I just make it through this round, I'm fine. Well, now you come here, and the only way you can perform here is by pushing. And if you push it too hard, then you get in the wall. I think it's a perfect place to start.
Yeah, that's right. And, I mean, it's hard not to want to race against your competitors, know where they are on the track. But Darrell Waltrip said it best. You don't race your competitors. You race the racetrack. The racetrack is your opponent across the ring, and it wants to knock you out every turn.
Good stuff, guys. So this is DJ, the portion of the program every year where we get Kyle in a little bit of trouble. He always gets a phone call from a driver after this portion. Who's your first 4 out, Kyle?
My first 4 out are Ross Chastain. And Ross Chastain and Ryan Blaney, those 2 guys have not been seen since Nashville or Charlotte. As far as you already know, my pick of Kyle Busch, he's out. And then I go to Bubba Wallace. Bubba Wallace has 1 top 10 in the last 12 races this season. That's not championship caliber heading into the playoffs.
DJ, Kyle went kind of full scorched earth there. So what are you going to do? Who are you going with your first 4 out?
Yeah, I just mentioned in the last segment that I think Ross Chastain, this is going to be a tough round for him, and I don't see him getting through this unless he pulls out a win somehow, like he did at Nashville. But, you know, you have to look at Bubba Wallace in his first one. I think his way to end this is if he can possibly win at Kansas again. But I don't see that happening. Michael McDowell, as much as I'm pulling for that team and that driver to get through, I think it's going to be tough. And then Ricky Stenhouse Jr. I know Brad Daugherty's not happy with me saying that, but we'll see about that after it's over.
Well, we'll know pretty quick. NASCAR playoffs happen fast. The first cut race, Bristol, just 2 weeks away. Well, coming up next, see who Dale Jr., Jeff Burton, Steve Letarte, KP, and DJ have in their championship 4. Plus, who do they have written in as their Cup Series champion? Find out next. Countdown to Green is brought to you by Sonic. $3.99 bacon peppercorn ranch grilled cheeseburger for a limited time only at Sonic.
Holy cow! Unbelievable! Mark Truex Jr., you are the champion, baby! Oh my God, guys! 2 times, baby! Yeah! Yeah!
In 9 weeks at Phoenix, it is indeed winner take all for a championship. Let's see who the Booth guys have in their championship 4, and DJ, who they have as their champion.
Yeah, I can see all of this happening. That's the thing about this. I don't see anything. I mean, I think that each one of them's Final Four. could easily put that in there, and the championship then comes down to you got to beat 3 other guys.
Yeah. Kyle, let's see your championship 4, and also tell us who your champion would be.
My championship 4, you see them up here right now. You'll see Lord Byron and Martin Truex Jr., Joey Logano. You know I'm going to put Joey Logano in there. And Kyle Larson. I think the championship is going to come from the Hendrick camp, and it's going to be Lord Byron. William Byron wins his first championship.
You've been carrying that 24 flag for a while now.
For a long time, man. I'm a huge fan.
There you go.
William Byron.
He certainly comes in as the #1 seed. DJ, who do you have in your championship 4?
I don't know. Did you ask Joey if you could make that pick?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
And not pick him for the champion?
I'll call him later.
Here, Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, and William Byron. As Kyle's always said, obviously he's going to be there. But I think this is the year Denny Hamlin finally gets the job done all the way through. There's not a track in these 10 that Denny Hamlin can't win at.
And I will say, being with him this week, I mean, he spoke with a lot of confidence about what they have going on right now. The interesting thing I find is that, Kyle, you have Blaney out in round 1, and you have Blaney in your championship 4. Where's the discrepancy? What am I missing here, Kyle?
Listen, maybe I'm the one that's missing something. Because everybody has him moving forward. Listen, since Charlotte, I just haven't seen them have that championship caliber second half of the season to roll into this. And there's other guys that I moved ahead of. But you can make an argument for everybody in this thing.
Yeah, and I'm going to say this. The reigning champion, Joey Logano, woke up Monday morning and said, oh, yeah, boy, playoffs are starting in just a few days, and we have hardly even mentioned him about this.
Well, and it always turns out, DJ, right, we always have a driver that finds some momentum in these playoffs, and it could be your pick, Ryan Blaney. You never know.
Never know. I mean, that's the great thing about this is just getting hot, if you will, at the right time and performing.
I like that we all do this together all year long, and we all have 5 different opinions on everything.
Well, I think that's great, though.
That's why you're NASCAR fans. That's why NASCAR is such a great sport. So many different variations.
The one surprising thing to me, though, DJ, you all had Chastain out in this round. It's just not been the same 2023 as it was 22.
No, it's hard to back that up when you have a great year starting out. But
yeah, it's going to be interesting to see this round with Darlington, Kansas, and all that coming up. Bo is having a good time. Tyler Reddick's enjoying it here in Darlington today. Labor Day weekend at Darlington Raceway, a NASCAR tradition that dates back to 1950. Tonight, it marks the start of the 2023 NASCAR Cup Series playoffs. Boy, DJ, there are some big names. Kevin Harvick, Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano. They start the playoffs near or below the cut line. Does that add to the sense of urgency for them right from the green flag tonight?
Oh, that's a bad word to use, urgency. And talk about 500 miles at Darlington. No, I don't think you can let that affect your decisions that you have to make here. You're going to find yourself in a lot of trouble if you start thinking like that.
Yeah, listen, it's a new season. Everything is equal as far as these guys are concerned when they go out there. Somebody's hopes and dreams could be crushed tonight, but somebody's going to get a fire lit under them, and they're going to drive that fire all the way to Phoenix.
And some interesting drivers in the back tonight. Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Busch, William Byron. How do they play the race? Going to be fun to watch it play out over 500 miles at Darlington. Time for tonight's pre-race ceremonies.
And now, race fans, at this time we ask that you please rise as you're able and remove your hats as the Spring Valley Junior ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors. And here to offer tonight's invocation, please welcome Motor Racing Outreach Chaplain Nick Terry.
Let us pray. God, we pause to honor you and thank you for the blessings in our lives, that we can enjoy racing, competition, and the Cookout Southern 500 tonight at Darlington Raceway. We thank you for our freedom and pray for the men and women serving and who have served for the United States of America. We pray for our first responders and ask you to keep them safe. And Lord, we ask you to be with us tonight, and I pray for each one of these drivers, their teams, safety workers, and officials, and ask you to bless us with a safe night of racing. In Jesus' name we pray together. Amen.
And here to perform our national anthem, please welcome from Fort Jackson, South Carolina, the 282nd Army Band.
Terrific flyover in front of a sellout crowd at Darlington for 16 teams, almost 9,000 miles of racing over 28 weeks. All comes down to this. Time to race for a championship next on USA.
This racetrack has meant so much to the history of NASCAR.
Fighting for the lead.
Chase Elliott has hit the wall in turn number 1.
Sorry, man.
William Byron.
Yeah, terrible. We got wrecked, so it's what you get when you run like.
Hit the wall my left rear. My rocker panel's on fire.
My goodness, look at this fire. The 18 is blowing up. Kevin Harvick trying to hold off Austin Dillon.
Fight a fight. Heck yeah.
Larson up against the wall. It's a drag race.
Southern 500 winner, Denny Hamlin.
Denny Hamlin up to the back bumper.
Yeah!
Eric Jones takes Richard Petty back to victory lane.
And what will happen tonight as the Southern 500 kicks off the playoffs in 2023? 16 drivers, all with their points reset to 2,000, and then the playoff points added. That's how we rank the 16 drivers as the playoffs start.
Well, and after 3 races, we're going to eliminate 4. So points, you want to be above the red line, but a win and you advance. It's the golden ticket.
A year ago, it was Joey Logano who won the championship, the defending series champion. For more on Joey, let's go to Kim Kuhn.
Well, Rick, the defending Cup Series champion, it's his 10th playoff appearance. And of those, he has made it to the championship 4 in Phoenix 5 times. But this team is still not found the outright pace they want. So why should Joey still be one of the biggest threats to the other drivers this year? Well, Joey pointed out that the 22 team has made it to that championship round when they haven't been one of the best. They haven't had the fastest cars, and they made it when they have had the best cars. That's because the most important strength for this team has been execution and showing up when it matters. They make the most of what they have. We'll see what they can do from the 6th position. Dave?
Kim, former champion Kevin Harvick is in the playoffs again and has so many great memories here at Darlington. Can the 4 take 5, as in 5 bonus points for winning here tonight? It's very possible. The car was very quick in practice, and he rolls off 7th tonight, Marty.
Dave, no driver comes into the playoffs with more momentum than Chris Buescher. He's won 3 of the last 5 races here in the Cup Series, but as soon as they made the playoffs, he got with his crew chief, Scott Graves, and said, we need to work on Darlington. They did finish 10th here in the spring, but Buescher told me this week, there's some kind of magic that my teammate and team owner, Brad Keselowski, has here that I don't. So they have worked a ton on this race, hoping to kick off the playoffs with the right way. They certainly closed the regular season the right way. Can they close and get into the playoffs the right way with a win here in the Southern 500 at Darlington? A sold-out crowd here at Darlington. It starts with the sun going down. It'll end at night, and it's the first race of the 2023 playoffs. Time to get the engines cranked and the playoffs started.
And now, race fans, here to say the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome Cookout representative Rue Reeves.
Drivers, start your engine!
Fire and hope.
They call it the Darlington Stripe. And just about every car in the field tonight will have one from running into this wall. Darlington Raceway is the Mount Everest of stock car racing, and to be fast here, you got to be running inches from the fence.
You can do that, but the problem is this racing surface. Look at these rocks in the surface. They come out of it. They're huge. They reach up and they grab the tire and they pull the rubber off of it. And every time that happens, the car gets slower and slower and harder to drive. But you still got to be against that wall if you want to win this race. You got to change as a driver and adjust for a very long race. Can't wait to watch it.
They're running fast, crossing county lines just to make my name in the city. I worked for this for all these years and I wouldn't break or back down. No. I fought through all my fears and all my frustrations. See the light is getting clear. I know I'm taking it now. It's my time. I'm taking it now.
who will make the most of the moment. A win, if you're a playoff driver, you'll advance to the next round with that win. It's NASCAR Cup Series playoffs, the Cookout Southern 500 from Darlington Raceway. Cars starting to roll off of pit road and onto this very difficult racetrack. Let's dial up the driver, the number 11, Denny Hamlin.
Sure they're not on the radio here. Hey, Denny, it's the guys in the NBC booth. You got a copy?
10-4.
All right, man. 4 times you've gone to victory lane here. The playoffs are here. It's the Southern 500. How awesome is it to kick the playoffs here at this track?
And couldn't think of a better place, you know, to have one of NASCAR's majors being the open of the playoffs. It definitely puts a big emphasis on this type of race. So I like the, you know, the challenge that it brings, and hopefully we got just enough today.
Well, as I mentioned, 4 times you've done it, 3 of those being the Southern 500. What's the trick? What's the skill you need to kind of get by that challenge you mentioned?
I mean, there's a lot of factors, but one is getting to the end. You got to have a shot at the end. You got to execute perfectly on pit road. It's everything. You got to have it all here at Darlington. So I think we're good enough. We'll hopefully show it today.
All right, man. Well, congrats on the win yesterday. Appreciate you taking the time. We'll be following along. The fans will be cheering you on.
50 wins already for Denny Hamlin in his career. Looking for that number 60 is the goal that he has set for himself. Ryan Blaney will start 4th in this one, Kim.
And he, Rick, is looking for a reset. Ryan strapped into his car for tonight's race a week after a terrifying head-on crash at Daytona. The impact recorded more G-forces than any crash of his racing career. So how does he put something like that behind him? Ryan told me whenever he has a bad incident like that, it actually motivates him to get back into the race car and have a better day. It's good the playoffs start this week because it gives him something to focus on versus replay the crash over and over again. He said, Dave, the attention it takes to run Darlington helps a race last weekend.
Kim Sevler of the playoff drivers will be coming from deep in the field, including one of the favorites possibly to the championship, William Byron, who has #1 seeding going into the round of 16. So for Byron, what happened? Well, just didn't get the lap right. He was good in practice. He was good in average speed on the 10-lap run. So the 24 is probably better than what you see here starting 23rd, Marty.
Well, Dave, this year for Christopher Bell, speed has not been a problem. Execution in pit road has been a problem. So when his teammate Ty Gibbs missed the playoffs, Joe Gibbs Racing decided to make a pit crew switch. Last week and for the entire regular season, Bell had the 20th ranked pit crew. Now, with that switch, he has a number 3 ranked pit crew on pit road. Bell told me we have the speed in the car. We're on the pole, and we also have track position because of that. And we also have this new pit crew and one of the best #1 stalls on the entire calendar. We have to take advantage of this tonight. Rick, we're going to be watching this story all evening long. Christopher Bell has struggled on pit road, but could this change and also this pit stall help him out and get him a win here in the playoffs?
Yeah, just like you mentioned, Marty, yesterday in the Xfinity Series race, huge for Austin Hill, who was in that pit stall. We'll see if Bell can take advantage of that starting spot as well as pit stall. As we look at the starting grid, so Christopher Bell and Denny Hamlin making up row 1. You see playoff drivers with Reddick, Blaney, Keselowski, Logano, Harvick, Buescher, McDowell, and then Almirola is in the top 10, but not a playoff driver.
Well, I think that's a challenge. You see Kyle Busch. He has to start from the rear because of a little damage in practice they had to repair. Chase Elliott not in the playoffs, still looking for that first win of the year. And how about Kyle Larson back there in row 9? This is a track that just kind of seems to suit his style. I think he has to be one of the favorites from what I saw in practice.
Bubba Wallace, another playoff driver in row 10. Then a little bit further back in row 12, we see Byron, a playoff driver. In 14 is Ross Chastain.
And you see Truex all the way back in row 16. He's won here twice. I know he has 500 miles, but this treacherous, narrow racetrack, it is going to be intense early with that poor starting position.
All right, Steve, let's talk about this race. So many people have said it. It's going to start with the sun beating down on the track. Then it's going to be under the lights. But it's one of the longest races they'll have to run.
So 367 laps at the track, too tough to tame. That's a lot of opportunity to make mistakes. Every stage requires a pit stop, 115 laps in stage 1, the same for stage 2, 137 lap final stage. The fuel window, that's kind of like a gimmicky joke to me because 70 to 75 laps is how long they can stay on the racetrack. But you saw Jeff Burton pointing to that asphalt and the rocks in it. It literally tears these tires apart. There's no way you're going to get a set of Goodyear tires the last 75 laps.
What would you go? How far would you go on a set of tires?
Well, I think you're going to have to maybe in certain situations get in the high to mid 40s. I think the goal would be to not run 40. Mid to high 30s would be a fuel run. But listen, even green flag pit stops, nothing about Darlington is easy. Nothing. It's and that's where Denny was saying when we talked to him. I agree with him. I don't think there's a better challenge to start the playoffs because there's no gimmicks. There's no strategy. It is a heavyweight fight. It's toe-to-toe trading blows.
Long pit road as we see the cars making their way down pit road. They're checking pit road speed and coming back up onto the racetrack. Before that green flag flies, let's check in with Kim one more time.
Yeah, Brad Keselowski in this playoff run, and I talked to crew chief Matt McCall this morning about what the vibe was at the shop, and he said, you know, despite a 3-win season for RFK as a whole and both cars in the playoffs, Brad is not satisfied. The best way to describe what this shop is right now, hungry. Brad is on a 88-race winless streak, and yes, it's great that we finished 1-2 at Daytona, but in a 1-2 situation, 2 is the worst of the things. So this team looking for a win. This is a place Brad gets around beautifully, masterfully, Matt McCall said, so they are looking for a win here tonight at Darlington, Dave.
Kyle Larson starts 18th. He's back there with the car that's been just freed up a little bit so he can get through traffic to start. He told me, I don't really know exactly what I have to start. I'll just try to keep it off the wall, but get as close as possible, Marty.
Dave, you want a sleeper pick tonight? How about Tyler Reddick? He's finished top 3 in 2 of the last 3 races here at Darlington and has the Jumpman paint scheme this weekend because he drives for Michael Jordan and Denny Hamlin as well. And Reddick told me, I think our car is even better than the last couple of Darlington races. A lot of people in the field think Tyler Reddick might be one of the cars to beat tonight, Rick.
Lights are going off the pace car before we get that green flag. All right, you guys have been down on the track. You're up against the wall. Junior, what are we expecting tonight's race?
I'm going to tell you right now, it's hot. You know, I know we're up here in air conditioner, but just thinking, walking down pit road, all those drivers about to climb in for 500 miles here. It is really, really hot and humid. It's going to be sticky and miserable inside the car, and they're going to have to work all night. There's really no time off on this racetrack. Even the straightaways are a handful here with the worn tires.
And after a week of talking, media, all of those things that build into this playoff race, now it's time to drop the green. Now it's time to go. And so you got to check yourself up a little bit. Just a small amount. You don't want to push too hard right here, because you'll get yourself in trouble. But checking your tempo a little bit, understanding what the goals are, it's really important at this racetrack.
All right, let's listen in to the 4 car and hear a little pep talk for Kevin Harvick.
All right, bud. Like I said, 500 miles. Be smart. Be there at the end of it. Go have some fun. These last 10 are what we've been all waiting for. We'll go show what we got. And for have a day.
Talks about the last 10, the final 10 races of Kevin Harvick's career as he'll retire at the end of 2023. A 3-time winner at Darlington. Could he get back to victory lane this year at the track? Too tough to tame. Christopher Bell on the inside in the 20. Denny Hamlin in the 11 on the outside line. In front of the grandstand, sold out here at Darlington. The playoffs are underway.
Green, green, green.
Keselowski making a little bit of movement there to the inside of the 12 of Blaney.
Blaney running really tight right there. That's what you got to do, though, to create the momentum. Slow that 6 car down, takes the spot.
Blaney brought a ton of speed to this race. In race practice, I thought they were the best car. Let's see what he can get it done all night long.
A little further back, we see that McDonald's car of Bubba Wallace trying to make some moves to the front. Tucked right in behind the 9 of Chase Elliott. Setting in for a long one and a very difficult race for these drivers. They'll try to manage those tires the best they can while trying to gain track position. There's Michael McDowell in the 34.
Yeah, Rick, that's a great point, managing tires, especially on the start of the race, on restarts. You can push really hard, makes you feel good, but you can eat those tires up. You got to know how hard to push and when to do it.
Different entry lines from different drivers, as Eric Jones, a two-time winner of the Southern 500, here in the outside, the 43, trying to get by Corey LaJoie.
The outside line, Rick, is actually become more and more competitive over time, even down in turns 1 and 2. There's 3 distinct lines, 3 or 4, 3.5 down in turns 3 and 4. But 1 and 2 was always one groove. But now there's an outside line over the last several years that's developed on entry and the exit of the corner you might see tonight.
There's Ty Gibbs in the 54. Also trying to take a spot away. This one from A.J. Allmendinger in the 16.
You saw right there, A.J. did a typical Darlington move. Give that spot up on the exit of turn 2, so you don't leave that corner side by side with each other. It gets very tight, easy to make contact with the wall. That's a smart move by A.J. early in this race.
Bubba Wallace right here in the 23 car, trying to fall in line behind the 14, gets a shove by A.J. down the straightaway. Might see that a lot on newer tires. Drivers won't be doing that on the older tire to really get somebody. You see the 42 car up off of turn 2 there. Hocevar making a start here today. Qualified really well in the top 20. Trying to find his place here. Learning a lot right now about the aero of this car on this racetrack.
Just his second start in the Cup Series. Hocevar a regular in the Truck Series right now. As a matter of fact, trying to advance to the next round in the Truck Series playoffs where he runs full-time.
Everybody will remember how well he ran at St. Louis before they had issues for Spire. Running in the top 20 there with that car. Back when Corey LaJoie was in Chase Elliott's car.
There's Corey right there in the 7. He's between the two legacy cars. Let's see right here. We see Corey trying to look to the inside. Wow. The 42, oh, big slide. Pretty lucky he had the real estate to save it. You can run out of room really quick off turn 2.
Any kind of movement like that usually ends up in the fence. Amazing save right there.
Dave, how's Carson Hocevar doing so far?
Well, Rick, you mentioned it was only his second start, so a top 15 qualifying effort. Crew Chief Luke Lambert told me I was really impressed with that. And he said just to get a little consistency, we're lucky. We've got him next week at Bristol, too.
Yeah, he's sort of this driver that's got a lot of opportunity and a lot of people looking at him. Racing in the Truck Series, as you mentioned, Rick. Possibly looking at an opportunity to race in the Cup Series full time. Great battle right here as Larson continues to climb through the field. Super fast in practice. We all took note of the speed this car had, but he's working his way through the traffic pretty well early.
What do you guys think about right there on lap 9? We saw the 5 get right up next to the 14. Is it too early to be racing that tight?
Got to take every advantage you can, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, we talk a lot about Darlington and how you got to be smart, but you can't ride around here. You have to attack this racetrack. If not, you're not going to go fast enough. You just have to do it in moderation. You have to understand when to push and when not. But if you can't just ride around here trying to be careful all the time.
And Rick, you got to remember that's the 5-car Kyle Larson. All the other drivers saw how fast he was in practice. They're not going to sit there and let him ride on their bumper and worry them. So they're just going to go ahead early in this race and let him go by, understanding the speed this 5 has.
You see this battle right here with Michael McDowell and Austin Cindric. Where McDowell is used to be the preferred spot. Cindric would just give that spot up, but not anymore. You use that outside. You pinch that 34 car down. You don't let him run the racetrack the way that he wants to. That slows him down and allows you to keep him behind you.
That entire discussion you guys just had about patience and aggression, welcome to the Rubik's Cube of Darlington. You got to go hard, Rick, but not too hard. Be aggressive, but don't hit anything, but somehow make it 500 miles. I mean, those are the internal conversations that each driver, each crew chief, each spotter is having every lap.
And if you solve it, you're like Jeff Burton, who's won at this racetrack twice.
He had, in 1999, he had the magic key. I mean,
I lost it.
Oh, you didn't lose the knowledge as we see McDowell running right along that white dashed line. Chase Elliott a little bit below it.
That's another thing too. You can run on the apron of turn 3 and 4 a little less banking down there. If your car needs a little bit of turn, you can drop that left front on the apron of 3 and 4. You'll see them do that as well on the entry to turn 1. Drop the left front across that apron, help the car turn if you're tight on entry.
A little bit of movement out of Kyle Larson since the drop of the green flag, but it's been all Bell up front for 12 laps. The official app of NASCAR Tracks has the latest race and event information from your favorite track. Search NASCAR Tracks in the App Store to download for free and start using it today. We'll get ready to turn heads in 2024 Ford Mustang GT Premium Fastback with Performance Package. Scan the QR code now, or you can visit NASCAR.com/Ford Playoffs promo to enter for your chance to win. Ford's had a great qualifying effort. Of the top 11, 8 of those driving the blue oval.
Yeah, they were great last week at Daytona Super Speedway. We have seen that before, and I didn't predict it. And a tip of the hat to Ford. We talk a lot about not being where you need to be and trying to find speed. We throw those around like it's easy. It is an absolute grind. And for a manufacturer to find speed when everybody's bringing their best in the playoffs, it's an impressive time to do it.
But what we kind of saw at Daytona was the Fords were fast on the new tire and a late, colder racetrack. As the tire wore, the Toyotas got better. And when the handling came into play, it seems like Ford still has a little work to do with those cars. And you're seeing it again right here with 3 Toyotas out front. The Fords are behind. A little more work there, but they have made some huge gains in the last 6 races.
You see Truex, Kyle Busch right here. They both started in the back of the pack. Truex has gotten up to 24th. Kyle Busch up to 25th.
And you remember the 19 of Martin Truex way loose in qualifying. Almost hit the wall in turn number 1. So after he saved it, gathered it back up, he knew he was going to start in the back. Talked to James Small, his crew chief, about how they would set him up to start the race. And Steve, you know this. You got to set him up a little free so he can work through traffic. He'll be expecting some mid-race adjustments if he gets out front in clean air eventually.
Absolutely, Dave. You got to have the car turn. You can't just be sitting there waiting for the front tires to work. You know, we talked about, hey, what's the goal for the guys in the back? 115-lap stage. And this is going to sound silly when you're talking about Busch and Truex, but I think it's lead lap. If you can get to the end of stage 1 on the lead lap, starting at the back at Darlington, that is a huge accomplishment. Truex right here is battling Suarez for 24th, but they are 21 seconds behind the leader, 23 laps into this race. Back there in traffic, Marty, you just cannot match the lap time of the leader.
Yeah, Kyle Busch in a very similar situation, except his contact with the wall happened in practice, so they knew they could get it fixed before qualifying, and they wanted the pit stall selection. Qualified well, got the great pit stall, but had to start all the way in the back. But I talked to Randall Burnett and Kyle Busch this morning. They felt very confident, though, about the speed in the car, especially the long-run speed for Kyle Busch, who only has 1 Darlington win. But, Steve, from atop the pit box, I'll go back to you and say, hey, are there any plays in the playbook for Randall Burnett and maybe some of the other guys who are quick to play tonight to be able to get some track position here at Darlington?
Well, I mentioned earlier that your fuel window is well over your tire window. So let's talk about this. It's a 115-lap stage. If you pit just once, you would run to maybe lap 55 or 57. Now, math would say you want to pit a couple times, so you probably come mid to late 30s, mid to late 70s. The big question is risk versus reward. A couple pit stops makes your car drive better. You have fresher tires for more of the run. The negative is during that pit cycle, you perhaps could be a lap down here or there. So to answer your question, Marty, I do think there are options, but if you are making headway, you don't want to ruin the first race of the playoffs by being aggressive early.
Kim, what about former champion Brad Keselowski? How's he doing?
Well, this race is challenging for a lot of reasons. We talked about 500 miles at Darlington that start when the sun is out and end in the nighttime. So what does that mean? That means changes to the track, but it also means changes in visibility. Take a listen to what Brad said on his radio.
Visibility into 3 is going to be a problem here for a little bit, TJ. So just know that if there's a wreck or something, I'm going to not be able to see it for a while.
Yep, I got it, man.
So you heard Brad give his spotter, TJ Majors, the heads up. As the sun continues to set, he's going to need help if there's trouble on the racetrack.
And we know sunset, 7:43 is when the meteorologists are telling us when sunset will be here at Darlington Raceway. But that's the view. Look at that. As they go into turn 3, right into the sun. That Toyota onboard giving us that view for Reddick, who's running second right now to Christopher Bell. The race to 1 million is heating up in the NASCAR Powerball playoff. 16 fans are locked in for the chance to win a VIP trip to NASCAR Championship Weekend and the $1 million grand prize. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR and home of the NASCAR Powerball playoff. Dave.
Michael McDowell is running 18th on track, but he's going to be the first one to come to pit road of the playoff drivers. He said right now for the driver, the car was too tight, not freeing up at all, plowing. That was one of the main reasons he came so early, Kim.
Well, Dave, you see the 12 car of Ryan Blaney. He said, I'm tight up the hill into turn 1, a little free when he lifts going into the corners. It's going to be 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel for Ryan Blaney. His teammate Joey Logano also making a pit stop, also tight going into turn 1, loose off the wall. He really needs something, though, up that hill. Air pressure adjustment for Joey Logano, Dave.
Kevin Harvick working his way toward the top 10, but he's going to need Goodyear tires here and a fill of fuel. He's already gone.
And more coming to you, Marty.
Yeah, coming in a little bit early. You kind of want to make it to lap 38. Like Steve said, Christopher Bell said his car started out a little bit tight, but got better the longer they ran and came to him, which is what they worked on this morning. Denny Hamlin also on pit road said his car was bottoming out early in the run. And also Tyler Reddick here on pit road. And Steve, I have heard a couple of crew chiefs talking about maybe trying to do this on one stop. We'll see if they do that, but these guys clearly pitting here. They'll do the stage 1 and 2 stops.
Well, much was made about the crew swap for the 20. First pit stop, not good, very slow, 15.5 seconds for Christopher Bell, and he will lose the lead for sure during this pit cycle. Let's see what happens. It has been a pit road nightmare for Christopher, so he stops a little long, had to come around a car. Oh, the jack drops on the right side. Now he has to find a way to get it jacked back up. Luckily, no damage to the car. Now they move on to the left, but Christopher Bell is stake bit on pit road, Dave.
Teammate Martin Truex Jr. will get 4 Goodyear tires. You see that chassis adjustment in the back of the car. His words, really slick, needs rear grip.
So car staying out on the track from 1 all the way to 22 right now. As scoring starting to reset, we see Martin Truex Jr. onto pit road. Yaley out there. Was leading, now onto pit road. We're hearing that a speeding penalty for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He can't make mistakes, Steve.
Every playoff driver just said we want to have clean races, clean races. We heard it 100 times this week. The first playoff driver to make a mistake, the 47 Stenhouse, too fast entering, pass through. That'll definitely cost him a lap here at Darlington. Maybe 2. It's a long pit road, and we still have a long time to go in this first stage.
That's so disappointing as a driver. You know you got to push it all you can, but, you know, Ricky was clear to us, just what you said. He specifically said, hey, look, we don't have the speed that some others do. We cannot make mistakes. The very first pit stop in the playoffs, make a mistake. That's heartbreaking.
Cycling through after everyone's come to pit road. Reddick now up front, Bell running 6th, and he's almost 6 seconds back, Steve.
Well, a 15-second pit stop. I mean, we expect sub 10 seconds or around 10 seconds, and you see the gap. Bell, the entire front stretch now behind Reddick, and you see on the left side of the pylon back in 6th. Now, it's still early, but if you're Bell, you have to be asking yourself, man, why me? Why is it, you know, what am I doing? Or is there something I need to do? Now, if you're going to have a bad pit stop, better your first than your last. I will say that.
And watching this 45 right there in front of him, Chastain in the 1 car in danger of going a lap down. That will be interesting to see how hard he can push his car. It's not a situation where you can run 90% or just run hard enough to keep the car out of trouble. He's going to have to give it everything he's got over these next several laps, hoping for a yellow flag, Kim.
And talking about Chastain, and we're talking mistakes that you cannot make during the playoffs. Already won for the #1 team on that pit stop. Chastain slid over the line a little bit in his box, had to back it up before the crew could service the car. So mistakes already aplenty for the playoff drivers.
That little lap traffic behind Ross is giving him a little bit of time to be able to drive away from Reddick, the leader. Reddick getting held up just a little bit right there. And now he's clear. Denny Hamlin lurking back there behind the 2 lap cars in second place. He's going to the top of the racetrack. He wants to clear them both right here. We might be 3 wide on corner exit. Not going to get that luxury right there. He's going to have a good run down the straightaway. Right in the back of the 38.
Gilliland got the big push there, and thanks to Coke Zero Sugar and the onboard camera of Hamlin, we saw it up close and personal.
He'll run this high exit, keep that car in clean air, trying to create some momentum down this straightaway. Looks to the inside here, hoping that the 38 is going to lift early and let him have it. He does.
Clear, all clear, all clear, all clear, half, quarter.
Hamlin will set his sights now on Reddick, see if he can reel him in, but it is a second gap between first and second.
20 car here of Christopher Bell making his way back forward, passing Blaney for 4th position.
And you know his frustration level, Steve talked about it. He's very frustrated with his pit stop because he's had them so bad this year, but he cannot let that get in his head. There is still a ton of laps to go right in this race, and you just cannot get too excited. You cannot try to make it up all in one run. You got plenty of time to make it up. Do not let emotions get in the way of success. Marty.
And Jeff, it's been a pretty sore subject inside the walls at Joe Gibbs Racing about the 20 pit crew. They really felt like if they had a better pit crew for much of the year, they could have way more wins. So I, too, to your point, Jeff, very interested to see how Christopher Bell reacted. Here was a radio conversation.
Still in really good shape here, man. Deep breath, long day. No worries, 1 minute. T5.
So that, in essence, was Adam Stevens saying, hey, sorry about that pit stop. Bell saying, hey, no worries at all. A terrific answer from the young driver to say, hey, we're in it together. Early here in the Southern 500, we can recover from this.
He knows he's got a great race car, and you see the 4-tire pit stops, best crews this season. Ty Gibbs, that 54 team, that's the one now that is pitting the 20 team. So they were 3rd best throughout the season, and they have now moved over to pit for Christopher Bell. Ty Gibbs not in the championship hunt.
Also, that calm demeanor from Christopher Bell, let his pit crew know, hey, I'm with you. It's okay. I know we're new together. This is their first race together. I trust you. I believe in you. I'm not going to panic. We're going to fight our way through it.
We talk a lot about the pit stops. I mean, you can see having a conversation about the jack, what happened, trying to figure it out. I mean, it looked like it was a pretty clean set. So either the handle itself wasn't tight. I mean, that's good coaching, and with the roster situation, each pit crew used to have their own coach, each car specifically. With the roster situation, now these coaches are kind of spread, right? So if you're the coach for Gibbs, you have to go to multiple teams, check in. You're going to get, I don't know, 9 or 10 more shots at it. So figure out what went wrong and just try to improve.
Bell lost 5 seconds on pit road, but he's gained a couple spots back. He's up to 3rd. It's Reddick, Hamlin, and Bell running 1, 2, 3 here at Darlington. Reddick has been able to hold off the charges of the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Looking forward to stage 2 when that comes up. An Earnhardt, a Jarrett, and a Petty that will be calling the booth. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Dale Jarrett, and Kyle Petty will have stage 2 in just a little bit. As we take a look at the gap between the 45 and the 11, want to take a look at the Xfinity fastest lap. It's Tyler Reddick that's turned it. It was lap 2, 29.24 seconds. Averaging over 168 miles an hour around this racetrack. Marty mentioned earlier in the pre-race show, this track was built back in 1950. They expected speed somewhere in the realm of about 80 miles an hour. Well, we're going 80 miles an hour faster than what this track was built for. Marty.
Boy, Rick, that spoiler cam is so cool here at Darlington for Tyler Reddick. Thanks to Toyota for providing that. You can also see the sunset going into turn 3, as we heard earlier. That certainly will be an issue. This has not been a problem for Billy Scott as crew chief or Tyler Reddick all year long. They have had speed, but Reddick told me earlier this week, What we haven't had is execution. We have calmed that down a little bit. They've been better on pit road. They've stopped giving up spots on pit road and stopped having mistakes over the last few weeks. But Steve, you know as well as anyone, you cannot afford that as a driver here in the playoffs. Reddick gave a speech to his pit crew this week, said, hey guys, I don't need anything spectacular, just don't do anything bad here in the playoffs.
I mean, that's the struggle, right? What's the balance? You know, we've had a bunch of drivers tell us this week, if I only lost one spot on every pit stop and never had issues, catastrophic issues, I'd be okay with it. And I think that's really the fear of all these drivers. These pit stops have become so fast that there's just, it's a real timing sequence. It's choreographed to the point where if anything goes a little askew, it completely goes off the rails and you lose 5 seconds like we saw with Bell.
Looking back from the Xfinity Mobile onboard of Kevin Harvick. Harvick running in the 6th spot with Logano just behind him in 7th. Kim.
And Ryan Blaney running in the 5th position. As we talk about a skill you need at Darlington, it's managing your tires over the course of a run. Listen to what Blaney just told his team on the radio.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying not to burn my stuff up, but if I just ride here, I'm burning my stuff up even more.
So not what you want to hear from your driver during the early part of a run here at Darlington. And as he continued on the radio, starting to get fired up. So Blaney, temper's already flaring for that number 12 team, Dave.
5-car of Kyle Larson going in the right direction. Remember, he started 18th and has cycled up to 9th through that pit stop. So good pit stop, good adjustments on the race car. It's interesting to listen to Cliff Daniels and Kyle Larson work together. Right after the pit stop, Kyle told Cliff, my car is free but neutral. Cliff knows what that means. Cliff gave him information about what the other drivers were doing, and then silence. Lots of silence. Just let Kyle go to work on this very tricky track.
Kyle runs right along that wall. We just saw him do it through turns 3 and 4, looking back from the BuildSubmarines.com onboard of Buescher.
Watch him, man. He gets to that wall much earlier than Buescher did. Now he's going to run and probably gain some time on corner exit. Buescher uses a lot of apron into one. Down here in this corner, Larson to the bottom of the racetrack. Larson now on that apron, sliding up a little bit. Not going to be able to get there, I don't believe.
Great watching these RFK cars in the playoffs. Jack Roush been a big part of racing for a long time. See right there, Blaney putting a lot of pressure on Keselowski. Keselowski got a little bit loose, but still able to hold the pressure, hold the position.
I have to imagine that Blaney would love to get in front of the 6 just for the cleaner air. He's kind of trapped right here and always in dirty air behind the 6 lap after lap. If he calms down, backs up, takes care of his stuff, he's getting pressure from behind from Kevin Harvick, who's running really well today in that 4 car.
Steve, after we saw all the drivers come on lap 32, 33, 30 was the earliest that we saw anybody come. But after we see that, now is it the first guy that comes that brings everybody else to pit road? I mean, are we going to see that around lap 70 or 75 maybe?
Well, so you figure you're going to run, you know, I thought they would run to about 38. They came a little bit early because now it's somewhere you have to break this up. You have to find some extra laps. So I would imagine they're going to try to run this set of tires just a little bit further just to kind of everyone settled in. So I think 70-ish is probably what you're looking for, 70 to 75. It really depends on what your balance is and where you're at in traffic. If you're stuck, like Reddick is right here behind Chastain, he might come a lap earlier just to try to jump in front of Chastain on the pit cycle.
Again, the mover since the start of the race, Kyle Busch has made up the most spots, 16. He's currently running 19th. Everyone chasing Reddick. NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR on USA is brought to you by Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Sonic, $3.99 bacon peppercorn ranch grilled cheeseburger for limited time only at Sonic. And by Credit One Bank, a credit card company. 66 laps complete of the Cookout Southern 500 for the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs. Dave.
Well, who wants to start the cycle this time? How about Kyle Larson? Good run for him, but he's going to start it here with 4 new Goodyear tires as well. Michael McDowell, who was the guy who started it last time. McDowell's car, for his part, the 34, still very tight. They made an adjustment last time, hoping that that would fix it, but the driver reporting that the 34 is still too tight. They're going to go again. Steve, I don't know if they can make it to the end of the stage on this set of tires.
I think you're going to have to try 48 laps as long as they want to go, but I just don't think you can pit with, 10 or 15 laps to go in the stage. I think they're going to try to stretch it, Marty.
Chris Buescher on pit road. Also, Tyler Reddick is here as well. Interesting comments from Reddick a moment ago. He said it's too free in turns 1 and 2. That's where the sun is shining. It's too tight in turns 3 and 4. That's where the shade is. That was Reddick's only complaint, who lost the lead to Denny Hamlin. Now Hamlin is here on pit road as well.
His teammate Martin Truex Jr. is on pit lane as well, and so the 19 after the first run wanted rear grip. He said more of the same, so they're going the right direction. Just need to keep giving that little bit of rear grip to Truex.
You see the 11 car for Denny Hamlin on pit road. He wound up leading 5 laps before he came to pit road. Dave said the car was just a little bit too tight. Overall, fairly happy with the race car. And interestingly, Christopher Bell will stay out on the track a couple of more laps, kind of making that run a little bit longer with 47 to go here in stage 1.
There's Seabell up front, and the playoff drivers, they have the yellow line with the triangle underneath their names. Those are all the playoff drivers and how we'll indicate them on the left side of your screen. And also we're seeing Almirola, Wallace, they're on pit road. Dave.
He had a 4-wheel slide going early in the race, adjusted for that on the first set of new tires and the first fill of fuel. They're going to have to do a little bit more for him this time, but the 23 going in the right direction. Wallace brings it to a stop in his pit lane to the attention of his crew. As for the 24, William Byron, crew chief told him, I need you to keep digging and get a little bit more. That was when he had clean air. Make hay when you can when there are no cars around you. Byron tried to get some faster laps right there, Marty.
Yeah, Dave, Byron making his way up from the back. So was Kyle Busch as well. So the car was a little bit freer on this run for the 18, but trying to make progress from the back of the track. Christopher Bell has not pitted yet, but he will come this next lap.
Saw a little issue on the right front there of Bubba Wallace. Here comes Seabell as he's on pit road now. Again, he has that #1 pit stall all the way at the end of pit road and the better pit crew. Of course, they had an issue on the first stop. The jack man dropped the jack on the right side. Marty.
And the pit crew, who was Ty Gibbs' pit crew for much of the year, the #3 ranked pit crew, as we mentioned earlier, had a little meeting before this stop happened. Should be the last stop here in stage 1. We'll see if they perform better. Coming a few laps later than everybody else. We'll see if those fresher Goodyear tires later in the run will help. So far, clean on the right side for that team, and then the left side, we'll see if that goes clean as well. Bell said the car was just a little bit too free. Much better stop for the 20 bucks this time.
Going to feel good to get that one behind the 20. A nice smooth stop. The 23 of Bubba Wallace, not so fortunate. Driver's in a little long. You're going to see the right front goes on, but now right here, he starts messing with the hose because it's stuck, I believe, under the left front. So he's going to kind of go around. You see the hose is balled up. We're going to jack up the left side. So a little bit slow for the 23, and also we'll keep an eye on it. If that hose was pinched in a certain way, just like your garden hose, it can limit how much water comes out of it. Well, with the air hose, same way. If it's pinched off, maybe you don't have the same pressure to the gun. We'll have to keep an eye to make sure that right front stays tight for Bubba Wallace.
Remember, the gap was about a half a second between Reddick and Hamlin. Hamlin had gotten in front of Reddick. Now Reddick in front of Hamlin by a second.
And you look at that column and look in third place. The car to come to pit road first, Larson, has leapfrogged so many cars now. Up that leaderboard comes that 5 car.
Let's see what Bell can do as well as he's trying to move up. Also, he's currently in the 9th spot. 10 seconds behind from Reddick. Dave.
Rick, we saw Kyle Larson start this cycle of pit stops. And Steve, I wondered at the end of it whether they were going to have to go to the end. Listen to Cliff Daniels.
The first 2 stints were 33 laps apiece. This one is going to be 49. You're going a good bit longer. Make it last.
33, 33, and now 49. Make it last.
Well, so that's why when you see Christopher Bell, who ran long, why is he doing that? Well, Larson made up a ton of time, currently in the 3rd position, because he came early at lap 66. Bell, all the way down in the 8th position, came at 71, 5 laps later. It absolutely cost him a ton of time on the racetrack. You wonder, though, it's easy to say we're going to go 49 laps, but can you? Will the tires make it, and do they continue to slow down, or they literally just fall off a cliff? We have seen tires just get so worn here, Marty, where you start losing seconds on the racetrack.
And Steve, if you're a fan at home sitting hearing that, you go 5 laps, what's the big deal? At Darlington, it could mean everything. And that's what Adam Stevens told Christopher Bell. This will help us on the back end of the run. Pretty much every lap since Bell has been on the racetrack, he's been the fastest car. Came out, I believe it was in the 10th position, already up to 7th, the fastest car on that lap as well. We'll see if Bell can get to the lead. 40 laps to go here in stage 1.
And remember, stage points are given at the end of each stage. So when stage 1 ends, you've got a lot of playoff drivers that are fighting for points to make sure they advance to the next round.
The night race. It's as American as Uncle Sam deadlifting 350 while drinking a Busch Light outside his camper in a national park. It's as American as Dale Earnhardt rattling Terry's cage. It's the Bass Pro Shops night race at Bristol Motor Speedway, and it's a cutoff race in the NASCAR playoffs. Be there Saturday, September 16th. Get a weekend package today at bristolmotorspeedway.com and see Dale Jr. race on Friday night in the Food City 300. It's not just a race.
It's Bristol, baby!
Next Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern on NBC and Peacock, the IndyCar Series finale from Laguna Seca and the presentation of the Astor Cup. It is that final race. If you were watching just before the start of our race at Portland, it ended with Alex Palou getting that W, and he clinched the IndyCar Championship. Again, that'll be on NBC and Peacock, the season finale at Laguna Seca. All smiles for Palou. His second championship as we watch now. Reddick out front has a 1.7 second lead over Hamlin, but I think all eyes right now are on Bell, and can he catch him?
Well, so Reddick jumped Hamlin, or leapfrogged over Hamlin on the pit stop. The other thing that happened in the pit cycle, we saw Stenhouse sped in the first cycle. He's a lap down, but Chastain did such a great job running in front of the leaders, but during the green flag cycle he was passed, so he's currently at 25th, a lap down. Not a big issue, still early in the race. He just needs to make sure he stays only 1 lap down and work his way into stage 2.
He's going to try to get by Austin Dillon, who is the highest scored lap down car, which would be eligible for the free pass if a caution were to come out. Kim.
We talked about how Christopher Bell now has Ty Gibbs' crew from the regular season. So I talked to Chris Gale, the crew chief for Ty Gibbs, on what that means for their team. How do you approach the next 10 races? You missed the playoffs, you had high hopes for that, and now your pit crew has been taken from you. And he said that Ty has really stepped up and taken ownership over the new pit crew. When your name's on the building, he said, people place expectations on you, and in this case, Ty has stepped up. They've done a lot of reps together already because Ty drives a lot of the pit stop practices. And then for Chris, on the crew chief side, he said he has done a lot of the work this week with the new team, sorting out choreography, making notes for himself, how he communicates to that new crew, the expectations. Their goal is they want the organization to rethink this pit crew switch.
Ty again with the yellow stripe on the bumper, indicating his rookie status in the Cup Series after winning the Xfinity Series championship a year ago.
This is the longest green flag run at Darlington in the last 5 years, and it's really putting some drivers in jeopardy here. We saw the 47 of Stenhouse. He had a speeding penalty. He got a lap down. The 34 of McDowell. He started well. He was in the top 10, but not the speed that he needs. And this green flag run has not given them a chance to get to pit road. Well, not far behind him is the leader, Reddick, so he is fighting to stay in the lead lap here.
Really haven't had too many cars up in the wall just yet. Joe Logano might have brushed the fence here a couple laps ago. But so far, everybody's been able to stay out of the wall. That really creates a lot of problems. Joey struggled on this run, losing a few spots over probably the last 50 or 60 laps, struggling with the balance of the race car, Kim.
That's right, Dale. He said, I'm just way too loose this run, and confirmed he did scrape the top of the right rear in 1 and 2. He hasn't said anything. They're not concerned about that scrape. Really, the first scrape isn't the concern. It is the second, third, and consecutive scrapes that they would be worried about.
Take a look right here. There's Logano getting into turn 3. Pretty good contact, but that's survivable for sure. But the same type of contact bent the toe link on the 8 car in practice. I mean, it wasn't really hard contact that Kyle Busch had. A little bit harder than that maybe, but it doesn't take a whole lot with these cars.
And what's hard for a driver is you got to go right back at it. You know, right? You overstepped your bounds a little bit. You got in the wall, but you can't just stop trying it. If you do, you'll get in trouble. Here's a big run from Reddick on McDowell.
And right there behind him, Hamlin is closed in.
Yeah, what was a 1 second gap is now down to nothing. Hamlin right on the inside of the 45 now for the lead.
Just the 45, good behind.
And right behind these guys is the one of Chastain and then the 5 car and the 4 car of Harvick. All these cars within 2 seconds of each other.
What a run Larson has made to get up here after starting 18th today.
That tells you, Rick, how good the 5 is, but also the 4. I mean, like Burton said, green flag since we started this race. And the 4 and the 5 have stayed right there within 2 seconds of leaders. Pretty incredible.
Whatever you need behind.
25 still to go in stage 1, and it has been green. As we see the door-to-door, side-by-side for the lead. Hamlin on the inside, Reddick on that outside line.
That outside 1 and 2 is a good place to race, man. But Reddy's going to let him have it. Smart move. Better not race the boss man this early in stage 1. He's got a faster car. Let him go up there and lap some people. Keep that 45 car out of the fence and in the top 3 or top 5 at least.
McDowell now a lap down. He's running 24th. Suarez is the next car on the lead lap that could go a lap down, running in the 23rd position.
Yeah, we saw Logano. We saw him get in the wall. It didn't look like much contact, but he does not have the speed he had before. You know, the leaders ran 30, were running 32 flats. It's saying sideways, so it's very loose. Now, I don't know if the contact made the car loose or if he was loose and that's why he had the contact, but this car does not have the speed before he hit the wall.
Well, and that's what Dale was talking about, right? You mentioned how it bent the toe link on the 8. And, it doesn't have to be a failure. You don't have to hit that toe link and get it so far that it bends and you have to come and change it. But if you tweak it just a little bit, I mean, these type of settings are very specific and very important to the balance. So if you bend it just a little, it could change the entire balance of the race car.
You see the 5 car Larson is finally clear of the 1. Let's take a look here at these 2 going at it. Off of turn 4. Larson gets into the left rear quarter panel. Just hard racing. Right there. Little contact. But Larson will then eventually find his way around. And now there is really nothing between him and second place. He's running Reddick down. Hamlin, though, driving away. Let's listen to what the 5 teams talking about.
Go tell Brandon. Like, what the spot, Ross? Me.
I told him.
So remember, this is the track where the 5 and the 1 got together, and then Rick Hendrick in the media center basically had some comments about how Chastain was driving. This is what it looked like. We talked to Chastain about this, and he said the mistake he made is he had a winning car early in the race. Got into the wall, much like Logano Jr., right? And he damaged his car, and it was just never quite as good. And he didn't accept the fact that he might not have had a winning car anymore. He just overdrove it. Made the mistake, admitted the mistake, but then Rick Hendrick got in the media center. He doesn't say much, but then he questioned Chastain, and he doesn't seem to have been the same driver since.
Yeah, well, I know that, they want the 5 or the 1 to get out of the way, but he's trying to race for the free pass should we get a yellow. He's still the last car, or the first car 1 lap down. Suarez, his teammate, is battling in front of the leaders as hard as he can, trying to stay on the lead lap. And so Ross can see all of this out the windshield. He can't see nothing down the back straightaway because of the sun, but right there he sees all that. He sees his teammate right in front of the leaders. He sees the leaders racing hard, and he wants to stay within shouting distance of being able to get back on the lead lap.
About a half hour until they won't have to worry about the sun in their eyes going into turn 3. Denny Hamlin out in front. He's led 11 laps. NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR on USA is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit progressive.com. And by Toyota. Let's go places. 102 laps complete, and it has been all green flag racing as Hamlin, Reddick, Larson, Harvick, Bell, Blaney, Keselowski, and Buescher hold the top 8 spots. Let's go through the field. Brought to you by eBay. We'll start with the 9 and Chase Elliott, Dave.
The 9 is in 9th place. He said it's a little harder to keep the back end in the track as the run goes on. But after that last pit stop, he reported that the car ran a little freer and that he is better at the fence. When he's down here making a pass, he's okay, but he'd really rather run that high line, Kim.
Well, Dave, we've documented how Joey Logano got the top of the right rear in 1 and 2, and the car has just not quite been the same since then. Logano reporting just very, very loose, does not have the pace that he did at the beginning of this run, Marty.
Kim, strong run for Austin Cindric, sitting in the 11th position right now. And a crew chief change this week, getting Brian Wilson back atop the pit box. Remember, they won an Xfinity Series championship together, hoping that sparks a little momentum for the two here at the end of the season, Kim.
Well, Eric Almirola running in the 12th position. He was the only non-playoff driver to qualify in the top 10. So I asked crew chief Drew Blickensturfer, what does that mean? He means we should be on the playoffs, he said. So Eric Almirola right now wanting to show his stuff. He just is tight this run. Needs a little bit more of turn in 1 and 2 as well as 3 and 4. Marty.
The defending winner of this race is Eric Jones back there right now in the 13th position. And he said, we want to finish the season strong, certainly. So what we've done is we've kind of focused on racetracks where we know we can go run and run well. This was one of those for Eric Jones and Legacy Motor Club right now sitting in the 13th spot, Kim.
As we talk about non-playoff drivers' goals for the end of the week, we have to mention A.J. Allmendinger running in the 14th position. For them, the next 10 races offer them an opportunity to get better as a team and an organization for next year. Build their notebooks. And right now, A.J. Allmendinger saying he's just burned off the rears of that race car, Dave.
Behind Allmendinger, there goes Bubba Wallace to move to the inside. His crew chief, Booty Barker, told me this morning that we are ready for anything. Boy, that's close. Bubba's going to make the pass. He said, because we are serious. Then he paused and he said, well, we've always been serious. We're just more focused now. And we feel like the 23 is going to go far in the playoffs this year. Back jumping behind Allmendinger now, we'll find the 24 of William Byron. He reported most recently to his team that as long as I have clean air, I'm running better. Unfortunately, you can't always get that here at Darlington.
Boy, Dave, this has been a heck of a race back in the field with these playoff drivers. William Byron, Kyle Busch, and Martin Truex Jr. among them. Kyle Busch said, hey, the car actually takes off really well, and then it completely falls apart. Way too loose at the end of the run. But then they reminded Busch, even though you're struggling, we're still top 5 on lap times, trying to make their way still to the front after starting 36, Dave.
Martin Truex Jr. is 18th, and he has one of the worst handling conditions I've been told you can have here at Darlington, and that is free into the corner. That's what he's battling. So every time he heads down the straightaway and goes into that corner, that car turns too much, gets a little bit out of shape.
The other 3 playoff drivers, Chastain is running 24th, McDowell 28th, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 32nd. All of them 1 lap down. We saw the 2 of Austin Cindric get into the wall while we were talking about him. Take a look at this.
Yeah, he kind of chased the 10 right directly in that arrow wash. Got up the racetrack.
They're all stacked up behind McDowell and Logano. And it's just a dogfight back here trying to get by these 2 cars. Logano struggling, McDowell struggling. Look at it, they've just stacked everybody up.
What are we expecting these final 5 laps here at Darlington on these tires? This is uncharted waters right here for these guys.
Well, they are. We made so much, or I was talking about how Bell ran and pitted later. As this stack up continues, Jeff, Bell has really fallen off the last few laps. Some other cars have come on. It's going to be a battle the last 5 laps.
Logano is just trying to run the 2 in the wall again. Yes. Logano is just trying to run as defensive as he can to maintain the spot. I'll take the top. You pass me on the bottom. That's going to be hard to do, especially on old tires. Marty, what you got on that 2?
Well, and since that contact with the wall for Austin Cindric, he said he has a pretty bad vibration. So what do you do, Junior? Just hang on to it. He's obviously gotten in the wall since then as well.
Yeah, you got to get to the end of this stage This is the most recent hit into turn 3, just entering the corner a little bit too high. I think he's probably in the marbles there, just entering too high on that entry to three, trying to speed up the center and exit of the corner. It's a great entry, but can ask a little bit too much of the car there.
Under 4 laps to go in stage 1. Again, stage points paid at the end of stage 1 to the top 10. And again, playoff drivers fighting for every point so that they can advance into the next round. As we see, Larson has closed the gap on Reddick.
Oh, sorry, Junior. I was going to say, how do you help a teammate? Well, think about Hamlin, right? He's trying to lap Suarez. Well, Suarez, if he could stay the last car in the lead lap, that gives Chastain, his teammate, the free pass. So, you know, that's how you can help your teammate. Now, Hamlin probably is aware of that, and he wants to try to get the 99 down a lap.
That's exactly what's going on right here. Chastain's not been able to drive back up there and be able to work his way onto the lead lap. But these cars do have pretty good speed. You have to imagine, Steve, that they've given Suarez this information. You'd have to imagine that they told him what's at stake here for him to race and stay on this lead lap.
Absolutely, right? I mean, give him what's at stake.
Christopher Bell, seen a lot of guys make contact with the wall up the racetrack.
Oh.
That's a big hit off of turn 2.
Yeah, that's bad. That is a big hit, guys. You are right.
Big contact there. Under 2 laps to go. Hamlin out in front. Reddick running in second. Bell all the way back in 8th right now. And again, looking forward to stage 2, where we'll have Dale Earnhardt Jr., Dale Jarrett, and Kyle Petty calling the action for that stage. Final lap. Hamlin, is he going to be able to get by the 99 of Suarez? Down the backstretch for the final time. This is going to be the 6th stage win for Denny this year, which means another playoff point. Remember, he can carry those through to each round of the playoffs that he advances. So Denny Hamlin is going to win stage 1 at Darlington. Reddick, Larson, Harvick, and Blaney all in the top 5. Keselowski, Chase Elliott.
Oh, Bubba Wallace is going to spin in turn 4.
Around he goes before the caution comes out, and now the caution is out at the end of stage 1 and for the 23 of Bubba Wallace.
Bubba was on the inside of the 22 car. Logano slides up into the left rear quarter panel of the 22 Pennzoil machine. Contact right there. Brings the 23 around.
Caution comes out at the end of stage 1 after Denny Hamlin gets the win. Stage 1 is complete of the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs. Cookout Southern 500 as the field making their way onto pit road, Kim.
Ryan Blaney finishes at stage P5. He said, I'm getting freer. I'm in a 4-wheel drift, but the back goes first. I think we need to tighten it up just a little bit. Top left, 4 tires, Sunoco fuel, air pressure, Dave.
Top right, you see Kyle Larson. He made those tires last 49 laps, but he said it is going to the free side. Cliff Daniels making an adjustment for that, Marty.
Dave, Denny Hamlin said he's still too tight. The longer the run goes, they get pretty good, though. But then Chris Gabehart said, I think the track is going to free up, so they decided leave it alone for the 11. Hamlin did want more water. 115 straight green flag laps there in stage 1. Tyler Reddick said car was a little bit too tight on the entry of 1. Looser, longer they ran. The 20 car, Christopher Bell here on pit road, said he got in the marbles. That's what made him hit the wall. And the 20 loses a few spots on that stop, Rick.
So you see the top 5 holding position, and then a little track gained on pit road for Chase Elliott, Busher, and Almirola. Stage 1 ended with the longest green flag run here since 2013. So over a decade, they have not run that long of a green flag run. But the same amount of time, we have had the opportunity to bring in some of the great names of the sport to help broadcast this race. And we're doing it once again. An Earnhardt, a Jarrett, and a Petty. So Dale Jarrett, Kyle Petty, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Rick. It's been pretty awesome. A long green flag run. Not unheard of at Darlington. We've seen a lot of those. We've been a part of a lot of those. Yeah. You think this race is going to go all night long. Sometimes it does. Wears you out as a driver in the heat in the car is not very comfortable, and that never really goes away.
Yeah, listen, it's not going away, and if your car's driving bad, it's not getting better either. And that's what we saw in this first segment. I think we saw cars that were good in the first segment, and they stretched that lead. They were in the catbird seat. Those guys that were bad, man, I'm glad I'm in the booth with y'all two guys, not in one of these race cars.
Yeah, and you could see over those last 20 to 25 laps, more and more cars you kept talking about getting into the fence and causing damage. And now, we're seeing extra pit stops or longer pit stops to try to repair some of that. So this is just going to continue through the night. I don't expect them to run another 115 green flag laps, and they're really hoping they don't. They don't want to be involved in an accident, but they hope that it doesn't go that long.
Yeah.
Well, the race has been in the control of the Toyotas with Denny Hamlin and Tyler Reddick up front. Larson, though, has drove through the field to put himself up in the top 5. Kevin Harvick is a bit of a surprise to me, driving that number 4 in his final season. He's having a terrific race tonight.
He is having a great race, and Kevin Harvick is somebody that knows how to get 500 miles out of his car and himself here. I think Kyle Larson, I believe, has not shown the two Toyotas exactly what he has. I think he's taken a little page out of Denny Hamlin's book that we saw yesterday in the Xfinity race, and we've seen Denny here in the past where he just kind of hangs around. Sometimes when you have a really fast car, I learned this the hard way against Jeff Gordon at Rockingham. He beat me about 3 times when I thought I had the fastest car, and I wouldn't work on my car. He would work on his and then get better and go by.
I told Dale yesterday, driving for Leonard Wood, we both drove for the Wood brothers, and Leonard said they were here one time, and Pearson was running, and Leonard said, "Is there something wrong?" And he said, "No, it's just not time to show them what I got yet." Yeah. You know what I mean? And I think that's what Dale's talking about when he's talking about Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin. They don't show it until it's time.
Pit road's been a place with a lot of action tonight. Watch Brad Keselowski come on the pit road. He's going to slide through his pit stall right here. It's a little bit too far in there. They have to back the car up before they can start work. 22 car is working on the toe of the front end here, checking that toe in. He's gotten in the fence a couple times. Mainly, got into it with the right rear earlier, and then contact with the 23 there at the end of the stage. Stage 2's underway. We're back under green here at Darlington. Denny Hamlin controls the field down into turn 1. Larson right there on the outside. It's going to take second place. That outside line's really, really good on the restarts. See if he can make that position work. Down the back straightaway, almost gets in the wall with a 5 car. Reddick battles back.
I think Reddick was okay with where he was lining up there on the inside, knowing it wasn't the best, but his car's been so good, I think he felt like he could hold Larson off.
I don't think anybody drove in the corner more than those 2 cars just did. Reddick and Larson both trying to outdrive each other into turn 3. Larson takes the spot. Great battle right here, that 43 Eric Jones. He's hung in there in the top 20, top 15 throughout the night.
Yeah, I think they've done a great job. They didn't qualify that well, but they drove up to right outside the top 10 and just to kind of maintain that. We saw at the end of stage 1, and you talked about it, that Michael McDowell and Joey Logano was holding up that pack. They were right there and caught up to that group and was trying to make something happen.
William Byron right here in this 24. That car really wasn't going anywhere early in this race. Qualified around the 23rd spot, wasn't moving forward, but here he is in the top 10.
Which surprised me because we saw Kyle Larson come through the pack, and we kept waiting for William Byron in that first segment to do the same thing, but we didn't see him come through the pack. We didn't see Martin Truex drive up to the front like we thought we were. So this is a different race. Now we talk about running 115 laps under green. This is the second 115 lap race.
Yeah, and we got to see here what's Christopher Bell's car like. You mentioned, you brought it up. He hit the wall right there at the end of stage 1, and I think it's affected a lot. Martin Truex Jr. Just went by Bell, as did Brad Keselowski.
Yeah, he said he didn't feel like he had any issues, but that was on the older tire, right?
Yeah.
Put a new tire on this car, get everybody firing off hard and fast. He might be able to, sense that the car's just not quite where it needs to be. They might have some work to do later. There's the 22 Logano. He's worked on the toe of his car, trying to improve it. Bubba Wallace trying to drive back through the field after his issue at the end of stage 1. Trying to get around Carson Hocevar here in the 42. Carson's done a great job tonight.
Has done a great job. And you go back to Joey Logano. Those guys had an opportunity at the end of stage 1 to take a break and work on their car. Bale had no idea what his car was going to feel like on new tires, so he has to start this before he really even knows what to tell his crew to fix. Kim?
And we documented Joey Logano and the toe problem there after getting his Darlington stripe at the end of stage 1. And the good news is there really isn't a problem. They checked everything. Everything looks good. The bad news is he spent that extra time on pit road, so he lost 10 to 15 spots. And here at Darlington, Marty, we know track position is everything. Logano currently 21st.
And Christopher Bell may be losing another spot. Dale Jr., you nailed it. Right after that happened, Bell said when they were on the older tires, I don't think I really damaged the car at all. They got going on the new tires, totally different story. Bell just told Adam Stevens a moment ago, I think the toe is messed up on the car, and you can see him struggling with the handling. So kind of unpack that. Toe is not right on the 20. What does that mean, Dale Jr.?
Basically, you get into the fence and you bend the suspension. The toe is the direction the tires point. They set that to a certain degree, and when you move that or bend that, that's going to make the car either loose or tight. And so now they've got an issue. And now with the independent rear suspension, you can bend the rear of the car the same direction. So they'll have
the toe is your hands.
Yeah.
The toe is your, that's what you feel what the front's doing. You turn left, it turns left, you turn right. On those old tires, I think that's a testament to how bad the old tires are.
Yeah.
You don't feel anything. You don't feel that front end. You're just kind of shuffling it and get it where it needs to be on those old tires. With this grip, it's transferring all that information, and it's driving like a bucket of you know what.
Yeah, he can't attack the corners at all. You can see as he gets down the corner, he's not exactly sure which way the car is going to go at this point in time, so he just has to back off, and we see this 4, 5, 6 cars that have gone by him now.
With all the green flag racing we've seen tonight, they're in big trouble. They're going to need some yellow flags to get this car to pit road to be able to make the adjustments needed to get the handle back where it was earlier, if that's even possible.
Yeah, that's the question. Can they rebound from this? And, you know, we see it every year. You know, somebody makes that mistake, somebody that we're looking at, that we're expecting to do well. And, you know, he had such a phenomenal first round last year, you know, scoring, I think it was 150 points or something like that he did. And all 3 finishes in the top 5. And he had a fast car again tonight. But all it takes, we keep saying this, one little slip can ruin your evening.
Marty, what you got on Kyle Busch?
How about this for Kyle Busch as we check out Ashley Furniture on the move here at Darlington. Yeah, that's right. Plus 25 for Kyle Busch, who started 36th today, and a terrific pit stop certainly helped. Busch saying the car really struggled on the longer runs. That's what they focused on. And Dale Jr., I think they were really thinking they may play some pit strategy here in this stage. But now that Randall Burnett and Kyle Busch are up here in the top 10, sitting in 10th right now, do you play it straight up from here, or do you play some strategy to get even more track position here in stage 2?
That is a great conversation to have, and that was a big deal during the first stage with so much green flag racing. When do you come to pit road? Teams came at 30 laps in and another pit stop around lap 60, 66, and then a long run to the end. Do you change that up? It's a tough call to make in this. I think a lot of guys probably go with the same strategy that seemed to work, coming to pit road early, leapfrogging traffic in front of you. If you got a lot of cars in front of you that you just can't get through or can't get by, coming to pit road early is a great way to do that.
Yeah. And it is a tough call to make, but it depends on where you're at on the racetrack on what that call is a lot of times. You know, if you're back there struggling at 12th or 15th, and you guys talk about it all the time in the booth, well, the caution's out. You know, when is the back half going to pit or the first half going to? It really, there's a break point there, and I think there is when you talk about short pitting a little bit.
Still out in front, the number 11 of Denny Hamlin. He's a great here. 4 wins at this racetrack. He'd love to make it 5. Since 1950, we've been racing at Darlington, the first NASCAR Super Speedway, the first 500-mile race, the 3 longest races in NASCAR history here. Wow. Pretty incredible things have happened at this racetrack as well. I think your dad, Ned Jarrett, won by 14 laps here one time.
He did, yes, yeah. I think, yeah, we always talk about records are made to be broken. I don't know that I don't foresee that one ever getting broken.
Yeah, Ned still swears that's the greatest race ever run here. Greatest race ever run here.
NASCAR Fan Rewards is free to join. Earn points by watching races, answering trivia, playing fantasy, buying race tickets, and more. Save your points to trade them in for free tickets, autographed merchandise, exclusive gear, and one-of-a-kind race day experiences. Visit NASCAR.com/fan-rewards. Riding on board with Tyler Reddick. Oh, look, that's what we want. I know he doesn't want that, but that's why we put that camera right there so we can see what it's like, how close they get to the wall, and what it's like when they actually do make contact with the wall. Very brief, but running inches away from it. That's where the speed is. Sometimes you're going to have that contact.
And you know how loud is it is in the car when that was just a little bump right there for what we hear.
Yeah.
But in the car, it's like, man, it just makes you cringe, just makes you draw up. Marty?
Reddick sitting in third right now as we ride on board with him. And a moment ago, under that last caution at the end of stage 1, he had a very long conversation with his crew chief, Billy Scott, about his line on the racetrack. Listen in.
The first one, you were really good. So just keep more of that. Lost a half second on the second cycle on that entry point. A little bit of room to gain on exit of getting pointed straighter to leave turn 2 a little bit sooner.
All right, DJ and KP, so all that information is coming from live telemetry that Billy Scott sees, and he sees what everybody else does. You guys didn't have all that information when you were behind the wheel. Would you want that much detail or not?
No, that's about time that I turned my radio off whenever they started. Yeah, their job during my time of driving a car, the crew chief job was to take information, try to make my car better, and I'm not up. It wasn't that I couldn't take criticism, but don't tell me how to drive a race car when you haven't done it. You have no idea. I understand they're seeing a lot there, but no.
That is one of the interesting things about today's NASCAR is that the teams do see so much of what your competitors are doing.
Yeah.
And yes, you would want to know some of that information, but it would be so hard as a driver not to take it the wrong way, right? As, hey, he's doing this better than you're doing it. And that would be tough to handle sometimes, especially when the car's not doing what you want it to do, and you're like, hey, it's not me.
That's my point.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, why didn't you fix it so I could drive that?
That's right. Yeah.
You know, and that's the whole point. We're watching, as you watch Tyler Reddick here, and that shot is a great shot up against the wall with the split screen with the driver's hands inside. You see how little he makes a movement on the steering wheel. Look, and he's running inches off the wall. We didn't have that advantage. We had manual boxes. We had about a round and a half of play in it. It felt like it was a totally different feel. And I listen to what goes on today, and the spotters tell the guys how to drive the cars. The engineers tell the drivers, the crew chiefs, but they have so much more information than we had. The computer in the car was Dale Jr. The computer in the car was Dale Jarrett. You had to take what they said for a fact and try to work with that.
A couple of cars having some great runs in the backside of the top 10. Eric Almirola in the 16 at Allmendinger. But this car right here running in 11th, the 43 of Eric Jones. He's slowly working his way back toward the front of the field. Remember what happened here last year? He shocked the sport, in my opinion. I mean, I know this kid's good, but for this team to do what they did last year and come in here and win this race, pretty incredible. They got great speed tonight. I think he's a smart little race car driver. Could be another one that's not showing us everything he's got.
For sure. This is a team and this is a driver that loves this place. And you guys know, if you go to a racetrack you love, it takes it to a different level. And we saw the flashback from last week, or from last year. It's the 11 car running up front and the 8 car at that time of Tyler Reddick running up front. So it's the same guys back again this year.
Eric Jones just moved around. Kyle Busch, another strong car for that 11th position. Got a couple cars down on pit road. Kim.
And Brad Keselowski looking for a good stop after he slid through his box on the last stop. He said, I'm not as good as I was during the first part of the race. I need more rear security. 4-tire Sunoco fuel air pressure for Brad Keselowski.
Brad will start the cycle. It should bring a lot more cars back to pit road. Kim, what you got here?
Eric Almirola said, I'm trying to take care of it a little bit more. This run's still a little bit tight, but as the run goes on, building more free. So looking for just more rear security as the later the run goes for Eric Almirola.
There's the 5-car Larson from second place, Dave.
That tricky pit entry, he hits it just fine under green. So Kyle Larson giving little bits of information to the crew as he goes through that run. Little free here, little tight there as the laps wind down. He'll get 4 Goodyear tires here and fuel, Kim.
Ryan Blaney on the bottom of your screen, he said, I'm struggling with corner entry and exit speed, and I just really need more rear security. security. That back end just wants to skate out. 4 tires for Ryan Blaney, Marty.
You see Chris Buescher, he's won 3 of the last 5 races, has worked his way up into the top 7 during that run, saying the car just a little bit too tight. A lot of teams talking about how this track will transition. The sun is now set. We'll see what that does to the handling of the cars, Kim.
And they checked the tow on Joey Logano's the last stop, but he came on the radio right before this series of green flag pit stops, said something is wrong here. I feel like the tow link might actually have some damage. Dave.
Also, go ahead, Marty.
Denny Hamlin happy with the handling of his race car, saying it's really good on the longer runs. I think they were thinking about a one-stop strategy here in stage 2, but clearly making a 2-stop strategy now for Hamlin, who pitted from the lead. You see Kyle Busch right behind him as well, said he lost all grip off the corner, Dave.
Bubba Wallace back on pit road. His crew trying to get a little better stop than the one we showed before. That was a good stop. And as for Bubba, his head is back in the game. That's what Booty Barker did after the last time when Bubba spun before the end of stage 1. Fixed the car, but also helped fix the driver a bit.
Here comes the 45 of Reddick on to pit road from the lead. Here's the 1 car of Ross Chastain leaving his pit stall. Marty, what you got?
Tyler Reddick coming down pit road, ran 3rd for much of that run. His owner and also Toyota teammate Denny Hamlin had the lead, and Kyle Larson was in 2nd for much of that run. Reddick saying the car just falls up a little bit too much towards the end of the run. That's their biggest issue, kind of what they struggle with all day long. We'll see where these green flag stops cycle out. And an interesting move by Adam Stevens. He is leaving Christopher Bell out as long as he can, hoping they can catch a caution. Remember, Bell had that contact with the wall, car not handling the way he wants, so hoping for a caution.
That's a really desperate move for that team to do that. That strategy has not been tried today. Dave, what you got on this 19 car coming
So,
to pit
Junior,
road?
we talked about mistakes in round 1, teams that get a poor start as opposed to a good start. Will this end Martin Truex's decent day? Loose wheel, he's back on pit road. They're going to have to attend to that. We'll see where that cycles him out. It's still a long way to go, but this is a hiccup for them.
When you have long green flag runs like this, pit road mistakes are going to set you so far behind. And the minimal cautions that we may have in that final stage, if any, will be the opportunities that you'll have to get yourself back into the game. Tough situation for the 19 car Martin Truex Jr. Christopher Bell still on the track, not the pit road yet. Denny Hamlin in 2nd, Larson, Harvick, Byron. Thursday night from Kansas City, the NFL season kicks off as the Super Bowl champion Chiefs host the Detroit Lions. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. Eastern on NBC and Peacock. Back at Darlington, riding on board with Denny Hamlin, the leader. When we went to commercial, Christopher Bell was leading. He has now came to pit road. Actually, he's not come to pit road yet. He's dropping back through the field, actually being passed by the leader, Larson, Harvick, and Byron as well. There's the 20 car on the racetrack. Trying to find him in the lineup there. But they're staying on the racetrack, hoping for a yellow. And I don't know how you recover from this if this does not work, right? You're going to lose so much track position when you actually do come to pit road. Yes, you'll have a fast car. Marty, what you think?
Well, I think Adam Stevens felt like this was his only play, Junior, to be able to leave Bell out, hopefully get a caution and see what happens. They were about to go down a lap anyway on the racetrack. He said, "How can I help you?" Bell responded by saying, "Loosen it up. A bunch. It's way too tight with that toe not in the right position." So, I want to talk about this, Junior. Bell came into the playoffs, and we talked to him this week saying, we cannot have any mistakes. Much of that focus was on the pit crew, but Bell will admit he's made a few mistakes this year. You can't have mistakes in race 1 of the playoffs, and you got to wonder, Junior, how that's going to affect their psyche moving forward in these playoffs.
I don't know. He's moving to the inside of the racetrack right here. I don't know if that's a sign to the cars behind him that he's thinking to come to pit road. It looks like it is. He's going to finally come to pit road now. 49 laps into the stage. So if he splits the stage in half, he has to go 65 laps.
Yeah, he's going to come close to being 2 laps down by the time he finishes this, Marty.
Yeah, and that's a problem. That's what Junior was mentioning. He's going to lose so much time here on the racetrack. But Adam Stevens thought, why not? Let's see what we can get done. And remember what Bell said. I need it loosened up a lot after that contact with the wall starting on the pole today. They had the coveted #1 pit stall here at Darlington, and a mistake puts them in the wall. It's easy to happen here at one of the toughest racetracks, NASCAR's oldest speedway. So let's see how much they loosen this up. You can see the wedge wrench in the back. I believe that counted about 5 rounds trying to loosen up the car for Christopher Bell. We'll see where he does indeed cycle out as his teammate Denny Hamlin cycling around in the lead right now.
I think one of the things that Christopher Bell could be complaining about to bring out that yellow would be that he could not see in turns 3 and 4. We have a little issue with the lights on the inside of the racetrack. You're looking at turns 1 and 2 right here. Very bright. Turns 3 and 4, a little bit darker. The lights on the inside of the track not working right now down in that corner. I don't think it's really causing an issue with the drivers. We've not heard any radio communication from anybody up here in the booth about the drivers not being able to see, but that would be the only thing out on the racetrack that maybe Christopher Bell could say, hey, there's a problem with the lights. Maybe we need to throw a yellow to get that caution or look for, Dave.
More trouble for Michael McDowell. This car has not been right all night long. He had to bring it to pit road. Now the car still needing to turn better, still need to get the back of the car in the racetrack. They got lapped early and then never recovered. First the car was tight, then it was sliding all over the place. It's really been an inauspicious start to the playoffs for Michael McDowell.
The battle right here, the 17 of Buescher looking underneath Blaney down in turns 3 and 4. Buescher slowly is working his way up into the battle here, well inside the top 10.
Buescher is putting in the same efforts they put in every week. They're just a workhorse. They just put their head down, they run their laps, and if they're in a position, or they can put themselves in a position to capitalize that after the last caution, they've won 3 races. And that's the reason why, because they put themselves, but they never take themselves out of a race. And that's what we're seeing tonight with some of the other championship contenders, is they're putting themselves behind the 8 ball early in this stage.
Watching him behind the wheel here, work that steering wheel, and you don't see a ton of movement. Car really comfortable. Not chasing the back of the car much at all, just kind of turning to the left, holding some wheel in it. Car's got good comfort in the back end.
And it sounds like it on the throttle. I mean, he's confident when he goes back to it. He's not feathering a lot. He goes back to it and then goes hard.
Yeah, you mentioned he's been on a tear this year. Last week at Daytona, getting the push from his teammate and car owner Brad Keselowski. And then doing everything right to get across the finish line first and burn them down.
Some notes from them to get better at a certain racetrack?
Yeah, certainly tried to do that. I don't know if there were things that they could do that I couldn't, so sometimes it didn't help, but you use all the information at your disposal.
Yeah, the only data my teammates had was really good restaurants in town. That was the period I drove in. All right, we'll be back with more of this exciting action here, and let's see who recovers, because it's all going to be about recovery tonight.
Over halfway through stage 2 at Darlington, and it's been an eventful race for our playoff contenders. Christopher Bell on pit road early. The drag jobs on the car cost the team the lead and a lot of spots on the racetrack. Bubba Wallace slides through into his stall here. They have a little problem with the air gun there. The hose getting stuck under the car cost them a lot of time. Then Christopher Bell, again, problems on the track.
Yeah, it gets into the wall. See Bubba Wallace here trying to get that 10th spot away from Joey Logano right at the end of the stage, but spins. Not much damage to the car, though, as we have caution on the track now.
See Joey Logano here trying to set the toe. I still don't think they have it right. He's still been dropping back through the pack, struggling for the free pass right now. But you look at them, at least they had an opportunity to fix it.
Yeah, the 6 car, Brad Keselowski, slid through his stall. Had to back up, cost him a little bit of time there. The 34 car working on the handling of this car. It's not run well all night for McDowell. We got the caution on the racetrack because of the lights we were talking about in turn 3 and 4. I was halfway joking about them bringing a yellow out for that issue for Christopher Bell while he was out front of the field, but NASCAR's decided that maybe some drivers are chattering about being able to see there in that turn. It is pretty dark, especially up against the fence there.
Yeah, it is. It does appear from our camera angle that it is getting darker up against the fence, and we know that's where they run. They're running up there, so you can't see the debris. You can't see things that might be up there. Let's listen to Kyle Busch and see what he has to say about the lights.
They're missing lights down there in 3 and 4, like the bottom lights aren't on. Been dark over there for a while, last 40 or 50 laps or so. Well, they just haven't come on yet. I've noticed it for a while, but figured somebody would do something about it.
Yeah, NASCAR's been working to try to fix this issue. Hasn't been able to remedy the problem. Marty, what do you have down there?
Well, so the NASCAR Tower asked crew chiefs to ask drivers their thoughts on it. Denny Hamlin, the leader right now, he said, I've noticed that they are not on, but it doesn't bother me. I know it's not going to be there, so I'm fine with it, and it doesn't affect my vision on the racetrack. So that's the vote for the leader. He says, let's keep racing.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me a lot of how a lot of our racetracks looked in the 80s. A lot of them, you know, Bristol and some of those tracks.
Just lights on the outside of the racetrack shot. But it's always fascinating. So Denny's leading. Anytime a leader's leading and they don't want to caution, they say that. But let rain come past the halfway point, and every leader in the world is screaming for a caution.
Well, it's a big break for Joey Logano. He's the first car lap down. He'll get the free pass. Christopher Bell was just behind him in the number 20 car on those new tires and wasn't able to really make a battle to get that position to be able to get the free pass. So good break for the 22, bad break for the 20 car. They'll get another opportunity maybe later in this race. It does give them a chance to come to pit road, check the toe on this race car, start making the real adjustments they need to make. Let's bring in Steve Letarte. Steve, a lot going on in this race, a lot of strategy. What's your thoughts?
Well, I think here with 50 laps to go in the stage, I expect everyone to come down pit road. They have quite a few laps on their tires. And then, you know, we saw Bell stretch, you know, his tires at the end. Larson stretched his tires at the end of stage 1. So I don't think you need to stop again. I think this will be the final stop in stage 2 unless we have yellows. But you bring up a good point about Bell and guys that need to work on their car. This is going to be a much-needed break for those guys.
And I would expect Logano and his team to be working on that car again once the pit cycle starts there, because they're going to be at the back anyway and be on the lead lap, but they still have some work to do with that. And Bell certainly has got a lot of work. He still, even on his fresh tires going out there, he still wasn't even up to pace that he needs to be.
Yeah, they talked about how that car had improved in balance for Christopher, but still wasn't seeing the lap time that he was able to make earlier in the race. Looking right now at where the points are for the first round of the playoffs. Logano right there, -4 to Chastain. Think about Chastain early in the race fighting to stay in position for the free pass in stage 1, coming to the end of that stage and be able to get that. Now he's able to, you know, work his way into the top 20 here, right there, 21st position actually.
Yeah, and he'll need to take his teammate Daniel Suarez for a meal one night for driving his tail off to stay in front of Denny Hamlin, so that Ross was able to stay in that free pass.
It's going to open up. Everybody looking like they're going to be coming to pit road. And Denny Hamlin and the rest of the field is going to come down. Come get some new tires. Kim.
And Ryan Blaney still asking for help on that race car. He said the front end still is not spectacular. Tight through the center, then tight against the wall, but then free off as he exits the turns. It's going to be an air pressure adjustment on those 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Sunoco fuel, Dave.
Second and third nose to tail pitted together. Larson says I'm a little tight, but I could be a little bit tighter on landing actually in turn 1. As for Kevin Harvick, going to plan. Just a slight air pressure adjustment for Harvick. Marty.
Denny Hamlin says the car is too tight to run the wall the correct way. It's not ideal, but he said it does work for me. A very small adjustment to free him up just a little bit. Probably get the green with about 45 to go. Junior, this is going to be a long run here to the end of stage 2. Hamlin, full serve here on pit road.
Hamlin, Byron +2. Eric Jones up to 6. Great stop by that team. Kyle Busch in the 9th place. Good for Busch. And his team have a big surprise. A lot of fire right there. Y'all get away. You're watching the NASCAR Cup Series Playoffs Cookout Southern 500 here at Darlington under caution. 46 laps to go in stage 2. Let's go down to pit road. Marty.
Yeah, Junior Christopher Bell coming back down pit road. So he told Adam Stevens, man, that big adjustment you made a drastic difference. I need way more of that. They're also checking the toe. Remember that contact with the wall earlier after being on the pole at the start of this race today. So here they're going to come in and they're going to check the toe one more time just to make sure they have it a little bit closer, Kim.
And Joey Logano still suffering after getting into the wall during stage 1. He thinks that toe link is bent. They did come down, they checked it. He will be coming back again. Crew Chief Paul Wolf leaning over the pit box, telling his crew what they need to do to alleviate this issue. We'll keep you updated on what they find. Dave.
Kim updating everyone on Martin Truex Jr. Remember, he was the regular season champion and came in tied at the top with 36 playoff points. He's had a rough day. They had a loose wheel. He pitted on lap 151 and 153. Went 2 laps down. Currently, per scoring, sits 1 lap down. He's got the will to grind his way back, Marty, but he still needs the time to do it, and we'll see if he can.
Well, his teammate Denny Hamlin is leading, so what's the plan for the end of stage 2 here? Here was a conversation a moment ago. Chris Gabehart to Denny Hamlin.
It's been twice. The pit crew said nothing to me about it, but you're about a foot to a foot and a half long, 2 in a row now, so I'm babysitting too much. Pit crew told me you're perfect. Don't change.
There you go. You ever had a little bit too long in the stall, but pit crew wants to make that small adjustment. Junior, how much of an adjustment is that for the driver? And have you ever had Steve or another crew chief go, wait a minute, I'm babysitting too much. You guys are good.
Yeah, that was some information, and then he told him not to change anything. So, yeah, it really does matter. You're getting that car exactly where it needs to be. Those guys are tuned to jump on top of that car to change those tires in an exact place. It's an exact science. They practice this every single day of the week, and it will cost. When you're talking about pit stops under 12 seconds, every little bit matters. Could be the difference between winning and losing this race. But we got an update a little bit on what is going on with the lights down in turn 3 and 4. NASCAR is working obviously to try to get those lights back on, but they are also going through spotters and crew chiefs to talk to drivers to see if they're okay with continuing this race. If they get a positive response in that regard, I think we're going back to racing. So we're waiting on NASCAR to go through that process. Let's listen to what Kevin Harvick thinks about the situation.
NASCAR's wanting to know what you think about the lights in 3 and 4. It's so dark at the top, it's just, it's hard to pick up that top seam, and that last 2 feet against the wall is just tough.
That's certainly understandable if you look at turns 3 and 4. The lights that do work are on the outside of the racetrack. That wall is casting a shadow. Hopefully when we come back, the lights are back on here at Darlington. Hamlin in the lead. NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR on USA is brought to you by Applebee's. Help us crush childhood cancer. And by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay what you need. Back at Darlington, and we'll show you a difference between, we'll see what this Levitt car looks like here. As we look at how dark it is in the corner, and this is on board at speed. See the change in darkness right there and getting up against that wall. You really can't see exactly how close you are to it or how close you can get to it, especially right there. Right around that last bit of the corner is where the biggest shadow is cast by the wall. I think where the drivers probably had the most concern with continuing this race. From the chatter that we've heard, most of the drivers aren't in favor of doing that, Dave.
So, Junior, Kyle Larson runs 3rd, and as we know, he hobby races a lot during the week. So he had this perspective.
Like, not good. Can't go back green, correct? I mean, I've raced at dirt tracks that are just as dark, but I don't race at dirt tracks. I mean, I guess Wayne County, you're running against something like that, but it is hard to see the wall right now.
So he chose one track where he races against the fence, but he knows there's a lot more at stake here. And Junior, I know you raced this week a short track in the state of South Carolina. How was the lighting there?
Yeah, Florence Motor Speedway Friday night was very well lit. Yeah, I think if I was a driver right now, I would be a little bit, I'd be a little bit cautious. I mean, I know if Denny wants to keep racing. He's happy about his car. He understands where he's at. He's really good at this racetrack. But there's some other drivers out there, I think, that probably think, hey, man, maybe it's not in their best interest to continue. Hopefully this is not a long-term issue. I don't really know what the problem might be down there in turn 3 and 4. But hopefully NASCAR is going to be able to get the remedy here shortly.
I think it makes it tough too, because the drivers use, with these cars in particular, they use that air and that pack to make speed, and the closer they can get and know where they are there, the better off they are and the better their cars drive.
Yeah, I mean, you enter the wall, you enter the turn 3 on the fence, you run the fence through the middle and exit of the corner. I mean, anywhere else I think we could probably get away with this.
Yeah.
But since that's kind of the top lane is the preferred line for a lot of the drivers, it's probably just too treacherous. Too much on the line with the playoffs and all the playoff contenders. You wouldn't want something like this to affect your playoff performance in round 1. Kim, what you got on the 22 car?
Yeah, let's get you an update on what the issue is there. So during that caution, they came down, they stopped, they looked at it. They were going to bring it down a second time, but crew chief Paul Wolf said no, stay out. As they ran under caution laps, Joey said, I am not going to be able to hang on. How many laps we have left? At that point, there was about 45 left. Paul said, it is up to you. If you do not think you could make it, that 45 laps, bring it to us. Joey said, I can't do it. They brought it down. They do think a toe link is bent. However, crew chief Paul Wolf said if they fix it, they are looking at losing 2 laps. So instead of fixing that bent toe link, they just lifted up the front of the car to tighten it up a little bit to give Joey what he needs. Marty.
So, Kim, it's been interesting with all these caution flag laps. Christopher Bell and Adam Stevens were able to make a ton of repairs, and they took advantage of every caution flag lap. You see Chris Sherwood, the car chief, under there taking pictures. Now he's going to walk his phone back to Adam Stevens and show him exactly what's going on underneath the car. Bell said whatever you did on that first stop made the car way better. And there you see the phone going up to Adam Stevens to sort of make a decision on repairs they can make once it does go back under caution. But under the red flag, obviously, they cannot make any changes here to the 20 car. But they did, Junior, take advantage of every caution flag lap and every opportunity to adjust on it while they could. And it's going to be a heck of a battle for that free pass as well. You have 4 playoff drivers right now who are 1 lap down. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Martin Truex Jr., Christopher Bell, and Michael McDowell. That's going to be fun to watch.
With how hard this 20 car hit the wall off of turn 2, I'm surprised they're even in this position to have a chance to rebound. That was a really, really hard shot. So they'll continue to consider their plan, put together some sort of an idea on how to get this car back together here at Darlington.
Going to be Dale Earnhardt Jr. using lessons learned from his father to go from 6th to 1st and score the victory in the Pepsi 400.
He was with me tonight. I don't know how I did it.
Dale Jarrett has won the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship. Kyle Petty has won.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., he will win the Great American Race. Back at Darlington in the middle of stage 2, a little odd break here. In the middle of this race at Darlington, some light issues down in turn 3 and 4. Do you guys ever remember anything like this in your career?
No. In my career? No, never, ever. Now, I heard Inman and my dad talk about running in Ono, West Virginia one time, and they all came out turn 2, and the lights went pitch black, and they all piled up going in turn 3. That's all I've heard the legend of Ono, West Virginia, but I've never seen this at any place that we've ever raced with the Cup cars.
Yeah, not with the Cup cars. I can remember at Hickory Speedway when my dad was promoting there that we had a little issue with the lights, time or two, but got it fixed. That was just a chance to sell more Coca-Colas and popcorn. For us, that's what we looked at.
Yeah, I love the way track owner calls it a little issue.
Well, this break does give us an opportunity to do some things that are fun, and Jeff Burton's over there in the other booth. He's going to be able to dial up one of the drivers.
Hey, Denny, it's Burton up in the booth. You with us?
I got you.
Well, you've made it look easy so far. 96 laps led. That's the most you've led in a race so far this year. How's it going out there?
Pretty good so far. Looks like we got light. That's good. Yeah, I feel like it's going pretty good. Just got to work on the balance a little bit here and there and keep up with the track, and should be pretty good.
When you say work on the balance, what do you think you're going to have to do to keep the car fast as this race goes on?
Just keep giving the team good information. That's the biggest thing, is updating them when I feel something different, maybe if it's a tire set or changing conditions or whatever. So just giving them the information they need.
All right, so all the fans want to know, you got lights over there now?
Let there be light.
Thank you, buddy. Good luck.
Looks like the lights now in turn 3 and 4, obviously you see them working, and it's made a world of difference out there against the fence. We're back under yellow flag, and the field will start to move on back straightaway. Teams will be able to start to resume work on pit road. Fans are happy about that. We'll try to get this race back underway. 42 laps to go, stage 2. Dave's down on pit road. What you got, Dave?
Well, I got Rodney Childers. He's going to have to put the headset back on here in a minute now with the caution back out. But you take a little break here after getting Kevin from 7th to 4th. Seems like the car is right where it needs to be right now.
Yeah, so far it's been really good. Everybody's been doing a really good job on this Mobil 1 Ford. And, just happy to be up there contending right now. This has been a really good racetrack for us. And we've put a lot of work into this, and hopefully we can, finish this night out. There's a lot of guys having issues and stuff, and that's what we need to do, is have a nice, clean race. So hopefully we can stay in contention, have a shot at winning there at the end, and just stay after it.
I appreciate it. Go get him. Marty?
Dave, let's talk about one of the more impressive runs of the night. Kyle Busch from 35th to 9th. Randall Burnett, you ever seen a halftime break in the middle of the Southern 500?
No, but it's kind of nice to have one, I guess. I guess they got the lights going down there. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, we've been slowly making our way forward. Still need a little bit of speed in our number 8 McLaren Chevy Camaro. Kyle's been doing a great job all night, nice and patient and steady, and just kind of been picking them off one by one. Pit crew's got us some too as well. So everybody's doing their part. Just got a few more to go to get up there and try to battle for this win.
Kim, as Randall pointed out to me, it's just past halfway, a long way still to go in the Southern 500 tonight.
Yeah, so let's ask what this stop does for the team. Does this break up your rhythm, or is this a good reset, catch your breath, and what does Ryan need the second half?
Yeah, I think it was timed pretty well. It's right about the halfway point in the race. So yeah, I think everybody will kind of grab their, reset and have a nice little 40-lap run.
That is Jonathan Hassler, crew chief for Ryan Blaney.
See the 22 car, Joe Logano, back on pit road, continuing to try to make repairs to this car. Joey had some contact with the wall, both front and rear tire on the right side made contact, and then more contact at the end of stage 1 with Bubba Wallace. That was contact to the left rear, but also that sent him into the wall a second time. Both light contact, but this car suffering as much suspension damage as maybe possibly the 20 car, Christopher Bell, who had a much harder contact into the turn 2 wall. They continue to work on Christopher Bell's car as well under this yellow, and hopefully making gains there.
Yeah, and the difference would be that where Bell got his damage was coming off of turn 2, where you're wide open back in the middle of 1 and 2, and he just got a little bit on the high side up in what we'll call the marbles, just a little bit, or where there's just not much grip, and slammed the wall from there, where the other contact for the 22 and a few others was down in 3 and 4, where you have slowed the car down to get your entry right and just rubbing up against. So much more severe for Bell, but they continue to work, and hopefully it's better for them.
It's been a tough day for Christopher Bell. Came in with high hopes. He dropped the jack on this first pit stop. Not able to finish changing the tires. They go over those issues. And then on the racetrack, up out of the groove, in the dirt, into the wall. Big damage to the right front. They've been working on this car, trying to improve it. He's lost some time on the racetrack. Now 1 lap down to the leaders in 26th place, Marty.
Yeah, Dell Jr., it was an unlucky break on the racetrack, but I think this caution actually worked out perfect for the 20 team. They took 4 separate stops. They were able to slowly, under the red flag, take pictures of the damage on the 20 car, so they have a real image of what they needed to do to make the car better. Now Bell has to get back on the lead lap, and I want to take you back to Michigan. Remember, he wrecked at Michigan. They had big damage at Michigan, came back to finish 13th, so don't count out Christopher Bell yet. If he can get back on the lead lap, they might be able to get a top 10 out of this race.
Yeah, while it looked like he might have a fighting shot at getting back on the lead lap earlier, now he's also going to be battling that 19 of his of Truex Jr.'s teammate, also a lap down. There's the front row after the choose. William Byron on the inside, the control car Denny Hamlin on the outside, Larson out there on the outside of row 2. Field rolls off of turn 4. The Geico restart zone. And we're back underway here. Bit of a checkup there. A lot of cars having to avoid contact. A little bit late in the restart zone. Several cars back there in the middle of the pack. Going a little bit soon, having to slow down, check up.
I think Hamlin was anticipating that William Byron was maybe trying to get a little bit of a run, hanging back a little bit.
Free wide down into turn 3.
That's a big move by Blaney right there. But you got to get everything you can after these restarts. Wow, that's close.
Contact with the wall, the 10 car. Almirola gets in the fence off of 4. Blaney was able to take 1 spot away from Busch. Eric Jones was able to get back by down the front straightaway. We watch the 23 of Bubba Wallace almost in the fence off of turn 2 there. That red flag only 7 minutes long, allowing these drivers to sort of get a bit of a rest after so much green flag racing tonight at Darlington. Austin Dillon racing down into turn 1 with Chase Briscoe, Allmendinger, and Bubba Wallace behind him.
And this group is up on the wheel right now, trying to get everything they can really early to position themselves back in this thing to get back in the race.
When we look right there, Stenhouse in that 47 is the first car a lap down. Truex behind him. See the 2.
Harrison Burton in that battle also right in there.
Yeah. So there's a battle for the free pass right here behind this group. And this is the backside of the top 20. Here's the 10 car getting into the fence off of turn 4. The 14 of Briscoe up the racetrack, and the 17 got in his left rear quarter panel. Right here we're riding on board, Chris Buescher. And a slight contact. I think the 14 coming up the track sort of spooked him up the racetrack a little bit, or he lost the nose of the car. Back up front, Hamlin, half a second on the 5 car Larson. Right behind Larson, the 45 of Reddick.
Yeah, they've kind of rebounded with that, because after one of the green flag pit stops, they were a little bit slow. They dropped back to 7th, so nice rebound for Reddick.
He worked that high side right there, made some good gains on the 5 of Larson down to the inside. Low entry to turn 1. Larson in the wall a little bit right there.
Larson fascinates me. He knows the wall's there. He just barely scrapes it, and he never checks up. I mean, he stays in it the whole time. And we heard him talk earlier about some of the racetracks they run and running on the high side.
Yeah, the top 3's kind of driven away, broken away from William Byron in 4th.
It's fascinating. It's fascinating to watch these first 3 because they run almost 3 different lines.
Yeah.
On a 2-groove racetrack or a 2-lane racetrack or one that's small, that they run all over the racetrack trying to find their place.
And all the camera angles that we get with this next-gen car in NASCAR racing, this one is my favorite because it does give you an idea of not only where the 5 and the 11 are running, but the balance of those cars. Seeing them slide around, make contact with the wall, you can see what the driver's dealing with, the challenges, whether the car's tight or loose. Five car Larson in second place, Dave.
Yeah, how'd you like that restart? He was not second on the restart. In fact, was battling with his teammate Byron and with Tyler Reddick, but a strong restart there, even knowing that he had laps to go on these tires. The drivers mostly know that you can't abuse these tires to start with, but they took so many laps off during that caution in red that they had a chance to really fire off, and Larson took advantage of it, Marty.
Dave, we saw the impressive pass by Ryan Blaney to get up to the 7th position. What did Kyle Busch and the 8 team think about that pass? Listen.
Be smart. I know he's pushing his luck with you. Goodbye, 2.5.
Oh, yeah, thanks for the reminder. Check Michigan.
I don't forget.
Check Michigan. That's what he said. Kyle, you guys never forget as drivers, do you? When a driver may have wronged you on the racetrack, might have been a month ago, might have been a year ago, but you don't forget, do you?
Might have been 10 years ago, Marty. I don't. I think you hear it said all the time. I'll race you the way you race me. You just have a book on a driver, and he has a book on you. He knows how you raced him and how it works, and you know when to give and you know when to take. And some drivers take all the time, and we see right here. Wow. He just comes down. You see Blaney come down on his, he gets in the corner. He gets up a little bit. They're on each other's door. So it is, he doesn't forget that. He didn't take the responsibility, or he doesn't take any responsibility for that. He thinks that's all Blaney.
See Chase Elliott right there in 8th place ahead of Kyle Busch. 29 to go in stage 2. Back at Darlington with less than 25 laps to go in stage 2. Denny Hamlin still leading. 3/4 of a second ahead of Kyle Larson as we ride on board with 4 different drivers. This has been a long, grueling race. This, to me, is almost as tough as the 600-miler at Charlotte. Maybe a little more so because you're working so much more at this racetrack. Sometimes I go down the back straightaway thinking, surely we've got to be near the end, and it's only about halfway.
Yeah, and you just work so hard every single lap here. You know, when you're in the Coke 600, there's a little bit of time to breathe there because you've got a wider racetrack that you can deal with and work with there. And here, you know that just making a slight mistake could be the end of your night.
Yeah, and we know it's driving race cars. Some are physical, some are mental. This is both. This place, mentally, you're getting tired because mentally you got to place your car just where that seam is, up against the wall. You got to play with the gas. So it's mentally and physically exhausting. So I agree, Junior. I think it's a tougher race than the 600 in a lot of ways.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin has dominated this race and this racetrack many times. Let's take a look at the Toyota driver update. Leading 116 of the 208 laps. Still out front. And this number 11, he just, you know, I know that he had early success here, and I don't know what that is about a race car driver, but it seems like everywhere they go where they have that first win or they have that first big moment, they always seem to do well at that track for the rest of their career. Do you guys have that kind of racetrack where you went, you had your first big day, and it sort of seemed like every time you went there, you had that confidence you were always going to run good? Texas was that track for me. What was that track for you guys?
Look, I didn't have any. Dover, I love Dover. From the first time I went to Dover, I do not know why, and I won a race there, and I ran good there, ran second to Darrell there when I was 21 or 22. But it was just that place where, for whatever reason, I just liked that crazy place when it was asphalt and then when it went to concrete too. So that would have been the place that I carried as much confidence as any place into.
Yeah, mine was Michigan. I was fortunate to win there, win my first race with the Wood Brothers, but it was just always a track I loved to race at. The challenge of moving around that we had, start on the bottom and end up all the way up against the wall. A lot of fun.
Well, lead's gathering up some steam here. Larson's closing in slowly on the back of this number 11 of Hamlin. He's going to struggle with the dirty air as he gets a little closer to the back of that Toyota. But he's starting to show the speed here late in the run, right on the wall into turn 3.
Yeah, he does that every lap. You see now he cuts down across, you know, trying to get a little air to the front of his car. Watch him go into turn 1 here. Really fascinating. I'm pretty sure he's going to be wider than Hamlin. Look at this entry. You were wrecked if you ever did that before. It's amazing to watch him drive this track.
And you want to know who started running that line first? The first car I ever saw run that line was Denny Hamlin. Early in my broadcasting career, I said, man, let's talk about that. I see you're the only guy out there doing that high entry to turn 1. And he didn't want to talk about it. He didn't have, no one else knew about it. He didn't want to really sort of broadcast what he was trying to do there and why that was better. But for whatever reason, you get down into the corner and you're to the wall sooner, so you're to the gas sooner. You make this part of the turn a little faster, you're back to the gas, and if your car's good enough, you can stay committed to the exit and then run down that back straightaway.
Let me ask you a question. Denny's won here in every type of car he's ever driven. Do you think this car is easier to go in with a high entry than the old car might have been?
I think when it's comfortable and with what they've learned and the grip that they've gained in this car since its inception, I think this car, to me, looks like once it's on rails, it's fun to drive. I think the drivers with the independent rear suspension, they certainly have a lot more understanding of what the car's capable of doing than maybe the older car.
But I think when this car's not comfortable with the small, the shorter tire sidewall, when this car is not comfortable, it's not in the racetrack, it's probably more difficult to understand where the limit is in this race car.
So the window, you're saying the window is just a lot smaller with this car. It's interesting to watch, and Dale mentioned it earlier. Denny doesn't always show you what he has. Kyle Larson doesn't always show you what you have. We saw Kyle Larson challenge there. He ran up and caught him a little bit. Now he's backed out. Does he want to show him what he has right now just to win this stage? Marty?
Well, KP, you saw that stat a moment ago. 4 Cup Series wins for Denny Hamlin, but after the Xfinity win yesterday, he now has 10 total Darlington wins. He told his crew chief, Chris Gabehart, a moment ago, much tighter on this run. Now caution comes out. B.J. McLeod stopped on the back of the track. 14 to go here, Junior, in stage 2.
See BJ trying to get undone here to be able to climb out of this car. Looks like some sort of a drive line failure, engine failure. Seen some smoke coming out of the pipes or underneath the race car there.
Well, this caution comes at an interesting time.
It sure does. I mean,
wow.
Everybody's probably bringing their cars to pit road for tires. It's been quite a while since if you run 5 laps on tires, you're coming to get them. But it's certainly going to set you up for a hustle to the finish of this stage. They'll be all out in trying to either maintain or gain track position in the few laps left. See here, B.J. McLeod down on the inside of the racetrack. Smart, having issues, get out of the groove, get off the racetrack, down on the apron. And this is a big break for one of our playoff contenders. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., the first car a lap down. So he was able to maintain that track position over Truex, over Christopher Bell. Neither one of those were able to get around Stenhouse. Stenhouse will get back on the lead lap. It's an opportunity under this yellow for some of these cars to possibly stay on the racetrack. So Truex and those guys could think, hey, I'm going to stay on the racetrack, try to keep the car on the lead lap to the end of the stage. That's another way to get the lap back here.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no other choice to make in this situation. They'll be able to take the wave around, get back on the lead lap, and then everybody's going to come back in as we get ready to start or finish up the end of stage 2.
And they take the wave around, which changes their tire situation too.
Yeah.
Because they're not going
they've got
they're not going to put an extra set of tires on for these last 12, 15 laps like the front runners will.
Denny Hamlin's going to bring the whole field down to pit road here. Getting a push from Larson. Larson says, man, you're not going the speed limit. Let's go. Come on, Dave.
Larson in second place there. He said the car's gone just a little bit freer, but it doesn't need much for this short run. Meanwhile, his teammate William Byron in the 24, he was a little bit tighter to start that last run. He'll need an adjustment here, Marty.
Tyler Reddick said that's the best the car's been in a while. You'll see him go a little further past Denny Hamlin, who hits his stall right now and again slides a little bit too far for the pit crew. Hamlin said he needs to be a little bit tighter. That was his biggest problem, too free on that run. Reddick said that's the happiest I've been with a car in quite a while. So Reddick, very good, especially on that long run. Now a drag race off pit road. Reddick's going to lose a couple spots, but Hamlin in the 11 team will hold serve.
Eric Jones gains more spots on pit road, continues to climb the leaderboard in that 43 car. Pretty incredible. Denny Hamlin off pit road 4. There's that 43. He might be in this thing after all. Back at Darlington to come to the end of stage 2. A little sprint to the finish as the cars are getting the 1 to go. Several cars under this caution took the wave around to get back on the lead lap. Alex Bowman, Truex Jr., Harrison Burton, Christopher Bell, Gilliland, and McDowell. There's the points as they run with Denny Hamlin out front. You see back there at the cut line, Christopher Bell, Logano, both those guys trying to repair their vehicles, fighting to figure out how to rebound in this race some way, somehow. Stenhouse with the wave around for the free pass, back on the lead lap, gets a chance to recover something in this race. Marty.
And Junior, look who's up in third. You mentioned it, Erik Jones. And Kyle Petty, your dad, is a part owner of this team. Weren't you the one that said in the pre-race, no shot a non-playoff driver will win a playoff race this year? 4 races started the playoffs last year with non-playoff drivers winning. Could Erik Jones be that guy for the 2nd straight year?
He could be, Marty, and I say a lot in pre-race that doesn't come true. That's why we clean it up in post, Marty. That's why we clean it up in post.
See the stage points earned so far. Again, 9 laps to go at the end of stage 2 here. This will be a sprint. You'll be able to see what everybody's got here. Green flag. Denny Hamlin controls them easily out front down into turn 1. Larson's going to take that 2nd spot. Jones going to fall in line in that 43 and 3rd side by side for 4th. Reddick takes a spot from Byron. Kyle Busch in 6th down to the inside of Byron in turn 3. Can't make it work down there on the bottom. 12 car around the outside, contact.
It's like a 10-lap heat race right here.
Yeah, buddy. They're getting to work here. Harvick lets Blaney through. Oh, 10 car up the racetrack, almost in the wall. Good recovery there, everybody avoids. It's a mess back here. A lot of these cars just trying to get to the end of the stage, not lose too many positions.
Yeah, and up front, I tell you what, once Larson got by the 43 of Erik Jones, Jones has stayed right on his bumper.
He's right there off of turn 2. That 43 looks good here late in the race, and this is kind of the way this race looked for that team last year. They just worked their way toward the front, and when they finally did get that track position, finally did get that lead, they had the speed to keep it.
This is kind of the way the race played out last year, and you see the 45 of Reddick right there. He's really not gaining anything. So the 43 has speed, has short run speed anyhow.
Riding on board with Reddick.
Cracked over in 2.
Oh, we got a big wreck over here. The 2 involved. Ty Gibbs as well. Cindric's had contact with the right front.
Just hold your brakes. Try to get it rolling. They're all outside. Be ready, guys. All right, we are rolling.
54 there, Ty Gibbs. Contact with the left side. You have to imagine the 2 maybe on the inside of the 54 down in the corner. Contact, sending the 2 into the wall. Here we go. Yeah, right there. Racing for 14th position. Cindric just gets into the left side of the 54, Ty Gibbs, and up the racetrack they go right here. Contact. Gibbs into the wall, turns the 2 right into the wall.
Yeah, the 54 had no more room to go.
No.
High.
Good moves by Joey Logano and Bubba Wallace to avoid that. They were right behind, up next to the wall when that happened.
So now, do the guys that took the waiver round, do they consider coming to pit here, put on their tires, and then just not hardly run the last, and then the other guys are going to pit at the end of the stage?
Yeah, this could jumble up the
I'm
order.
not Steve Filtart, but just...
Oh, that's an idiot. Yeah, there's nothing you can do about that.
Radio communications of Ty Gibbs and his team. Both cars able to pull away and continue, but the damage to the 2 car looked pretty severe. See a lot of cars coming to pit road for tires.
Wow.
You don't know if this is the end of the stage, will get restarted or not. Pit road is open.
And the one thing we got to remember, there were no cautions in the first stage for these guys to come in and put on 2 or 3 extra sets of tires.
Kim.
And a last-minute decision by crew chief Paul Wolfe to bring Joey in, give him 4 fresh Goodyear tires. The front end of that race car still not right, though, after early contact with the wall, Dave.
Kevin Harvick gave up 8th position. He was called to pit road, so they changed tires here. We'll see how that works out. Marty.
Chris Buescher on pit road as well, so an interesting call by these teams, just kind of around the top 10 mark and maybe just a little bit outside. Buescher says the car a little bit too tight, takes him a long time for that car to come in, so maybe an adjustment for this short run here to the end of stage 2.
Watch here. Christopher Bell on the right side of your screen. He gets turned around. Just pick that up in the camera. I don't know if he got some help from somebody behind. He's slowing down for the wreck. Looked like a little bit of mark on the back bumper there of that car where he may have gotten some contact to help get him turned around there. But the hope, I guess, is for these teams that came to pit road is that somehow through this cycle of the stage end, all these cars up front are coming to pit road to get tires, and that will bring them to the front. This will flip this entire race
completely
upside down.
Yeah. And if you were outside the top 10, there was no, if you couldn't get yourself in the top 10, as we saw there, Bell, and exactly what happened there, but if you were outside of that and weren't going to get any stage points, why not take this gamble? You just, you run around, you try to keep some people behind you, but you're not going to abuse the tires too much.
I think Bell saw the group in front of him and that one car get up in the outside wall, and he thought something was going to happen. He just locked it up.
This is why, though, you continue to fight as a team. No matter what happens in that first stage, this race is, again, long. It's 500 miles, but it feels like 1,000. You got to stay in the fight, Kim.
That's right. And we saw Joey Logano on pit road. They took an extended stop to again look at the right front toe link. It has just been a bothersome problem all race long since that contact with the wall. But crew chief Paul Wolf reminding his driver on the radio just now, take it easy. Do not abuse your stuff, meaning don't wear those tires out in this restart.
3 laps to go at the stage here. It's kind of a situation where NASCAR has to make the decision whether we get a lap or 2 of green flag or they end the stage as the cleanup continues. Got a few trucks still out on the racetrack down in turn 1 and 2 that NASCAR wants to shoo off the racetrack as quickly as possible. Watching the flag man, looking like we may get a 1 to go signal here.
Has that look about him.
It does.
Yep, here we go.
So we're going to get 1 to go and have basically 1 green flag lap to decide the end of this stage. So watch the drivers go through the choose. It's a bit of a repeat of the last restart with Hamlin taking the outside line. You would think that for years the bottom would be the choice line down into turn 1, but no longer. That outside line is the way to go, Marty.
Boy, Junior, I love this call by Scott Graves, an aggressive call to put Chris Buescher in an interesting position here. 4-lap pressure tires is what he just told him on the radio. They only lost 1 spot by making that move, and you're exactly right. That's why I want to talk to Scott Graves, Junior. They're going to flip this next stage and not pit at the end of stage 2, so a nice shot at trying to get some track position back for Buescher.
So if you're Buescher, right, you run as hard as you can to not lose any spots. To the cars that are on the same strategy as you got a lot of cars around you, behind you, trying to do the same thing. Only 1 lap. I mean, you're not going to lose a ton of time, but you don't want to put too much effort into these tires.
Yeah, and they're not thinking, he's not really thinking about it. He has playoff points built up with his wins and things, so he's not worried about that. He is totally about the next stage and where he starts then.
This will be the first restart all night on some used tires for Denny Hamlin. Wheel spin is an issue or a concern for some of the drivers. We'll see how they fire off. Going through the restart zone. A good launch by the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Side by side for second. Eric Jones evens up on the 5-car. Larson down into turn 1. Byron all alone in 4th place. Jones with a great opportunity right here on the outside of 5. Look at the momentum. He gets in the wall just a little bit, slows him down. A little side draft by Larson down into turn 3. Larson easily clears with a little bit of a slide job. Jones back to the bottom. All this while Denny Hamlin way out in front is going to win stage 2.
You're all good. You can roll out now.
Great little sprint to the finish, and back there in 10th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. just getting back on the lead lap, racing his way into a stage point.
Crazy.
Pretty incredible. A lot of racing left. 137 laps to go, an entire stage here at Darlington at the Southern 500. A lot of history here in South Carolina with their sports. Clemson and the Gamecocks of South Carolina. Darlington has been around for almost 75 years, but these two colleges have done some incredible things over the years in the state of South Carolina. I always love coming down here, man. I used to race at Myrtle Beach.
Yeah.
I used to race at Florence. I just raced this Friday night at Florence. Used to race there in the 90s. Spent a lot of time down here in the state of South Carolina and love coming to Darlington every year.
Yeah, we lived down here, moved down here, I believe it was 1961. And my dad went to drive for Bondi Long, so spent a lot of time in South Carolina.
So pit road is open at the end of the stage, and we thought a lot of teams would come to pit road, but not everybody. Here comes the 8 of Kyle Busch. Blaney, several cars coming to pit road, some staying on the racetrack. Kim.
And it was a do what they don't for crew chief Jonathan Hassler and driver Ryan Blaney. Ryan said the track is just tightening up way too much. I am absolutely plowing. You saw the chassis wrench go in, 4 fresh tires, Sunoco fuel, Dave.
The 9 of Chase Elliott will come to pit road from 11th. They're going to get a wedge adjustment and 4 fresh Goodyear tires on the 9 car, Marty.
Dave, that was interesting. The call was really late for Kyle Busch to get to pit road, so much so that he actually lost a spot to Blaney coming to pit road. Their thought was, if you can't start in the first 2 rows on this restart, let's come to pit road. He said that last adjustment certainly helped me, but the pit crew answered the bell. He lost that spot coming to pit road, but the pit crew got that spot back for Kyle Busch. This is going to be very interesting, Junior. A mix of older tires and newer tires here, even within the top 10.
I'm looking forward to this restart of stage 3, and with that, we're going to send Dale Jarrett and Kyle down to the pit box for the post-race. Rick Allen, Letarte, Jeff Burton. I'm going to stick around in the booth.
Winding down the Southern 500, the final stage about to get underway. Under 133 laps remaining. That's still a long ways to go until we find out if it's a playoff contender that is able to win and advance themselves into the next round. So many things still in front of us. We do want to give a shout out to Anthony Marshall, one of our family, one of our crew members who is always with us and has been with us for decades as the robo camera operator for camera 4, which is in turn 2. There you see it actually moving. But T-Bone, as we love to call him, from Georgia, has been away from us for a little while, and we're all thinking about you, and we can't wait for you to come back, T-Bone. So get well soon, buddy. As we get ready for the restart, 2x2 once again.
And we have a little bit of a mixed bag. Basically, top 6 cars have 6 green flag laps on your tires, and that most of the cars in the middle have just that 1 lap, which doesn't make a difference most places. Here it makes a little bit of difference. And then we have that group of cars that just came off pit road, which that'll be Kyle Busch leading the way all the way back at 22nd. So 132 to go. It's kind of rinse and repeat what we saw in the first 2 stages. A green flag cycle, probably actually a couple green flag cycles if we don't see the yellows.
And once again, we've seen the 43 of Eric Jones find his way toward the front. Now he's on the front row with Denny Hamlin, who has won both stages tonight. Can he make it a clean sweep as he comes out of 4? And once again, the green flag goes up in the air.
Hold your line. You're clear both lanes, out of order.
Another great restart for Hamlin as he surges ahead, and here comes Larson.
Further back, though, Kevin Harvick, that 4 car on the outside of the 6. He is the first one on new tires. Let's see if he can get to the lead here.
Reddick also getting by Jones. It's William Byron making the pass as well. So Jones falls back in line 5th now.
Yeah, just not a good restart for the 43. Tough on that inside. Somebody gets on your outside. 14 almost in the fence there, racing Bubba Wallace down the back straightaway. Incredible commitment to the throttle.
And look at Briscoe now. Chase Briscoe in that 14, surging back by the 23, right to the back bumper of Brad Keselowski.
Awesome to watch the momentum they can build around the top of turn 3 and 4. Whip that car off of the corner down the straightaway.
Denny Hamlin, what a race he's put together already. 146 laps led.
It's going to make things difficult for Larson. Even when Larson has a little bit more speed and can get the distance. Here we got another battle here. Jones continuing to slide back. Harvick now to the inside with those newer tires you mentioned. Can't make the pass there on the bottom.
There comes Chris Buescher. When Harvick fell back there a bit, it pulled Buescher into the picture.
This track's so narrow, Rick, that Larson, even when he has the speed, can't really get enough clean air no matter where he goes on the racetrack to be able to go challenge the 11. The 11's great too. I mean, it's a very fast race car. Be hard to pass either way, but a narrow racetrack, smart race car driver with Denny Hamlin, he's going to make this pass almost impossible.
I think back to Pocono and Kyle Larson. He now knows, as he got into the wall there just a bit, Kyle Larson knows how he can race Denny Hamlin. Hamlin raced him hard for the win. Kyle Larson knows if he can get up there to him, he can race him hard as well. We go back to Pocono on a late restart. The 5 was in control of the race, and Denny Hamlin took him right up against the wall, and that made the 5 fall back. He wasn't happy about it. Showed his displeasure to Denny under caution, and then later they talked about it. He just said, I will now know how to race Denny when it comes down to the last laps of the race.
Super impressed right here with the speed of the 11 car. Actually, all these guys with a few laps on their tires. Not a lot, but a few laps typically here at Darlington is worth a lot of speed. But Denny Hamlin driving away. Again, Kevin Harvick, the first guy on new tires, but he really hasn't progressed very much.
Steve, in stage 1 and stage 2, we saw him come about every 30 laps, 32 laps. Is that something we're going to continue to see even into stage 3?
Well, you have to do a little bit of a math and a little bit of a guess on how your car is going to handle. If you're only going to pit twice in this stage, which is what they did in the first 2 stages, then you got to run 43 laps on each set of tires. There is like an outside chance that you could say, I'm going to stop 3 times and only run 32 laps a set. Now, that's a lot of times on and off pit road and a lot of risk of losing time or perhaps a yellow catching you. But, you know, if you're a non-playoff guy, you're in the middle of the pack, maybe you do something different and see if you can make something of the day.
Take a look at the progressive telemetry for Kevin Harvick here.
Yeah, let's ride along with him. Let's see what he's dealing with. Drives into turn 1, downshift, up the racetrack to the wall. Half throttle, a little bit of full throttle, then back, now back to full throttle. Very tight corner on the exit of 2. Upshift, now he's going to drive into turn 3. Let's see what he decides to do. He's going to run lower than Eric Jones. Trying to get a little bit of clean air. Slides up the racetrack. Soon as he gets to the wall, that's when he goes back to the throttle. And you can see why it's so easy to make contact with the wall. You enter the corner. Car shoots up to the wall. You have to know when to go back to the throttle to keep from hitting the wall, where to carry speed and where not to.
By 4.
Harvick's never been one to enter turn 3 on the fence. He's not a driver that really loves to run right against the wall the entire corner. Even when they run the top at places like Bristol, he's always got a little bit more of a shallow entry. He's very careful not to put himself ever in a position where he might get the car into the wall.
Haven't talked a lot about Ross Chastain right now running in the 11th spot, Kim.
That's right, Rick. So where has he been? Well, for the first 2/3 of this race, his average running position, 23rd after starting in the 25th position. And they have built on working this car each and every stop. They've made wedge and air pressure adjustments every opportunity they've had to make the car better. It's gone from tight to better turning in the front. Ross said he just needs the right rear to stick with him. They also gained track position by staying out during that last caution. When I talked to Ross this morning, Marty, he said this track has humbled him. He has to think about this race one corner at a time. That's how much focus it demands.
Tyler Reddick having a terrific run, Kim, in the 3rd position right now. When we were riding on board with Kevin Harvick a moment ago and now riding on board with Tyler Reddick, you saw how much Harvick was shifting behind the wheel in the gears. So what's going on with Reddick in that category? Listen on the radio.
I've lost the gear indicator. I did a hard reset on the dash. It didn't work. So I truly don't know what gear I'm in at all.
So how about that, Jeff? I mean, 500 miles at Darlington is one thing, but really not knowing what gear you're in and having to mentally keep up with that all evening long, how tough is that going to be on Tyler Reddick for the rest of this race?
Yeah, I think he's providing that information to the team more as an indication of, hey, I got a potential problem in here, a potential electrical issue. He knows right now where he is in the gearing. He knows when to upshift, when to downshift. You've sensed that off the noise of the car and the feel of the car. So I'm not worried about it causing a mistake for Tyler Reddick. I think he's just providing information to the team.
Well, you mentioned the information, Jeff. It's obviously a sensor issue of some sort because we see his right hand reach down and shift. And if you look at the telemetry on the left side, it says he's staying in 4th gear. I can assure you he is not. He is shifting each lap. So the sensor, the same thing that feeds our telemetry, is what feeds the dash for the driver. Must have an issue with that.
So Tyler Reddick running in the 3rd spot, and he's got a pretty good idea of what gear he's in. It's fast.
Ashley's Labor Day sale is your last chance to save big on summer's top styles with 0% interest for 60 months. Shop Labor Day Hot Buys, all just $5.98 each. And featured finds starting at only $17 per month or $9.99.99. Only at Ashley.
Around here, we like to keep things simple and honest.
Sure do. That's why at Progressive, we show you rates from other companies, even if they're lower than ours, so you can choose what's best for your family.
Comparing rates used to be a hard day's work, but not with AutoQuote Explorer.
Need me to help again?
No.
So join us and taste why Progressive is the name people trust. Sorry, are we talking about apples now or insurance? Why is that funny?
Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 is so good, the crew is giving every combination code names.
I got that sauce biscuit and some Tay-Tays.
More formally known as sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes.
Bis squared.
Egg and cheese biscuit and sausage biscuit. 2 biscuits. I'm impressed Tyler knew what squaring was.
Cuppa duppa java.
It's 2 coffees.
Cuppa duppa java.
No matter what you call it, Wendy's breakfast is that breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Nice footwork. Man, you're lucky. Watching live sports never used to be this easy. Now you can stream all your games like it's nothing.
Yes! That's what I'm talking about!
Oh, here he comes! Go!
Yeah! Running up and down that field looks tough.
It's a pitch.
Get way more into what you're into when you stream on the Xfinity 10G network.
Some days, I don't have time to slow down. So sipping on coffee just isn't an option. That's when I turn to 5-Hour Energy. It's my 5-second coffee. Discover 5-Hour Energy.
There's no place like Kansas.
Green flags in the air.
This is a tough track.
He gets turned on.
The race for the NASCAR Championship runs 185 miles per hour straight through the heartland.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna win at Kansas.
Drivers, start your engines. The NASCAR playoffs continue at Kansas on USA.
112 laps to go in the Cookout Southern 500 from Darlington Raceway. It's the first race of the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs. And speaking of playoffs, the inaugural Super Motocross World Championship playoffs are getting underway Saturday on USA. The first playoff at ZMAX Dragway in Charlotte, North Carolina. Then the second one will be September 16th on Peacock at Chicagoland Speedway. That's playoff number 2, Joliet, Illinois. And the final, that's right, the championship final, September 23rd on USA at LA Coliseum, Los Angeles, California. Steve, a favorite in this?
Well, listen, I mean, Jet Lawrence has just dominated the outside. So, listen, this is the inaugural because it is a true playoff system as we see Tyler Reddick go by Larson after some contact with the wall. But this is the first ever playoff. Race 1, you get basically a point for position. Race 2, you get 2 points. And the last one, you get 3 points. So the stakes will raise as they go through the playoffs.
He said it got hung in neutral or something, talking about the 5 of Larson when he hit the wall.
Oh, boy. Well, we talk about 500 miles. We don't think about attrition or mechanical issues with these cars anymore. We don't see it very often. But you wonder just how much abuse they can take.
So let's go back and watch. Watch the 5 cars. He gets in the wall. Yeah, he's very loose. Pretty good contact. You wonder if when he downshifted it went in neutral. And so then he went in the corner, he didn't have the rear wheel braking of the car, and that's why he got into the wall.
Reddick went right by him. And so Reddick's up to second now. Larson trying to hold off Byron, who it looks like saw blood in the water there and was about ready to attack.
Well, we've not seen contact with the wall tonight that hasn't damaged these cars one way or another. That 5 does not look comfortable. He gives up another spot here to the 24, his teammate Byron.
So Larson starting to fall back. Steve, is this an opportunity for them to come to pit road, maybe do a little bit of an early pit stop?
Well, it's still a little early. I think they want to get to at least lap 270, which is 10 more laps. I mean, at this point, I think you just, you got to get on the radio to your driver, see what's going on, see the pace, and just say, listen, we just can't take ourselves out of the race. Even if we have to lose 15 spots, we have to finish this race. We have to finish it on the lead lap.
Yeah, the fear right now for me, Steve, is the car's bad. He's falling backwards. He's going to see cars going by. He's going to get panicky, and the driver is going to make another mistake. I know he's one of the greatest drivers in the sport right now, but I think that's probably the main concern. We saw it with Joey Logano as well. When things went bad, the car is really, really hard to control. Keeping the car out of the wall will be the most difficult thing he does over the next several laps.
I spent a lot of time with Cliff Daniels, his crew chief, yesterday, and that's what he told me. He said, look, we are fast enough. If you look at every stat, we are the fastest car on every kind of racetrack, but we do not have the wins. We are not executing like we need to. And so this is a great example. Contact with the wall. It's hurt the car a little bit. A fast race car. What do you salvage out of the day? Do not make a bad situation worse.
And Larson told us earlier this week that was the one thing he needed to do was focus more, get a little more of a focus on what they're doing here for the final 10 laps or 10 races, because he wants another championship, but he has had issues where the driver has made a mistake and taken them out of contention for the win. Dave.
So, Rick, it took a few laps, but the fresher tires for Kevin Harvick are finally coming in. And the spotter and the crew chief speculated about how they might help Kevin. It was the same conversation you guys sort of had about the shallow line he was taking into the corner. You'll hear the voice of Tim Fedewood, the spotter, and then crew chief Rodney Childers.
I think we're loose in, are we? Steve said it looks like it's too tight right now. But I think too, but we get in so deep and low, we can't turn in the middle 3 and 4. I have to tell him to open his arc up there just a little, into 3. Yeah, I'd hold off. I know.
I think we should open up his arc a little bit, and crew chief Rodney, who's known him for years and won 3 Southern 500s with him, says, yeah, I think we should hold off. Let him do his work.
Well, look, I think a guy like Kevin Harvick, that's what you do. You let him do his work, and he knows what he's dealing with. He knows what he needs to do to this race car and where to put it, depending on how the car is handling. And he's actually making good time right now. These tires a little bit newer, starting to get a little bit of gain on the guys in front of him.
That's just Kevin's line. That's the one that he loves to run. Now, he'll open that entry up when the pay window's open. But for now, to keep the right side on that car, to keep that car in one piece to the end of this race, that's his traditional entry. And he will make time that way. I don't know how he does it, but that narrow, shallow entry, he still can make time on the cars in front of him that are arcing the entry.
4 car of Harvick running in the fourth position, and running up in second, Tyler Reddick, Marty.
Yeah, and we saw Kyle Larson hit the wall and the car went to neutral. Reddick said on the radio a moment ago, I don't know what happened. The car popped out of gear on its own. So, Steve, they've had the gear indicator issue. Now Reddick said the car popped out of gear on its own. Starting to get a little more concerned about the 45.
Well, I mean, that's the same issue Larson had. So I know Reddick has a couple issues, but now this is 2 cars that don't want to stay in gear or at least have some issues with neutral.
Nice footwork.
Man, you're lucky. Watching live sports never used to be this easy. Now you can stream all your games like it's nothing.
Yes! That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, here he comes. Go!
Yeah! Running up and down that field looks tough.
It's a pitch.
Get way more into what you're into when you stream on the Xfinity 10G network.
Advance? In Advance Auto Parts. I need that die-hard power. And the reliability and rugged durability, right? Yes. That's why diehards choose Die Hard.
And Advance Auto Parts is the home of Die Hard. We'll even install yours for free.
Hey. Abuela? She makes the best tamales.
This is how we advance. Ashley's Labor Day mattress sale is going on now. Get 0% interest for 60 months on in-store mattress purchases. Save up to $700 on select Tempur-Pedic adjustable base sets, or up to $900 on select Purple and Beautyrest Black adjustable base sets. Only at Ashley.
Some days, I don't have time to slow down. So sipping on coffee just isn't an option. That's when I turn to 5-Hour Energy. It's my 5-second coffee. Discover 5-Hour Energy.
The pit stop cycle has started here in stage 3. Randall Burnett coming a little bit earlier than everybody else at lap 269. So this will be very interesting, Dave, with pit stop starting a little sooner than most thought.
19 to Martin Truex is on pit road now. Car's acting a little bit funny for him, but he's in a much better position than he was. Still one lap down, trying to get that free pass, Marty.
Here come the Toyota cars. Tyler Reddick coming down pit road. Denny Hamlin as well. Hamlin said the car handled much better that run, and it took off way better. So a very small change for Hamlin. And Tyler Reddick did not say anything about that gearing issue, since he did say it that very first time. Car really good for Reddick on those long runs, Dave.
Bubba Wallace on pit road in the 23, the 9 of Chase Elliott on pit road, the 5 of Kyle Larson has already left. They're getting their work done fast here. This first round through here. Now Kevin Harvick will come down pit road. Remember, his tires were fresher. That run was in a good direction for the 4. They'll not make any changes here except to give up with the racetrack for Kevin.
Reddick right now fighting with Hamlin. Again, those two were running 1 and 2 before the pit stop cycle started. And Reddick now in front of Hamlin. So Tyler Reddick, after coming to pit road, has gotten in front of the 11 of Denny Hamlin. So Joy Bell and Stenhouse Jr. still to come to pit road. Now Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on pit road. Kim.
And Ricky just complained that car will not turn. A tight condition, so they will make an air pressure adjustment for Ricky as those 4 fresh Goodyears go on Sunoco fuel for that Chevrolet.
Reddick's drove away from this 11 car of Hamlin, and Byron has closed the gap. Now to the inside. Denny's car just not quite firing off here on these new tires. He's got an issue. He's coming to pit road.
A problem for the playoff driver who's led the most laps today.
Ricky thinks he has a loose wheel for Denny Hamlin. We talked about how you cannot make mistakes here in the playoffs. Hamlin had driven a perfect race to this point. Chris Gabehart even said the crew has been perfect all day long, but Hamlin saying he thinks he has a loose wheel. You're on board with him riding down pit road right now to be able to get 4 fresh Goodyear tires on. Man, Steve, we talk about it all the time. I don't know what it is about the Southern 500 and the playoffs that brings out mistakes from crews and drivers as well. But a mistake here on pit road for the Joe Gibbs crew.
Yeah, mistake, and you hope it is a loose wheel. Hope it's not another issue. It seems like as we get later into the day, we're hearing gearing issues, transmission issues, and now all of a sudden we have these loose wheels. The right side looked to be pretty clean. The left side, I mean, these pit stops are just so fast. The exchange of tires happens so fast. It's very difficult to see an issue unless it really stands out. We'll see if the 11 picks the pace back up. And Jeff, Junior, you guys called it, right? the speed was out of the 11, so he was feeling something severe enough that he just couldn't maintain pace.
And also in this race, all green flag racing, so green flag pit stops and problems on green flag pit stops are always going to cost you more. I think it's a lot to do with the racing we see at this racetrack. Not a lot of yellows tonight.
Hamlin now scored a lap down, running 30th.
Looks like the pace is back in the car, though.
Yeah, Jeff, that's what I was concerned about, is that a wheel wasn't loose and it would be something bigger. But looking at what we see right now out of the 11, pace is there.
He's being scored as the first car 1 lap down back in 30th.
And he is about 13 seconds behind Reddick to unlap himself. He just went by Logano, who's 14 seconds back.
Well, the problem is Reddick has basically brand new tires on as well. You know, it's not like he had a flat halfway through the run where now he has a tire advantage and he can run the leader down. I mean, 13 seconds to a car that, you know, ran behind him the whole last stint. And I just don't think that's possible.
Reddick has the next car to put a lap down right in front of him. Stenhouse just a few car lengths ahead of Reddick. So if anything happens for Denny, this yellow that he needs to happen now.
The number is up to 8 now. 8 playoff drivers have had an issue tonight. Marty.
And Rick just checking in with the team. They cannot find a wheel that they felt like was loose for Denny Hamlin. Clearly, he felt something behind the wheel. You don't second guess that. He knows what he's doing, especially here at Darlington, but there's no indication from the tires they took off. They're going to take a deeper dive, but right now, they cannot find the wheel that they think might have been loose for Denny Hamlin. He is in the free pass position right now in the 30th spot, so if a caution comes out, Hamlin will get back on the lead lap.
So unlike a 5 lug nut wheel, when it's loose, you start to see the oblong actual lug nut holes that go over the studs. In this center lock wheel, the only real way it's either A, obviously loose when you go to loosen it up, or B, there's that pin mechanism on the back that locks it in place. Sometimes you see some damage there. Normally, though, when we see a loose wheel that causes a driver to pit, there's those pinholes I was talking about. I mean, that wheel right there looked pretty good. I mean, when a driver like Denny Hamlin comes right away, it's normally obvious. Like literally, we've seen wheels wobble, like they're getting ready to leave the race car. So the fact that they can't see it, you wonder if it's something else, a cracked wheel, a broken wheel, some sort of harmonic or a vibration that made him feel like the wheel was loose.
And as a driver, Steve, when you get the report back, hey, we don't see anything, it's devastating. You're like, well, I know something was going on. Keep looking, but then you start wondering, well, what was it? Because Denny Hamlin didn't imagine it. It was a real feeling, a real sensation that it was having. So now you're second guessing yourself. Are we having a mechanical issue? Is there something beginning to be a problem? And we've already seen so many mistakes and so many issues in this race. You don't want to be a guy that has a mechanical and ends your night.
Still 13 seconds back from Reddick. And again, a lap down. Reddick now out in front. He's led 59 laps.
Summer won't last forever, but during Toyota's national sales event, you can make memories that will.
Okay, fine.
Come on. There you go.
Where's my mom? Just be in the moment. Yeah, just be present.
Toyota, let's go places.
Nice footwork.
Man, you're lucky. Watching live sports never used to be this easy. Now you can stream all your games like it's nothing.
Yes! That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, here he comes. Go!
Yeah! Running up and down that field looks tough.
It's a pitch.
Get way more into what you're into when you stream on the Xfinity 10G network.
Advance?
In Advance Auto Parts.
I need that die-hard power.
And the reliability and rugged durability, right?
Yes.
That's why diehards choose Die Hard.
And Advance Auto Parts is the home of Die Hard. We'll even install yours for free.
Hey.
Abuela? She makes the best tamales.
This is how we advance.
There's no place like Kansas.
Great flaps in the air. This is a tough track. He gets turned out.
The race for the NASCAR Championship runs 185 miles per hour straight through the heartland.
He's going to do it. He's going to win at Kansas. Let's go!
Drivers, start your engines. The NASCAR playoffs continue at Kansas on USA. There's no place like Kansas.
Great flaps in the air. This is a tough track. He gets turned out.
The race for the NASCAR Championship runs 185 miles per hour straight through the heartland.
He's going to do it. He's going to win at Kansas. Let's go!
Drivers, start your engines. The NASCAR playoffs continue at Kansas on USA.
Make sure to join Marty Snyder on Wednesday at 9 a.m. Eastern on NASCAR Radio Channel 90 for NBC Sports on Sirius XM. Marty's going to join Pete Pistone and the Bag Band on the morning drive. Again, that's Wednesday, 9 a.m. Eastern for NBC Sports on Sirius XM. Out in front, it's Tyler Reddick. He has a 1.8-second lead right now over William Byron, Harvick, Larson. The other playoff drivers up there in the top 5, and Eric Jones, a non-playoff driver, running 5th. Busher, Keselowski, and Wallace all a part of the top 10. Alex Bowman up here in 9th, and Kyle Busch rounding out the top 10. The issue has been for Denny Hamlin. Thought he had a loose wheel. The team relayed back to him. They couldn't find any issue with the wheels, and then Denny responded back, it was loose.
Well, he obviously is very confident that he had a vibration that's now gone.
It has been a Toyota night. Toyota drivers have led all but 5 laps tonight of the 289 that have already been completed.
Denny was on, the first car lap down, but Haley has now went a lap down in that 31 car in 29th place, so he would get the free pass if the caution comes out. So Denny Hamlin and his team falling further and further behind here.
What makes this worse is that that caution cycle we saw put so many cars back on the lead lap that literally, to your point, Junior, he's 30th. Let's take a look at our virtual Toyota car. We're going to talk a little bit more about these locking pins. So those yellow drive pins are what we were talking about. We showed you the live wheel with the holes in the back. They slide on and kind of lock into that. There are the holes right there. So that's what you hope they would look like, very clean. And what will happen is if a wheel is loose, it'll either mushroom out the aluminum or actually like connect 2 holes, if you can imagine, kind of knock the center out of it. When you tire changer and carrier work together, they put that on. It indexes, meaning you turn it a little bit and it slides over the pins. But when you watch a pit stop, it happens so fast that, I'm not sure we know. What we had been seeing is if you don't get it indexed correctly, the nut can't even go far enough on, and that locking mechanism can't pop up. But, the team didn't see a wheel that came off, and here's the actual wheel off the 11. I mean, the back of that looks normal. We heard the radio conversation that said, hey, we didn't see anything. So I agree with everyone on the 11 thing, right? So I believe that the crew chief and the crew didn't find a loose wheel obvious to them, but I'm very confident Denny Hamlin didn't make it up. So the big concern now, Marty, is, obviously changing the tires helped, but was it a loose wheel? Was it a broken wheel? It's something the 11 wants to definitely diagnose, if not tonight, but for the future.
And Steve, I'll say that Denny Hamlin was very confident. Rick echoed what he said. It was loose. That was Hamlin. Oh, and a car on the wall.
So it's J.J. Yaley. He was riding the wall very slow. We'll see if he gets down to the apron without a caution coming out. He will. But he was bouncing and riding the wall all the way from 2 down the backstretch.
Yeah, that was quite a bit of contact. And Yaley did a good job getting that car off the fence and down to the inside. But you see he's already in the wall right there. More contact here. Hard right there, and that's going to bend some toe links. Just gets up out of the groove into the dirt, and it's so dirty up there. All that debris from the tires is covering the racetrack in that outside groove. And the 45 car, that's not the first time he's brushed the fence with the right rear tire, right rear side. Bounce off, that thing keeps digging.
Isn't it awesome how as soon as he hit the wall, he went to the throttle? I mean, that is what you do. I mean, that kind of eliminates some of the damage. I know that sounds crazy, but if you scuff it because you're going forward rather than trying to slow down, and it digs in and it actually damages the car.
Yeah, we used to mount a 4x4 piece of wood in the right side door of our race cars. Back around 2004, 2005, 2006, we would weld in steel mounts that would house that 4x4 board so that you could hit the fence with the right side of the car and it'd never get to the tire. It'd never push the rear end housing around. Now these cars here are tough enough with these bodies and so forth that you can kiss the ball with just a little bit. We've seen it bend the toe links a little bit tonight, but that 45 car just hitting a little bit with the right rear should be okay.
And Marty, let's see if they can stay off the wall long enough to finish this report.
Maybe. We'll see, Rick. But, yeah, let's put a button on this Denny Hamlin situation. We told you a moment ago he was in the free pass position. Here's the problem. The car that he owns, driven by Tyler Reddick, is about to lap 4 or 5 cars right in front of him. So that just continues to put Hamlin further down the rank here of the cars that are 1 lap down, and they can see their race slipping away on the 11 team with 70 to go.
The only saving grace for Denny Hamlin is with winning both stages, he's already scored 20 points, and having a decent regular season came in with some points, and that's why, you know, even running where he's running, he's plus 23 kind of above the cut line. But you don't want to give that up heading to, you know, Bristol on the horizon and Kansas. The idea of a cushion is to keep the cushion. You don't want to burn it up in race 1.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin was 18 points above the cut line at the start of the race.
So, Jeff, you and I have had this conversation because as we close in under 70 to go in this race, we have had a lot of contact with the wall. Now there's potential loose wheel or vibration on the 11. We had Kyle Larson talking about his transmission, you know, not either popping out of gear or free coasting. It's very hard to, mechanically, you can't get to neutral from 4th gear if everything is in its working order in a transaxle. And Tyler Reddick as well. So I asked myself, Jeff Raggett, is this a transmission issue we're seeing or a transaxle issue? Is the differential in the back going bad? Like, what kind of issues mechanically are we starting to see this far into the race with this much wall contact?
Yeah, that's what's scary from a team standpoint, because you're right. I mean, you cannot get the car in neutral as Harvick goes to second place around William Byron. But you physically can't do it unless something's wrong. We hear drivers talking, a couple of drivers talking about it going to neutral. Denny Hamlin talking about a wheel loose. Team said it wasn't loose. So is there something happening that the drivers are feeling with these transaxles? They've been racing a long time, a lot of green flag running on top of that. Is there something that is new? You know, these are relatively new cars and new parts and pieces. I know we're in the 2nd year, but in the global side of things, it's pretty new. So is something new rearing its ugly head?
Another thing that could be new, Kevin Harvick finding victory lane in 2023. He's up to 2nd now, still looking for that 1st win of the year.
Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 is so good, the crew is giving every combination code names.
I got that sauce biscuit and some Tay-Tays.
More formally known as sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes.
Bis squared.
Egg and cheese biscuit and sausage biscuit. 2 biscuits. I'm impressed Tyler knew what squaring was.
Cup of Dubba Java.
It's 2 coffees.
Cup of Dubba Java.
No matter what you call it, Wendy's breakfast is that breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Ashley's Labor Day sale is your last chance to save big on summer's top styles with 0% interest for 60 months. Shop Labor Day Hot Buys, all just $5.98 each. And featured finds starting at only $17 per month or $9.99.99. Only at Ashley.
Attention Walmart shoppers, here's some straight talk for you. Use your loved ones to save money on wireless. So, you ready to commit to 2 lines to save cash? Have you ever saved your parents anything? Now, congratulations on your future savings. What's important in life? Family and saving money, right? And not necessarily in that order.
More lines mean more savings with Straight Talk. Just $25 a line for unlimited data, all on nationwide 5G. Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Some days, I don't have time to slow down. So sipping on coffee just isn't an option. That's when I turn to 5-Hour Energy. It's my 5-second coffee. Discover 5-Hour Energy.
Can't sleep.
Just a lot on my mind.
I can't sleep either.
It only gets tougher with age.
Mom, what?
Well, knowing Progressive can protect your home, auto, and business should help you relax.
Good, because I could use a good night's sleep.
Me too. You know how early a chimney sweep gets up every day?
Wait, is this all a dream?
Why would Jamie be in my dream?
I am America's biggest spokesperson.
Debatable.
I said biggest.
Well, he's got you there.
The stars of NASCAR return to Texas for a playoff showdown. Competitors, outlaws, rivals, all fighting to be the Lone Star. Experience the No Limits action. Racing, camping, live music, food, fun, and more. Sunday, September 24th. Lock in tickets at TexasMotorspeedway.com.
It's just that close for the lead of the Southern 500. Kevin Harvick in the Ford chasing down the 45 of Tyler Reddick.
Reddick had a little bit of trouble getting around some lap cars, but now he's gotten through. Here he is trying to go around Ryan Newman. Newman in his 51 has been fast. A lot of contact right there. That's not going to make Newman move over. Newman's been really quick tonight in this 51 car, and that's allowed Harvick to close the gap. And now Reddick is free, able to pull back away from Kevin Harvick in the 4 car. See that contact right there. And that's not doing the car any favors. And this was almost a crash off of turn 2. Hocevar up in front of the 12 car. I don't think Blaney appreciated that.
Blaney has gotten back in the pack a little bit, and he's struggled. He just cannot get back up through there.
He's right in front of the leader. Right here off of turn 2. Here comes the leader right there behind the 7 on LaJoie.
And they have lapped Truex.
Yep, Truex struggling all night long.
And what's coming up now is going to be the last green flag cycle. We might see more pit stops if we have yellows, but with 60 laps to go, as Harvick now is going to try to get Newman, and will he have enough momentum to get next to the 45?
Right on the roof there, the 8 car of Kyle Busch coming to pit road. He had gotten in the wall just a few laps ago, Marty.
Gotten in the wall twice, once with the right rear, once with the right front, and they came on the radio, and Kyle just now saying on the radio, I nailed the wall with that right front. So the damage on the right front and the right rear, and now a battle for the lead with the 45 and the 4, Rick.
Here comes Harvick. He's to the door. Let's see if he's got the momentum now. Reddick surging back ahead, but Harvick has made his presence known as Reddick knows that Harvick is charging. Let's see what he does here to the bumper.
Sold out crowd here at Darlington is on their feet, cheering for that 4 car. Every time he gets within a car length or 2 of the leader, this place goes crazy. Harvick now is going to slow down coming to pit road. He's going to try to leapfrog. The 45 is going to try to slow down.
Newman slides sideways, and that's probably going to bring out the caution. The 4 was he on pit road before the caution came out?
The answer is no to that, because on the onboard I saw the red light for sure for the 4 car, but the 22 of Joe Logano was already on pit road. We'll have to see where he cycles out with scoring.
Oh, if he stops. He can't stop if he wasn't on pit road before the line started. Dave?
They tried to keep him out. They said stay out, but it was too late. Having just came on the radio, said, dang it, and then he came down pit road. What a disappointment. They had such a plan.
Well, so his option is this. If you can't get back onto the racetrack, you just roll pit road at pit road speed without service. Let's take a look at what happens. We see Kevin Harvick right here coming to pit road. The 51 gets jacked up behind the 45, somehow loses control. And now the real key is, where's the red light? Well, right there you can see it.
So the 45 slows down. He sees the 4 pitting. He says, I'm going to try to slow down and make it to pit road, but that was an impossible thing. Newman had nowhere to go. Here's the 45 right on board. He's trying to downshift to get to pit road and then decides against it. Newman has nowhere to go. Is that what you're seeing, Jeff?
Something very odd there. I mean, but I just don't, there's no way Reddick was going to make pit road when he slowed down that much. It would have been impossible to make it. But he put Newman in a terrible spot.
Well, you see right here, obviously, a red light for the 4 car, who's about a car length from the line. Guys, I think you're absolutely right. Dale Jr., you called it, right? You cannot get beat to pit road. As soon as you saw the 4 pitting, you said it. Oh, he's going to leapfrog the 45, so we were on board with the 4. And now the 45 is obviously, you see the backfire out the pipes. Like, I don't know how he thought he was going to make the left and get underneath the orange box. But then poor Ryan Newman, I mean, he was getting back in the gas to exit turn 4. He had no idea.
And I mean, what a terrible break for Harvick there. I mean, he did nothing wrong. He was committed to pit road. Another break, but a good break for some guys that did get to pit road.
Well, now everyone who has yet to pit will make their trip to pit road, and this is going to be very important, Dave.
And William Byron almost hit the commitment box there, so he did not. He will now need to be freed up in that 24 car. He'll get 4 Goodyear tires and an adjustment there. As for Kyle Larson, his car is loose on throttle. Now, they believe they have a tow problem on the 5 car from that earlier wall hit. Don't think they can fix it here, but they're going to try to fix the handling, Marty.
Well, Dave, what a day it's been for Chris Buescher. They have raced their way into the top 5. Buescher saying, I just need more rear grip, especially late in the run. Tyler Reddick has had a flawless day to this point. He's led 90 laps. The pit crew has delivered as well, and they will lose maybe 1 spot here to the 5 bunch, but a solid stop here for Tyler Reddick and his team. We'll see if they can finish it off.
There were a couple guys on pit road before the caution came out, so their pit stops are fine, but that issue right there is going to cause a penalty for Harvick coming to pit road when the caution came out. Under 54 laps to go here in Darlington, and then we go to Kansas. Next weekend it will be the final race for the Xfinity Series of the regular season. That'll be on NBC and Peacock. Countdown to Green at 3 o'clock, 3:30 for racing. Then on Sunday on USA, race number 2 of the playoffs for the Cup Series. Countdown to Green at 2:30 and racing just after 3 o'clock.
So there's a lot to digest in there, right? Because the 4 came to a closed pit road. Behind him, I saw the 24 who was coming, and he came out. So let's listen into the 4 of Harvick and what they're discussing with the penalty. Oh, sorry, I thought we had the radio there. So the penalty of Harvick, we basically showed you, right? He came on pit road with a red light. But the caution was caused from the 45 trying to come to pit road late. So let's take a look at this. There's a lot going on. On the top of your screen, you're going to see the wreck coming in. So there's a couple cars coming to pit road. Now, if we freeze it about right here, you'll see, okay, this first car is the 4. Behind him, that's the 24 of Byron, the 5 of Larson. So now as we spin this forward a little bit, what you're going to see is Kevin Harvick stays committed. Larson sees it. He goes, oh, I'm staying out. And then right there, William Byron, right hand, stays on top, stays on the racetrack. So for that reason, I mean, that decision by Byron kept him in the race. The decision by Larson kept him in the race. And for Harvick, it was just a timing thing. I don't think he even had time to make the decision. The only real option they had was to not pit. They would have lost track position. But now, with the penalty, they're going to be all the way at the tail end.
So we have had a few cars come to pit road, and let's go to pit road and check in with Kim Kuhn.
And Brad Keselowski is a former Darlington winner. And when I talked to the team this morning, crew chief Matt McCall told me they were using the spring race as a measuring stick. He finished 4th, but they said they lucked into that finish. They really had a 7th place car. So anything 7th or better was what they were looking for tonight. Right now, they slot in the 5th position, was just looking for a little more turn. Slight adjustment on that stop, Dave.
Kim, Bubba Wallace qualified 19th. As crew chief Booty Barker told me, we will grind our way forward. If I'm maybe just outside the top 10 by the end of stage 1, that'll be fine. And a top 10 tonight, that would be just fine. They've kept it clean. Right now, Bubba Wallace runs 7th, Marty.
So, Dave, after all that chaos for the 45 team, Billy Scott right behind me, the crew chief for Tyler Reddick, told him, hey, listen, take a deep breath. This is going to be a long run. And keep in mind, long runs have been the strength for Tyler Reddick all day long. Can they take advantage of this? And they also had an interesting conversation about the choose. They decided, along with spotter Nick Payne, take the top no matter what. Right, Reddick did that. He will start in row 2, but the outside that he wanted.
Is going to be, we're talking over 50 lap run. If we don't have a yellow, that is really abusive on the tires. So, man, I mean, this is going to be hard to manage, right? Because track position is key. You can't let a guy go but you have to run just hard enough to know, you know, that you can make 51 laps on these rear tires. It seems like the rear tires are what goes away. Everybody says they have just no rear grip on the long run.
And the 5-car Larson, who had gotten into the wall earlier, seems to have the pace. There seems to be no issues as far as the toe links in that car. If he can get clear, I believe it'll be hard to get around.
So Reddick has lined up behind Larson, and that puts Chris Buescher on the front row on that inside line with William Byron behind him.
And how about Martin Truex Jr. and Denny Hamlin racing for the free pass? I'm not sure we ever thought we were going to say that tonight with the speed of the 11, and the 19 at times had speed early.
I mean, right there at 26, 27, 28, that's just about all of the Joe Gibbs cars. Christopher Bell, Truex, and Hamlin having tough days.
Kyle Larson leads the field back to the green flag here in the Southern 500. Back up through the gears with 51 laps to go.
Reddick's going to fight hard on that outside. He's going to probably clear this 17 down the back straightaway.
Larson pulling away. And remember, Larson's only been up front for 3 laps, so how will that car handle in clean air now?
Chastain with an aggressive move underneath Bowman. Almost contact on the front straightaway.
Bowman's fighting hard, though, on the outside. Can't hold it on the outside of 2. Chastain gets through. Here comes the 99. He's looking around. Suarez trying to get around the 48 of Bowman. Bowman to the bottom of the racetrack. Suarez will have the momentum down the straightaway here. He's going to move to the inside. Bowman's going to block. More of a block. Contact.
Oh, and he puts him in the wall. Into the wall goes Bowman. And now Suarez and Harrison Burton caught up.
Stay all the way at the top and stop.
Free pass is going to go to Truex Jr., I believe. Highest scored car a lap down.
That was a hard lick for that 21 car of Harrison Burton. Nowhere to go. Suarez spinning out of control in front of the field down into turn 1.
Left front locked up on the 99. Alex Bowman aggressively blocking that 99 of Suarez, and the fuse was just a little too short.
Yeah, that got carried away down the front straightaway.
2 guys not in the playoffs. Frustrating years for both of them. And I think that's what showed right there.
So down the front straightaway, the 99 of Suarez has the run. He's looking low, and Bowman's going to take him all the way down the racetrack. And as they go back up, the 99 hooks him in the right rear and turns Bowman into the outside wall.
I get the first block. The second block's ridiculous. I mean, you know, you block a guy to the inside, that's fine. Guy turns to the right, and then block him on the right again. I mean, that's just not good.
So I agree with you. I don't put that on Suarez at all. Bowman, if he wants to turn left and run him down to the bottom, that's fine. But then, you know, you wrecked yourself. You turn right, and the guy is next to your right rear bumper, in my opinion. So I get where Bowman's at here, but, I mean, you just drove across the 99's nose going back to the right. I mean, is that how you guys see this?
Right along with Denny Hamlin.
It's just also awful aggressive with just under 50 laps to go in the race.
Yeah, I don't know. I just, you know, the only thing I can say is maybe the 99 turning back to the right pulls the bumper of the 48. You know, as he's correcting the car, he has to turn the car back to the right. You know, I'll give Bowman the benefit of the doubt on that.
I'll get you. So right here, he turns left to go bottom. But what you're saying is now the 99 kind of gets on his right rear corner here. And now the 48 is kind of, I mean, he just knows. I mean, you see the backfire out the pipes.
Yeah, it looks clearly like Bowman was making that second block, but potentially he's pulling the rear bumper around and Bowman has to correct. But see right here, he's going to his inside, block, and he goes to the right, and there is contact.
Well, one thing's for fact. Two drivers that have not had great years were having great runs inside the top 10, and now neither of them are going to be able to finish there.
Yeah, I put that on both drivers. The blocking was a little aggressive. The 99 didn't cut him a break and stayed in his back bumper. And the 99 realizes that he has him turned, and they both end up in the fence. I just feel like that both drivers could have made some decisions there that would have been able to avoid all of that.
Behind the wall, the 99 goes. Kim.
And Alex Bowman on pit road. You see the team, they are fixing the toe link. It was a broken front toe link. Crew Chief Blake Harris said, shut the engine off. We will fix it just as practice and to make sure we can try and finish this race. A huge disappointment, though. They were running in the top 10, like you guys mentioned. That was the goal for the next 10 races. Top 10 finishes over these next 10 races. And remember, Bowman missed the spring race, so he has not been here since last fall after he had a back injury for the spring Darlington race.
You think about how we race at Darlington now in turn 1. There are 2 grooves there. It's not over. The position is not lost when somebody gets that inside position down the straightaway. You get to race off into the outside of turn 1 and 2. I think Bowman, could have chosen that option to say, hey, okay, you got the run, take the inside. I'm going to race you into turn 1. I'm going to try to beat you off of 2 and keep the position. But Suarez, I think, also got frustrated by the block and then chose to stay in the back bumper as he's turning the 48 back into the fence. So just late race. This is a hard race. This race will ruin relationships, friendships between crew chief, driver versus driver. This racetrack brings out the worst in you. And when your car's not been good all night long, you're frustrated, you're mad about the way things have been going. You got some track position late, you get a run on a guy and he does that. It can be really frustrating.
One of the indicators I've learned from listening to you guys call these races for so long is when you get out of the gas, you get that the flames come out of the pipes, and I don't think there was ever flames coming out of the 99. It didn't look like he ever got out of the gas as they were going into turn 2. Dave.
Free pass number 19. That is Martin Truex Jr. getting back on the lead lap, and boy, what a night it's been. Loose wheel early on caused them to repit, went down laps, did wave around, now gets this free pass back. They also had a bad adjustment they had to undo on the race car, and then other things have gone on as well. So it's been quite the night for Martin Truex Jr. We'll see if the 19 has some of that early speed he showed this weekend as he goes down to the final 40 or so laps when they go back to green here.
Really, it's going to be considered a sprint. So you think about what has happened. Multiple playoff drivers have had issues. And you come to a racetrack like Darlington with so much history, and we've seen so many things happen, that now we have Denny Hamlin, who led 177 laps, still scored a lap down because of issues that he had, thinking he had a wheel that was loose. We've got some guys coming to pit road now. But Larson's out in front. Reddick, who has also been very strong running second, he's been out front for 90 laps. Kim.
And Ryan Blaney, that car has just completely changed since the sun went down. He said, I am plowing tight, no grip, especially in turn 4. I don't know what to tell you. Give me a change. 4 tires, Sunoco fuel. Joey Logano also in. I don't want to call it a rebound, but this car seems to have stabilized after an early toe link issue, Dave.
And Kim, the 9 car, they continue to work on it. The driver was asked, hey, did you feel anything with the last adjustment? He said, it was only 2 or 3 laps, so I'm not sure, but they're going to bring him back in for more tires, Marty.
Well, this is interesting. Pretty much from 9th on back, all came down pit road. Not a ton of laps on the tires for the leaders. You see both Kyle Busch and Christopher Bell here on pit road. Busch has survived contact with the wall, said he lost all of his drive off after that. So Randall Burnett saying, hey, why not? Let's try 4 fresh Goodyear tires.
I actually think it was an opportunity for a few drivers to not pit and maybe get some track position. I was thinking of Kevin Harvick specifically. He ended up coming down pit road, but I know he thinks he needs fresh tires, but I think he could have restarted inside the top 10.
Seventh caution came out, and it was aggressive blocking by Bowman and aggressive driving by Suarez that brought the caution out. With under 42 to go, let's take a race recap. And Christopher Bell, who had won the pole, comes to pit road. They have a problem.
Yeah, don't hold your breath on the playoff issues tonight. You won't make it through the recap because it was a pit road issue to start, and then the 20 gets high, heavy contact, damaging the front and rear. They make adjustments, but the car just hasn't been the same.
And at the end of stage one, Joey Logano had multiple problems. This is one of them. The 23 of Bubba Wallace gets loose up in the left rear quarter panel. The 22 is going to work on this car all night long, trying to repair the damage. The toe to the front and the rear gets overlooked and checked.
And Denny Hamlin had led a great deal of this lap. This race had to come down pit road, felt like he had a loose wheel. The team said it was not loose, but nonetheless gave up the lead.
So then Kevin Harvick tries to come to pit road. I love the idea. Tyler Reddick tries to join him, which causes the 51 to spin out. And before it's this coin flip, was he on, was he not? He was not on pit road. It's clear right here. When he goes on, the light is red. Kevin Harvick not on pit road yet. That's a penalty, which took him all the way to the tail of the field. And with 41 to go, Rick, I think we could have a recap that long again of what might happen in these 41 laps. I mean, to everyone's point, though, so think about this. Playoff cars take 1 through 7 currently. Larson, Buescher, Reddick, Keselowski, Byron, Chastain, Wallace. Blaney, okay in 15th. Logano recovered to 17th. Stenhouse, Harvick, and Bell. And then we have Busch, Truex, who just got back on the lead lap. Hamlin trying to get back on the lead lap. And McDowell. I mean, it has been quite a mixed bag.
And the one thing that Hamlin has going for him, he won stage 1, he won stage 2, so that's an extra 20 points that he got for stage points, which are going to help him. But he does want to get back as one of the most dominant cars tonight, but wants to get back on the lead lap.
This left rear wheel right here looks like it needs a wheel nut. It looks like only the fender's holding it on, and they can only hold on for so long. Now, the good news is on pit road, the penalty will be served during this race. It won't be a suspension. If it would have came off on the racetrack, the penalty would be different.
Pretty interesting lineup right here. Some guys pitted. Chase Elliott pitted on lap 323. Leaders on 312. 41 laps to go. That's a long time, Steve.
It's a long time, and it says 14 laps, but luckily 12 of those were yellow. So only 3 green flag laps on Larson, Buescher, and Reddick's tires.
The last restart looked a lot like this. Larson and Reddick lined up on the outside, Buescher on that inside line. 40 laps to go.
Reddick doesn't get a good start this time. Buescher to the inside. Not going to be able to take the fight to the 5, but he is clear for second. Reddick in third.
He got a great push from Brad Keselowski, his team owner. Buescher did. Gave Buescher a shot. Brad came out of there fourth.
How about Bubba Wallace in the picture? To the inside of Chastain.
Front 5 lined up now, nose to tail.
Contact right there with Bubba Wallace and Chastain entering turn 1. Bubba's racing hard right here, trying to get his spot from the 1 car. He'll do it off of 2.
Bubba Wallace up to 6th. Briscoe with Allmendinger to his inside. Reddick right up against the wall early in this run.
Why not Chris Buescher? He's been the hottest driver as of late, and here he is with all kinds of pressure on the 5 car.
Yeah, Jeff, he's won the last 3 oval races. Why not win here at Darlington?
You hadn't lost one since Pocono. That's a lot of races.
Now it's 2 car lengths separating the top 2 as Larson trying to hold on to this lead. Tyler Reddick comes off the wall as they come out of turn 4. What a season it has been for Chris Buescher and RFK.
And what a recovery. Kyle Petty said the word of the night was recovery. How about the 5?
Oh, we got a spin on the front straightaway. The 38 is around the 11 of Denny Hamlin into the wall as well down into turn 1.
McDowell got in it as well. So 2 playoff drivers, Denny and McDowell.
Well, and they were racing for the free pass, so going to have to see what NASCAR has to say. Oh, McDowell, heavy, heavy damage to the 34. There's a chance there could be no free pass awarded if they're involved in the accident. We'll see what the tower has to say.
Big damage. There's the 11. Yeah, the 11 got a little bit of contact with the right front, I believe, into the outside wall.
Damage.
So the 38 had an issue off of turn 4. Let's take a look here. See the 38 back here on the inside of Austin Dillon. So Kyle Busch and the 38 contact. The 38 now out of control, fishtailing. Denny trying to avoid. Here comes McDowell, heavy contact. The 20 car. Christopher Bell is well involved.
3 playoff cars stacked together.
And Kurt Busch, with the contact, started all this. Another playoff car. No damage to his car.
Kyle.
I'm sorry.
I knew who you were thinking.
Kurt will appreciate it.
He will. Recently retired. So look at what Denny sees here.
See the contact right there with the right front. And I'm wondering, you know, I believe the tire may have survived, the toe link as far as that 11 car is concerned, but there is some splitter damage. Gilliland tried his hardest to regain control of that car down the straightaway and just got behind on the steering.
Yeah, here it is. They're 3 wide. You wonder if Kyle doesn't recognize that the 3 wide goes all the way up the racetrack, expecting more room. And McDowell and Hamlin had nothing to do with it, but they got caught up in it.
I mean, Truex and Harvick were right in the mix, too. They got through without damage.
And because Hamlin was involved in the incident, even if he was in the free pass position, he wouldn't get it.
Yeah, so basically NASCAR said there's no free pass. You can't be scored. Here's why the rule's that way. You can't be the first car 1 lap down and be part of the yellow. If you were the only car 1 lap down, you could spin yourself out and try to get the free pass. So
this is unfortunate for McDowell as he comes into his pit stall. Bell also down there on pit road. Dave.
Yeah, looking at Michael McDowell's car there on the upper left, and what a shame because they had finally brought that car around to a drivable state for Michael. They changed the load on the track bar. They had adjusted both front suspension parts by taking the wheels off, rounds in the front rear. They changed shock on one of their stops, so they threw everything at it. They got it right, Marty, and of course then the irony is this happens.
Boy, it's been a night for Christopher Bell. Led 40 laps early on, been in several incidents. They had the issue on pit road earlier, and now they're in this one as well, trying to make sure that the steering wheel's tracking the right direction once again. Chris Sherwood, the car chief's had his hands full trying to make repairs on the 20 all night long, but yet still, they are still on the lead lap here. We'll see what they can get done here and see how bad this damage is, cutting away some of that left front fender.
Keselowski in his pit stall, Kim.
And a great debate on the radio between Brad Keselowski, crew chief Matt McCall, and spotter TJ Maeders. Who was going to come? Who wasn't? Would they benefit from sticker tires? The answer was yes. Brad felt confident for fresh Goodyear tires, Snow Goat fuel. As you see, Joey Logano at the top there, also taking 4 fresh tires, as well as Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
So a few on pit road, but quite a few that didn't come. Larson, Buescher, Reddick, Byron, Wallace, Chastain, all playoff drivers in the top 6.
Remember all that green flag racing early, Rick?
Wasn't it about 116 laps, green flag racing, and then now we've had 8 cautions already?
Stage 3 in any NASCAR race never disappoints. It's always filled with drama. No different tonight.
So much damage to that 34. They're wanting to get back out. Not sure if they'll be able to. And involved in the accident previous to this was the 21 of Harrison Burton. He's out of the infield care center, and Kim is there.
And an early exit at Darlington for Harrison Burton. What happened?
Yeah, I couldn't tell. I saw that I guess it was a 99 and somebody else got into each other. And kind of by the time I saw him coming down, he was in my lap. So Darlington, the way 1 and 2 is when you commit to entry, that's all the speed you've got, and that's all the left turn you can kind of get. So saw him coming down and tried to slow down, but, you know, at that point I was kind of in trouble. So really unfortunate. Felt like we had a pretty good day going. We qualified poorly, but we're just digging ourselves out of that hole all day, and finally got in the top 15 there. Felt like we were probably going to be able to race there for the rest of the race, and just got caught up. But, you know, I want to give a shout out to our guys. It was a really long, hard-fought race for us to get up to where we were. Proud of that effort, and, you know, this stuff is stuff you can't control, and that's part of racing. But we'll just move on and be better next time.
Jeremy Bullins, crew chief there for the 21 team.
Yeah, crew chief swap. And I know Harrison was looking forward to coming back here, ran so well in the spring in 6th, and they did. They just qualified. They're kind of in the wrong group, got behind on the track. He wasn't alone. Lost that lap early, but it was a grind. He was back inside the top 15, though. I thought he was looking for another top 10, and he talks about that entry into turn 1. It doesn't matter how many times you come here. 1 and 2 is unlike anything you ever see, and the commitment it takes to kind of get to the bottom of 1, just know where to go.
Let's get back down to Kim. She's down with Daniel Suarez.
Yeah, Daniel Suarez, part of that incident with Alex Bowman. Walk me through what happened, and was Bowman's move fair?
Depends who you ask for. You know, it depends who you ask. I mean, I had a run on him. I went to the inside, and after that, he blocked me very low. I had to lift a little bit, not to wreck him and put him into the inside wall, because, you know, we both are Chevy partners, so I didn't want to do that to him. But then I would go high, and then he blocks me again. You can block once, you cannot block twice like that. He has to use his brain a little bit more. We've been racing here for 3 hours and a half, and to wreck 4 laps to go is a little bit dumb. He just has to be smarter. It's a shame. My team did a very good job. I feel like today we had a top 10 car, and all we have to show for is a wreck race car.
Daniel Suarez disappointed with Alex Bowman's move.
He's right. He was running up in the top 10 when that incident took place. So a little frustrated there for Suarez. 2x2 once again, and it's going to be Larson and Reddick in that high line. Buescher and Byron on the low line.
Yeah, we saw Keselowski with the first car to come to pit road. He's going to restart back in about 16th. So he's actually, I thought he'd be further back than that. With 32 to go, you just never know. We don't know how much more restarts we may see. It's kind of, I mean, it amazes me. We talk about how long this race is. I've been here many times, yet still, look at, you have Bubba Wallace back in the picture. You have the 1 of Chastain. You have the 14 of Briscoe. These are drivers we haven't seen inside the top 10 for most of the night. And with 32 to go, here they are.
Blaney's up here as well after a big hit a week ago at Daytona. Green flag back out. 31 to go from Darlington.
Reddick had the rear tires picked up off the ground of the 5 car. He didn't get a good launch.
Reddick just did not want to give up the outside there to the 17 off into 1. You're right. He was pushing the 5 car. Larson had a little trouble getting going, but it does allow Reddick to get that second spot. He knew he needed to do that in 1 and 2 and not allow Christopher Buescher in between them.
Right up to second. Reddick goes, and look how tight it is coming off of 4.
What a mess. Reddick right here to the inside of the 5. Larson low to block. Reddick's trying his hardest to take the fight right to the 5 right now before these tires start to build heat, before they start to lose grip. That pass gets harder to make.
Reddick went straight to the top on corner entry. That'll let him turn, get a good run off 2.
Wow, what a run. He got a huge run.
Fresher tires on the bottom of the screen for Keselowski. Once again, a battle for the lead as Reddick tries that higher line. Has the momentum, but he's right in the tire tracks of Larson.
Oh, he loses the nose right there, way up off the corner. Lost a little bit of time down this back straightaway. You see the gap getting bigger. He had such a good run. We have to regroup, try again. So frustrating as a driver on such a narrow racetrack to be able to find some kind of clean air.
Remember, Larson was a driver who earlier thought that his car had went into neutral. And so now he's out front.
Well, it hit the wall really hard the one time when you mentioned that, when he thought it went to neutral, he hit the wall. They've worked on this car.
Right up against the wall he goes. 3 times he's finished runner-up here at Darlington, but never has made it to victory lane.
Just a little bit faster than Larson that lap. He keeps moving his line around. He started entering the corner really high. Now he started entering low. Larson took his line away from him, so he had to react, do something different.
Oh, he hits the wall. Larson up into the wall. Let's see if Reddick can take advantage of it.
Still by 3 back in line.
These two inches away from the wall. Larson just got up into it. Now we'll see what Reddick does.
Both of these drivers are very comfortable being right against the wall. Neither one will shy away from it.
They're both doing 2 different things down there in turn 3 and 4. Reddick, high entry, low exit. It's the opposite for the 5 car the last few times by. Into turn 1, high entry for Reddick. Oh, he's in the wall. Back to the gas. These guys do this on the dirt tracks their whole life.
25 to go. They'll hit the wall 20 times or so the next few laps.
How durable will these cars be, though? After 342 laps, can they handle it over the next 25?
They better, because they're going to be tested, I can promise you.
Reddick changes the entry now, low across the apron. Keeping it low through the middle of the corner, trying to keep some clean air under the nose.
Both know that a win can advance them to the next round of the playoffs.
Cannot follow this 5 car. There's no way you'll run him down in his tracks. You have to run offline and hope that that will give you the opportunity to close. Larson slowly driving away. That's going to get frustrating for Reddick. Could push him into making a mistake. Doesn't want to run this lower line. He'd love to be up there against the wall, but it's dirty air. He can't make any time there. Now the 5 entering high, taking away that entry that the 45 likes.
And these laps that they're running with 23 to go, it feels like qualifying every lap. You're just driving as hard as you can. There's nothing left. And that's when mistakes happen. That's when you hit the wall.
Eric Jones turned the fastest lap at a 30.84 that last time by.
Eric back in 9th place, trying to climb back through the field after having a great run all night long.
Also, you see Blaney in 8th, Logano in 10th, Keselowski 11th. All playoff guys.
Kyle Larson never has won at Darlington. Second here 3 times.
The gap still about 7-8 car lengths between Larson and Reddick. See in the lower left, the 12 of Blaney in front of Jones. Briscoe in front of Busch on the right. And now Busch diving into the turn. Looks like he was going to try the slide job. It wasn't enough.
You think about Darlington, and it's on every driver's list. You feel like this is a driver's racetrack. This is one of the toughest racetracks. One of the greatest in the sport. Kyle Larson wants to win here. He wants to put this on his resume. Reddick, he wants to do the same thing as he closes in within a few car lengths. Made some good time around turn 1 and 2 there on the 5 car.
Gap had gone all the way to 0.2 of a second. And now Larson pulls away just a bit.
Remember, Larson had the lead late in the race here in the spring. Contact from the 1 car took that win away from him. And that's been the 5 car this year. They have been exceptionally fast. They've been wrecked out of the lead multiple times, and don't think for a minute that's not on their mind. Just listen to what they're talking about.
Oh, the ball is in his court, not yours. You run the line you won, and he's the one who's got to work for it. You beat him by a 10th that lap. Nice and smooth.
I don't know if I'm going to use basketball references with the Jumpman car running you down, but that's it. Got that UNC blue, that Tar Heel blue. They were victorious the other night in their football match against South Carolina. Reddick trying to match the feet.
You're in South Carolina, Steve.
Hey, man, listen, it was a heads-up match. I'm just giving the results.
Letting you know.
Larson using all of the racetrack off of turn 4.
I mean, the car is right against the wall. Now he's trying this high entry. You see him a lane off the bottom on entry to turn 1. A good line to be able to make great speed down the back straightaway on old tires. But it opens up the bottom of that racetrack. If that's going to work for the 45 of Reddick, he can make some time on entry into turn 1.
Still 0.3 of a second separating them. How about two old teammates? Logano.
Oh, Keselowski gets in the wall, checks up, try to get off the fence. Logano makes contact.
Almost feel like Keselowski probably a little bit of a slide job there. It looked like he had just kind of drove up in front of the 22.
Yep. The gap now back to half a second between Reddick and Larson with under 16 to go.
It's a heavyweight fight right here. Just how hard can you swing and not make contact and put you out of the race?
Larson's so good. So good. I mean, that's where all the speed is. It's 1 inch from the fence. That's where the most speed's at. And he is so good at putting the car right there.
He's going to have to get desperate soon. You don't. So when he gets desperate, you stay smooth.
It's great feedback.
Yeah, that's Cliff Daniels.
Yeah. It's good feedback. You know, you're worried about your driver maybe pushing a little too hard, getting a little contact with the fence, and he's just trying to keep him right below that, right below just too much.
Cliff told me that they spend a great deal of time watching videos, and not just of themselves, but of other people, learning from other people's mistakes, watching races, watching particular points of races where a guy had the lead, made a mistake, or did something right, and they try to learn from that to take advantage of it when they're in these situations.
2 wins already this season for the 5 team.
Look at that. That is just so nice.
Here's Keselowski getting by the 12 of Blaney.
Yeah, making something of those fresher tires. He's driven it back all the way to the 8th position, and if you look, I think he can get Elliott, maybe even Chastain with the remaining laps.
A little lower line there that time for Larson on exit as he goes down into turn 3. Coming up on 12 laps to go.
Oh, little contact there off of 4.
And Buescher's doing a nice job of not letting these two get away. You know, if they do get racing, you can be right back into the mix. I mean, what just an unbelievable year for this 17. I know he's 3rd at the moment, but
several cars tonight just having incredible runs that need it. Bubba Wallace in that 23. If he can come out of here with a top 5 finish, I think they'd be thrilled. Look at the 45 trying to get everything he can off turn 4. And again, the 1 car Chastain fought the entire first stage to stay on the lead lap. Sitting here running 6th.
Reddick left black marks on both rear tires. That's how loose he was.
And he's fallen back a 1/10 of a second there to Larson.
Let's see it right here.
Look at the black marks.
It's time to leave them. It's time to put all the tire on the racetrack. 11 laps to go. Now 10. You don't want to come to pit road with anything left.
And both of these drivers have finished runner-up here, but have never won.
It's such a tough balance because Reddick wants to win this race, but he also is sitting right now as they run 3rd in points. You don't want to do something here in these last 10 laps that's going to hurt the car, cost you a lot of positions. It's an incredible points night. First round of the playoffs. And, man, look at Christopher Buescher. Every week, here he is. He shows up right at the end of these races. Driving this number 17, this Ford RFK. As much speed or more speed than anyone in the field right now.
If you're not taking him seriously, you're not paying attention.
They continue.
It's every week.
Yeah, they continue to. I don't know how, but they continue to do it. He's phenomenal.
Now Larson's going to have to deal with a little bit of traffic as they close in on the back of the 20 of Bell.
You see also in the lineup, Chastain's gotten around Wallace there for 5th.
Just another nuance. Bell does a nice job kind of giving way.
Well, a little bit surprising, too, because he's the last car on the lead lap. So he gives up that lead lap position as, again, the 5 into the wall, coming off of 4.
It's just going, giving all he's got. And if you're Cliff Daniels, you have to, like, be thinking, do you really have to do this to me? Can you get maybe a foot away from the wall?
These cars just get harder and harder to drive every single lap. The fall off and the grip is going away. Trying to run the car right on the boards, right against the fence, and having to adjust your line, your throttle, how deep you can get in the corner every lap with the fall off and the grip going away is so hard to do. But also, run the best lap you can run. Great lap that time by. He puts a little distance between him and Reddick.
Yeah, Reddick just is not able to keep pace, and he's starting to stack up the guys behind him. Buescher and William Byron are starting to put a lot of pressure on him.
Crew chiefs watching on. Larson once again right up against the wall.
Yeah, the best cars on the racetrack right now is at 17 of Buescher and Byron in 4th. Regrettably, just a little bit too late in this race to be able to go up there and challenge for the win.
5 laps still to go. Larson now with a 0.6 of a second lead. Buescher closing in on Reddick. Byron right there as well.
Reddick just barely into the fence right there.
Now 4 more laps.
Reddick's doing his best to keep some pressure on Larson, trying to force him into a mistake, but he has his hands full trying to keep Buescher behind him. And Reddick can see Larson driving away a little bit. Maybe Reddick has to start changing his game plan a little bit. With 4 to go, maybe go on defense. Do what you got to do to keep the 17 behind you. Do not get in the wall.
17 now has Byron right behind him. Buescher got a little bit loose off of turn 4, but he drives away from the 24 car. Back to the back bumper, the 45 of Reddick. Reddick struggling. Look at him holding that car. Even down the straightaway, that car's a handful.
Buescher's right there, so's Byron. Byron won here in May earlier this year. Buescher up near the wall, had to come off. We'll see if Byron capitalized on that. 2 laps to go.
Buescher just a little bit loose right there. Back down the racetrack. All these cars are on the edge.
Past the Earnhardt Tower there in turn 3. Larson coming out of turn 4.
White flag here. One more good one. Still clear by 8.
1 lap to go. Presented by Credit One Bank. The gap still about 5 car lengths separating Tyler Reddick and Kyle Larson. Larson down the backstretch for the final time. He has won some big races before. He's won a championship. He's looking to win his way into the next round of the playoffs, and he's looking to win the Southern 500. Kyle Larson, he's going to do it.
Give him the checker. Southern 500, baby. Hell yeah! Hell yeah, guys. Great job today. Proud of all of you. Great, guys. Great job. Thank you, guys.
A long day and into the night for the 5 team and Kyle Larson. With the win, he advances to the round of 12. Getting ready to do the burnout. This checkered flag moment brought to you by Advance Auto Parts. Fireworks going off in the background. Larson burning out in front of the grandstands. We've seen some pretty impressive things out of Kyle Larson in his career. We know that next year he'll be a part of the Indy 500. And now a winner of the Southern 500, one of the crown jewels of NASCAR. Rick Hendrick has amassed 299 career wins. He's one away from that milestone number of 300. Kyle Larson removing the helmet. The crew right there on the wall. A long day and into the long night. Started off with 115 consecutive green flag laps for stage one. And now he climbs out victorious. Marty.
In front of a sold-out crowd for the Southern 500, Kyle Larson climbs out. Cliff Daniels, his crew chief. Boy, this team has been through so much this year. He told me earlier this week, I don't feel like we've really truly executed a race as a team since the All-Star race. That was back in early May, almost 4 months ago. Boy, Kyle, welcome to the round of 12. You guys picked a good day to finally execute a race, didn't you?
Yeah, finally, from start to finish. 18th to 3rd in the first stage. I didn't think that was possible, but my race car was really good when the sun was out. Just had to work on it. I messed up once and it got hung in neutral and I slid and hit the wall and I think bent the toe link a little bit, so it was kind of a struggle from there. Definitely had to fight it more than I was earlier, but we kept our heads in the game. That was really important. This race is all about keeping your head in it. So I've been pretty hard on myself here the last couple months, but having a leader like Cliff, he really is good for my mind. So just proud of the team. Proud of Rick Hendrick, Jeff Gordon, Jeff Andrews, Chad Canales, everybody. Hendrick Engine Shop, 500 wins. That's incredible. So congratulations to each and every one of you at the shop for all your hard work. Valvoline, Jinya Ramen Bar, all of Hendrick Motorsports. So what a great way to start the playoffs, and hope we can keep it going.
You have some big wins in your career, a championship, obviously, but you've been trying a long time to win here at Darlington. Where does the Southern 500 win rank for you?
It's definitely in the top 5. This has been one of my favorite tracks my whole career, and been really, really fast here my whole career. Just usually get in the wall, and finally we have the next-gen car that's tough enough to allow me to hit the wall. So he was able to make some mistakes and get a win. So adding this trophy to the collection is going to be amazing, and just such a prestigious race. This is one of 3 or 4 crown jewels, and I feel like, besides the 500, maybe the only one I haven't won yet. We get to, hopefully go back to the Brickyard next year on the oval and would love to win that one too. But just proud of this bunch again. Pit crew came in clutch here at the end to get us out in the lead. Had some things work out, you know, staying out when that car was spinning out too. So just kind of fell in our lap there, and we were able to take advantage of it.
Cliff Daniels, his crew chief, was emotional on the radio. Rick, you can tell this one means just a little bit more. Not only the Southern 500, but also now advancing to the round of 12. He's going to go collect and maybe even keep this checkered flag.
Kyle Larson has won some big races, and not always in a Cup car. He's been successful in all forms of racing, and he knows the magnitude of this one. A crown jewel, the Southern 500. Names of former winners include David Pearson, Dale Earnhardt, Jeff Gordon, Bobby Allison, Bill Elliott, Darrell Waltrip, Cale Yarborough, Harry Gant. All Hall of Famers, the exception of Gant there, but what a win this is for Kyle Larson. And he's now going to head to the Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane, where they'll celebrate once again as a team. Much more to come from the track Too Tough to Tame, and for a lot, that was very true tonight. Pit crews had issues, drivers had issues, and crew chiefs were scratching their head trying to figure out exactly what the right strategy was. But a near flawless race for Kyle Larson and his crew. See them headed to victory lane again, and now locked in to the round of 12. The NASCAR America post-race show presented by Progressive. Post-race coverage also now available streaming on Peacock. Under the lights at Darlington Raceway. We want to take a look at the playoff standings now, as Kyle Larson with the win advances to the round of 12. Even after a tough night for Denny Hamlin, still 27 points above the cut line. The guys below it, Bubba Wallace, 1 point back, but what a performance he had on this one, finishing in 7th. Kevin Harvick fighting late for a win as well, but ends up in the 19th position. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Michael McDowell. Issues for Michael McDowell. Dave.
What a race. Tyler Reddick comes up just shy. What more did you need there at the end?
Man, I don't know, maybe just a little bit longer run. It had just gotten short enough to where you didn't have to save a whole lot, I don't think. And yeah, you know, Kyle and I were pretty close the majority of the day, honestly. And yeah, you just got ahead of us there, unfortunately, off pit road. But all in all, I mean, this is the day that we need to have. So really just thankful from the hard work from a pit crew, from the team, everyone at the shop. You know, days like this with a car like this, we haven't been able to get a second place finish out of it. So I'm really glad we're able to do that. And we're sitting pretty good. It was a really good points day on top of that as well.
Was the restart your only chance? And then what was it like trying to look in your rear view and hold off Buescher when you were starting to fall back?
Yeah, it was a tough balance. I wanted to keep pushing and try and get Kyle, but I was just getting so loose. I about wrecked in the middle of 1 and 2 a few times, and I don't know. I was either going to catch Kyle or I was going to wreck in the middle of 1 and 2 and finish, you know, his last car out, 28th. So that just didn't make sense in my head. So we'll take the second place. Hopefully one day in the future we come back and have another shot at Southern 500.
Strong start to the playoffs for Tyler Reddick.
And Chris Buescher comes home in the 3rd position, your best ever Darlington finish. I know you said it feels like it. Could you have done anything differently, though, to gain more position on Larson and Reddick?
I mean, we were trying. It was just we were all running the same groove, trying to make speed, and obviously playing aero games there too. And Byron was fast there at the end and had to defend that a little bit. So I don't know. We tried to start on the front row 3 times next to Larson, so we had our chance and got close with Brad push us on one of those restarts, and just outside had the momentum for sure. They were really good, but proud of everybody. This BuildSubmarines.com Ford Mustang is the first time we've had build subs on board. 17 car, so proud to have a good run with them. A bunch of them here with us tonight. It's awesome. That's good for Darlington, good for the Southern 500. I'm proud of that, but also hurts just a little bit to be that close.
As you look at what this means for you and the team over the course of the playoffs, you come in and you get your best finish ever at a racetrack. What did you learn about yourself and this team as you approach the next 9 races?
I mean, it's we talked about it a lot this week, right? We know what we're doing. We've been doing it, and it's been working, and it's been resulting in wins. So it's not that we need to change up what we're after. It's just status quo right now. The things we're doing are getting us opportunities to win races, and we're capitalizing on the best days and capitalizing on great days like here tonight. So it's a long race. I know it's grueling for drivers, but for crews and the fans, proud of everybody for sticking out with us. Our pit crew really stepped up there in the end and got us several spots and put us up front here in clean enough air. So it's a great job by everybody, and off to Kansas.
Podium finish for Chris Buescher and this team.
Smile on his face and the words off to Kansas as we see the celebration continuing for the 5 teams. Steve, all right, first race of the playoffs, a grueling one, but Larson ends up with the win.
Well, a grueling one and kind of what I expected, which is playoff cars dominated the top 5, really the top 7. We knew a few were going to make some mistakes. That's what we saw. Chris Buescher, I think, to me, is the one that stands out. It doesn't matter the style of racetrack. The 17 continues to show up, and really all of RFK with Keselowski finishing 6th.
And the Southern 500 in the playoffs does not disappoint. It has turned out to be a must-watch. It is a test of drivers, a test of machine, and we saw it tonight. It put drivers in positions they didn't want to be in. Several of them made mistakes, and now they got ground to make up in the playoffs.
And the playoffs puts a big spotlight on the crews, the pit crews, whether they are fast on pit road or there's mistakes on pit road throughout the playoffs. That's going to really have an effect on these teams, good and bad. It's going to jumble up the running order of the playoff positions like it did tonight. So everybody's trying to get through this first round clean, trying to survive, trying to minimize those mistakes.
Mistakes can hold you back. We saw a few mistakes, some on pit road and get some on the racetrack. But ultimately, it was Kyle Larson who makes it to victory lane and to the round of 12. NASCAR America Post Race is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit progressive.com.
Welcome back to Darlington. The Southern 500 is complete. Marty Snyder, Kyle Petty, Dale Jarrett as we continue our post-race coverage. Kyle Larson with a terrific night wins the Southern 500, now into the round of 12. And DJ, any guess on who our Progressive safe driver is?
No, he was the safest of the ones that were out of control, which everybody was all night. But just a terrific job of managing this race. Everything didn't go exactly as they would have planned, but they were the best at overcoming adversity here.
Yeah, and maybe that's the best way to put it. They managed the race. They managed 367 laps, and they maximized every opportunity. And here he is, the winner, standing in victory lane.
Standing in victory lane with a ticket to the next round as well.
Yes.
So the next couple weeks, breathing a little easy on the 5 team as Kerry Tharp, the track president here at Darlington, retiring after this weekend, taking a selfie there with Kyle Larson. What a day for William Byron. Winds up with a top 5 after starting at the back, gained 17 positions throughout the race. And here's Dave with William.
21st to 4th today for William Byron. How would you describe your Southern 500?
It was fun. Once we got the car tightened up in stage 1, we had really good pace in our Liberty University Chevy. Stage 2, the start of that stage was really good. I mean, we restarted 9th and drove to 4th, and just really proud of the effort. You know, it started the race off for sure, and we weren't making any ground up, and I was really free. And once we kind of got the car in a better balance spot, I felt good about it. So yeah, I think this is a good stepping stone for Kansas, and good to get a solid first race in the playoffs, and want to wish Kyle and that whole 5 team congratulations. They deserve it. They're really good here, and number 500 for the engine shop, so that's a huge deal.
Denny Hamlin swept both first and second stage. A loose wheel, though, brought you down pit road, ultimately finished 25th. What's the feeling as you walk away from today?
I mean, really good car. Just, we worked hard at Darlington here to get us a race-winning car, and Chris and the whole team just did a great job, giving me a race-winning car that obviously controlled the race until we had some trouble. So, I mean, it's just part of it. Luckily we were able to get some stage points, and come out with something. But yeah, I really just want to win the race. I want to win as many majors, many races as I can, and yeah, I don't really care about the points. It's just, man, hate losing.
Yeah, Kim, after being the dominant driver, Denny Hamlin winds up way back in the field. It winds up being 25th for Denny Hamlin, but I think the important thing, DJ, is that he gained the 9th most points. I know he said he doesn't care about the points, but that stage 1, stage 2 wins were massive for Denny Hamlin. How helpless is that feeling when you feel like you have a loose wheel and the crew comes back and says, we couldn't find anything that was loose or anything that was wrong when you're the driver?
Well, there's something wrong, or Denny Hamlin wouldn't have come down pit road. And this is an experienced driver that you have to believe. So there was something there. They might not be able to find it because he was so quick to get back to pit road. Maybe it didn't have time to show itself to them. But you have to believe in your driver. And I know Denny says tonight he doesn't care about the points. Totally understand that. You know, he's a competitor. But about Tuesday or Wednesday, he'll look and say, well, at least we managed that, and I'm in a decent position here.
Yeah, and listen, Denny is, they showed they've come for the championship. I think that's what they showed more than anything else, and I think everybody ought to take that to heart. I want to go back to one thing that William Byron said, and I think we don't need to overlook this. The 500th win for the engine shop at Hendrick Motorsports, and that's a tribute, and it should be a tribute tonight, to Randy Dorton.
Yes,
Randy Dorton started that program. He's not here to see this, but that program has continued on, and that's the legacy of Randy Dorton, and a great night for Hendrick Motorsports and for their engine program.
Yeah, Randy Dorton, one of those lost in that plane crash years ago, certainly missed, still here in the NASCAR Cup Series garage right now, but a terrific night for William Byron and for Hendrick Motorsports, because Kyle Larson is the man in victory lane, winning the Southern 500, notching another crown jewel. We'll be back with more post-race coverage here from Darlington. NASCAR America Post Race is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit progressive.com. Well, guys, the controversial moment of the night, certainly the contact between Daniel Suarez and Alex Bowman happened in stage 3. Bowman running Suarez low, and then the two get into the wall together at the same time. We heard from Daniel Suarez after that, and during the race, and you'll hear race cars on the track, Kim caught up with Alex Bowman.
Alex Bowman out of the race after an incident with Daniel Suarez. We saw the block. Daniel called it dumb. Take us through your thoughts on the moves you made.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it didn't work, so he chose not to lift and to crash us. But every time I race the 99, he does something dumb. So whether it's his crew chief flipping me off on the way to the airport or just anytime I'm around him, he blocks me really aggressively. So that's just part of it sometimes. And obviously the block didn't work out. And looking back, I shouldn't have done it. But we were just really tight on the short run. And I knew I needed to hang on to whatever track position I could. Kind of just got a bad run off of 4 being tight. And saw I had a run. Knew if I could hold on for a couple laps that we'd be really good. But yeah, if he wants to call me dumb, every time I'm around him, there's a big block. So that's just part of racing sometimes.
And that team was going to try and fix that toe link. Ultimately, the damage too much takes them out of this race.
Well, there you go, guys. What's your take on that? First of all, with the incident and then the comments afterwards. I mean, Daniel Suarez didn't back down. Kim's right. He called it dumb, Kyle. And then Alex Bowman didn't seem to back down either.
No, they both called each other dumb. And it was a dumb moment on the racetrack. Having said that, I have to side a little bit with Daniel Suarez when he says, one block I can take. The second block, do it at your own peril. And that's basically what happened. The second block is what caused this incident.
Okay, so you covered that, so that's good. I agree. You block once, yeah, you go to block that second time, you got to expect that you're going to get hit right there. If you know that there's someone that you have a difficult time racing against, then you shouldn't keep doing the same things and put yourself in that position. So these guys need to learn. The other side of it is these guys are a little too sensitive. They're worried about somebody flipping them off and
on the way to the airport.
Mad. if they'd have never made it in the 80s and 90s,
how would David Pearson have felt about that? That would have happened.
That's when you could get your arm out the window. The one I feel sorry for is Harrison Burton having a decent taking out an innocent bystander.
Exactly. Good night he had.
Terrific recovery for Bubba Wallace, who at one point spun and wound up finishing seventh. Dave is with him.
Well, the day was not uneventful for Bubba Wallace, which you would expect at Darlington. Came back to 7th, and I know you were fighting for a top 5 there at the end. How would you call the day?
Just not happy with myself. Apologies to Joey. Apologies to AJ. You know, I think important thing to learn here is to not make enemies race 1 when you're in the playoffs, because they make it hell. And so I deserved everything I got out there tonight. So just did not execute. So got to be better, but appreciate the team for sticking behind me throughout all the mistakes that I caused them. They didn't let us down and got us back to a top 10 finish. Was trying to hang on for a top 5, but you're a double-edged sword. You go really hard at the beginning, try to get a gap or save, and you got Ross behind you, and you know he's not going to let you have any breathing room. So all in all, a decent day for our team, a really good day for our team, but drivers got to go back to the drawing board and just take a step back and take a breath and regroup and go to Kansas and have a little one-year anniversary tour.
The one-year anniversary tour, he mentions Bubba Wallace won the Kansas race last year, and that's for race number 2 in the round of 16 will happen next Sunday.
It's NASCAR Cup Series playoffs from Kansas.
Everyone could be in trouble today. There's no one safe.
Hard into the wall for Kevin Harvick.
Oh, no! The second playoff driver out after a wreck.
18 into the grass.
You got to go out today. You have to execute.
Joey Logano's going to win again, and he is secured.
Oh, yeah, boys. Hell yeah.
Larson wins at Kansas.
I can't believe it. Hell yeah, dude. Way to go.
Bubba Wallace wins at Kansas.
What they gonna say now, baby? Let's go!
A weekend full of NASCAR action coming up. Final race of the regular season for the NASCAR Xfinity Series. That will be on NBC and Peacock. And then on Sunday on USA, race number 2 of the playoffs for the Cup Series. DJ, who needs a really good Kansas next week?
Kevin Harvick, man, had a great run going here, and that all went sideways. Now he finds himself outside.
Joey Logano, Christopher Bell, Bubba Wallace. Listen, there's still
a whole host of them.
There's a lot of people that need a good Kansas.
Boy, what a night it was here at Darlington. It winds up being Kyle Larson in victory lane. More NASCAR and motorsports coverage always available at NBCSports.com. Coming up next on USA Law & Order SVU, we will see you next week from Kansas.